place on earth. My name's Katie, and it's wonderful to fucking see you. Apologize for the slight delay. My brain is leaking, I guess. Having a good time. Having a fucking blast. I hope you're doing well. Good morning, everyone. Why am I stuck? Why am I stuck? Stop. Oh, I see why I'm stuck. We'll ignore that. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I don't know. I woke up with this fucking song in my head. Corn Blind. How old is this song? 13 years old? 15 years old? I don't even know, but it was stuck in my head. So I put it on, and you're welcome. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Happy whatever today is. Is it Thursday? Happy Thursday. Oh my God, tomorrow's St. Patty's Day. Please be safe. It's like 420 for alcoholics, my dudes. Just don't fuck yourselves, please. I don't want to be here for that. I hope you're doing well. I didn't fuck. Good job, Katie. I need a fucking pin. Ah, oh, I have one. Yes. Excellent. I hope you're all doing fucking well. What is that? Bleed from within, levitate. What is that? I don't know if I've ever heard this one. Hold up. Play, you stupid cock ass. Don't be a fuck today. It snowed. Did you get snow, Rod? We got so much snow. I mean, not a ton, but like a couple inches. And it's cold again. And I'm upset about it. Ooh, they're called Campfire Audio. I'll just give you the link. Hold up. One sec. Ooh, I like this. I'm not usually into screamo metal, but this is decent. This is, oh my God. So they have an entire new model of my headphones, which is crazy. Stop. Just give me the fucking website. I hate the internet. I hate just give me the website, please, internet. Thank you. There's mine. There's the Vegas. So these are the Vegas, but this is the website. Don't. I'm not in the mood to fuck with you today, internet. There. Hopefully that worked. Hopefully. Oh, are you getting slammed right now? Nuh-uh. Today would have been your parents' 55th wedding anniversary. Damn. That's a big damn. That's a long time to be fucking married, dude. I mean, it's not like they got divorced. It's still pretty cool. What up, Biggin? How are you? You getting rain? Yeah, we're just getting piled with snow. It's so weird. The weather here is so weird. It was beautiful yesterday. Like, it was warm, then snow. I feel like I'm in 2003. I know. Kona Tezume, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it 8 swings for so fucking long. I appreciate you. That's a long time, and thank you. Fuck.
Happy Hail the Dank Lord. Also,
did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Scheduling iron infusions. Oh God. Lady goes, my computer's about to reboot. Let me call you back. Wait. How long does it take this bitch's computer to start? Okay. That's fantastic. All right. Sick. That's fucking great. Do you remember back in the day, though, having to restart your PC and getting anxiety because you just didn't know how long it was going to take to come back up, or if it would? Why? Oh my God, wait, it was linked to her computer? I thought she was hanging up because it was going to take so long to restart her computer. What? I mean, if it's like a call center, yeah. Is she just in a call center? Because I guess. You could make it, seriously, you could. I mean, same with like connecting to the internet. Do you remember that, Eliza? Like, I was talking about this yesterday. Like my first, the first signs of OCD, I guess, when my mom was like, oh, you should probably see a therapist, was I was creating rituals around trying to get my computer to connect to the internet. Like, weird, like, you know, it was CompuServe USA, and you would hit connect, and then I would turn my chair around, and I would look at this very specific one spot of spackle on the wall that was behind me, and I would, like, create these rituals in my head. Like, if I take my eyes off that spot, it won't connect to the internet. Or if I look at the computer before it's connected, then it won't, I started creating weird shit around it, dude. Because it was just like, you never knew. And you were so lucky if it connected. No shit, Viata. Damn, dude. You guys are getting literally plowed. More than us. That's a lot. That's way more than us. We didn't get that much. It's just cold. I'm just bitching. I'm just being a bitch. I hate being cold. I'm tired of winter. We're getting 10 to 15. Oh, she's a receptionist at the cancer center. Yeah, it's got to be like a call. It's probably her phone is. We talked about this yesterday too. I was talking about how I used to work in a call center at my college, and it was your computer would just go through phone numbers. You didn't really have control. You didn't even have like a pad to dial phone numbers or anything. You just had a headset connected to your computer. I wonder if it's the same thing. I don't know. It sounds like it though, because that's just fucking crazy. That's weird. Restarting your computer and having to get off the phone. What year is it? Side note, blessing and a curse having 3 insurances. It's so fucking confusing, especially when 2 are in my name and one's my mom's. First world problem, but still. I mean, it is. I'd agree with you. It's a blessing and a curse. Like, at least you have lots of coverage, but even just having the insurance I have is a fuck. Insurance is a fuck. Insurance companies are assholes. I used to have to deal with them when I worked at the hospital all the time. Just fighting for people to get the medications I truly believed they needed. Like, yelling at these insurance companies who they don't have one person employed who is a medical professional, and yet they're allowed to make the judgment calls on what medications they'll cover or what's, like, coverable or something. It's just bullshit. Our past 2 snowstorms said 5 to 8 and it fizzles, ends up 2 or 3. From a billing perspective, having 2 or 3 insurances get very complicated, especially when they all think they're the primary. Exactly. I mean, it's nice to have insurance, but yeah, that's fucking complicated. My mom's insurance won't talk to me. Oh, wait. Even though you're still covered by your mom's insurance because you're under 20. Wait. You're not under 26. How are you on your mom's insurance? What's the age cutoff for insurance these days? Oh, you get to be on it for life. Okay, so there's no cutoff for you on it. Oh, that's what I was. Because disabled before 22. Okay, I was cut off of my parents. It sucked. I remember my mom's insurance. It was amazing. Anyone here interested in being an accountability buddy for diet exercise with me? DM me if interested. Critical Errors looking for accountability buddies. Looking for accountability buddy. We do have like a fitness Discord if you want to hit up that. I don't know how active it is. I haven't been in it in a while, but I've been very unhealthy lately. Yeah, they'll only talk to the policyholder about the policy, even if you're on it. I remember doing that when I was younger, like having to call my mom to get just to use the insurance to get fucking birth control or something. It was really, I remember that. It was a pain in the dick, and they would never, like, dude, so how do I say it? I'm not saying you should do this, but my mom and I sound identical almost. My mom, my sister, and I almost have identical voices. I told you guys this before. My mom's voicemail for her cell phone was either my sister or myself for like over 10 years, and no one questioned it. No one even had any idea because she didn't know how to set up her voicemail, so we would. Our voices are identical, so I would pretend to be my mom all the time. Yes, this is Georgie. All the time, just to fucking just to get the insurance to work, because I could pull it off, but I'm not saying you should do that, probably. Good morning, Glut. How was your birthday? Do you feel older? I hope you had a good time. Good morning, Bulvy. I hate health insurance companies. Nobody likes them. My doctor's office, which is a hospital, wanted me to get a CT scan. The insurance company wouldn't approve it because it was scheduled in the hospital's radiology department. They said they would only approve it if it was done in a quote-unquote freestanding radiology center outside a hospital environment. What the fuck? Why? Theoretically, it would be cheaper in a hospital. Oh, Kona, I used to do it all the time. My mom actually started encouraging us to do it. Like, at a certain point, because my mom works at the hospital, too. My mom's also a respiratory therapist, and so she would go to work literally like she would leave our house at like 5 o'clock in the morning to get to work on time. So if we had like a field trip or something and we forgot, we'd call our mom and be like, Mom, we have a field trip today and you didn't sign the shit. She'd literally be like, go on the refrigerator. There's a letter to your Nana with my signature. Just like copy it. We did it all the time. We used to forge my mom's signature but she literally was like, we weren't like, especially me and my sisters, we never used it nefariously. Like we got in trouble. I definitely got in trouble a lot, but I never like used my mom to get in trouble ever. So I guess it was well placed trust. Like I never used her signature in a bad way. It was just to make life easier, so I wasn't like fucking having to call and do these circles around insurance and shit like that. Yep, woke up early with acid burps. No. Fuck, dude, that's the worst. I hate that so much. They are. I mean, insurance. That's the point. Like, it's hard to say. Like, the point, not the point, but like how do you say it? The only reason these insurance call centers exist is to try to get you to not use them. Like insurance does not want you to use the insurance. I don't know how to say that. So they're going to try to fight it as much as possible. They want to just take your money. Good morning, Anubis. It is a BS excuse. I agree, Chronicle. My mom had no idea, and I told her later in life, and she was like, "You did what?" Is it forgery if she gives you permission? That's a really good point. Honestly, no. I mean, she told us to do it because she wasn't there. Like, my mom had really weird work hours, and sometimes we just had to do what we had to do, man. Late night PBJs, it's my fault, too much sugar. That gives you the acid burps? PBJs? I thought peanut butter was really good for that kind of thing. Maybe it's the jelly. It's probably the sugar. I forgot my shower gel today. Had to use the hand soap gel instead. Oh my god, feeling especially silky because it's the super soft stuff. Oh yeah, you probably those hand soaps are like moisturizing. They've got aloe and shit on them. You could probably like slide down a hill real fast right now. I established my signature as my mom's early on by never bringing her in her signature. That was smart. My mom's is pretty easy, to be honest. I guess I'm gonna be iron deficient forever. What? Why? Insurance companies will look for any, and I mean any excuse not to pay claims, 100%. And at least I can speak to the medical side. I've had like doctors and I have literally like been on a phone with an insurance company screaming for an hour, and then the doctor will literally go in, manually override, pull the drug we need because the insurance company won't let us do it, and we'll just give it to the patient. Like, it's like insurance companies are the devil, but the hospital's never going to kill you because an insurance company won't cover something. We're still going to give you that drug. I'm always going to take care of my fucking patient. Fuck your insurance company. I'll figure it out. But it's happened many, many times. Because, like, I've told, like, the best example is albuterol versus levoalbuterol. I know we bring it up all the time. But albuterol is a breathing treatment for asthma. Levoalbuterol is the exact same thing, but it doesn't fuck up your heart rate. So if you already have a predisposed heart condition, I'm not going to give you albuterol because it's going to make your heart race and it gives you the jitters like you've had too much coffee. And I could give you a heart attack. And I call the insurance company and I'm like, hey, they have congestive heart failure. I don't want to give them albuterol. They'll die. Can I give them a levoalbuterol? No, it's more expensive. But they'll die. I'm sorry, it's triple the price. We don't cover levoalbuterol. It's absolutely asinine. Like they literally just heartless, just like fuck it, we don't care. It's ridiculous. And so then I'll go to the doc and the doc's like, just give it. And the hospital takes on the charge. Because if insurance company doesn't cover it, we can't put it in, like, it's unless you worked in a hospital, it's really convoluted to explain. But in order to give a medication to somebody, there are so many checks and balances, stages before that medication is ever put on the patient, if that makes sense. Like, if you guys have watched the Good Nurse, or that there was a documentary about that creepy nurse who was killing people really recently, and it talks about the Pyxis system. That Pyxis system is so, there are so, like, to get into it, you have to log in 3 different times. You have to scan your own badge, and then you have to scan your sheet that has the prescription on it, and then you have to scan the patient's wristband, and then it will pop a drawer open. They make it look a lot less complicated than it truly is in those movies. Pyxis is pretty fucking complicated. Yes, you can cancel it. God, it irritates me. They just made it seem a lot less complicated than it really is. But by the time you get a medication out of the Pyxis system, i.e. our little like robot pharmacy that we have in the middle of the ICU, by the time you actually get a drawer to pop with your medication, then you have to scan it again. Then you have to you have 2 different codes to get out of the med door. Then you get into your patient's room. Then you have to scan your patient, the computer, the med, your patient, the computer, the med, the patient, the med. Then maybe you can administer the med. And if insurance says no, we can't get that line going at all. So the doc will literally go into the Pyxis, override it, pull it out, and be like, give it. We'll take the charge. Because we're not going to fucking kill you because your insurance company's a dick. But I still need you to breathe. You know what I mean? It's such a... This is why I don't want to work in medicine anymore. It's really fucked up. And it's so hard to be a good person in the medical system. It's really hard. Exactly. Save life above all. Fuck it all. And that's... I mean, it sucks. It creates a really negative atmosphere because we're taking on the charges for all this extra medicine and stuff that insurance companies won't cover. What the hospital has to do is it bumps up the cost of everything else to make up the difference. So you'll get a medical bill that will say a nasal cannula was $700. That nasal cannula did not cost $700. We just did a lot of other things to you that your insurance company deemed unnecessary, like giving you oxygen. I'm not kidding. There's not one insurance company in the United States of America that pays for your oxygen. Most hospitals pay for your oxygen out of pocket, and it's fucking expensive. I worked at one hospital that we actually charged our patients for oxygen. Insurance companies don't pay it. Oxygen. They do not deem oxygen necessary. Riddle me that. Jesus. It's just fucked. The correct counter for that is too expensive. If the person dies, you don't get your premiums for the rest of their life. Yeah. They don't, I mean, I wish. I've probably said that exact thing. I've fought with those people a lot. It all comes down to the money over people's lives, and it's so horrible. It is. Insurance companies are businesses. They're disgusting. The first time I ever went to the East Coast, no, it wasn't the first time. It was the second time I ever went to the East Coast. I was real young. I went to Hartford, Connecticut to visit a friend that was doing like Greenpeace shit over there or something. And I remember we arrived in the middle of the night, and it was so weird because Hartford, Connecticut's a huge city. At the time, it was the richest city, or no. It was backwards. Connecticut was the richest state in the U.S., and Hartford was the poorest city. Because if you've ever heard of Heartland Insurance is based in Hartford, Connecticut, and that is one of the biggest, most major insurance companies that kind of umbrella owns all the other insurance companies. And so all of these big high-end rich guys and people work at these buildings in Hartford and then leave. So if you arrive on the weekend, no one lives in Hartford. I was walking down a 4-lane highway in the middle of the night like it was the fucking post-apocalypse. It was so weird. The most life I saw was literally like a crumpled up paper towel and a blood splatter on the ground. There are no human beings. There's a lot of homeless people. No shit. While we were walking to the train from the airport, I saw a pile of what I thought was trash against a wall because I've been to New York and that was familiar to me. And no, it was homeless people piled up against a wall to stay warm. That's the most life you'll see in Hartford. It's fucking disgusting. But it's like the best. It's the most accurate representation of just like a physical form of what the insurance company is in America, is Hartford, Connecticut, in my mind. Dr. Motherfucking Claw! Welcome, Raiders. How the fuck are you? My name's Katie, and it's wonderful to see you. Good morning, everybody. How are you, Claw? We're just talking about how fucked up the insurance system is. How are you doing? Yeah, oxygen's expensive, and they do not cover it. And I mean, every hospital except one I've ever worked for, they're paying for all your oxygen. I don't need to breathe, right? Oxygen's fucking optional. I know. Good morning, Heltar. How are you? Good morning, Raiders. My name's Katie, and it's wonderful to fucking see you. I hope you're having a good morning. How are you doing? I mean, you can get sick in the States, just don't go to the doctor. That's why we all just wait to die. I don't know anybody who doesn't wait until they're literally dying to go to the doctor. It's not worth it. Welcome, Raiders. How are you? Should we cheers? I packed a bowl. I think I owe a cheers from earlier. My name's Katie. If you're new to my channel, it's nice to see you. I smoke a lot of pot. We chat about things. What's up? How are you? We classy. What's up? Cheers. Shut up, you guys. What did you guys stream today, Dr. Claw? Sorry, I almost coughed and choked right into the mic. That would have been bad. What did you guys do today? Shy about things? Has something changed? Am I shy about something? I am? I'm so worried about my international coworkers going to San Fran if they get sick or hurt. I've heard, Eliza, and if they don't know about this, just ask them to check. But I've heard that most countries have travel insurance almost specifically for people coming to the US. I know Canada does. I know anybody coming to, like, there's people that live on the border of Canada, they just pay to regularly have this insurance that covers their ass if they get hurt in the US because it's so fucked. Seriously, it's real fucked. Oh my god, how are your jimmies feeling? What if we're not new to the channel? Sit on my face. I'm not here to kink shame. How are you, Android? They did? Okay, good. Yeah, I've heard that's, like, necessary. I've just known a bunch of Canadians that do that all the time. You said, I smoke a lot of pot and I'm shy about things. I am? Oh, I think I said we talk shit about things. I don't know. I'm not shy. I don't think I have a shy. I don't think so. Maybe. Not that I'm aware of, though. What the fuck? 2 reads in a row. LZT. Were you guys sniffing each other's butts or something? LZT and Dr. Claw, thank you so much for the raids. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie, and it's wonderful to meet you and see you all. Welcome, raiders. How the fuck are you? Vissy called it. I'm sorry, Tar. That's my bad. US healthcare is still a nightmare. The hospitals are probably like, the fuck is travel insurance? I mean, yeah. I don't know what the front desk does. Honestly, I have no idea. Yeah, so what Anubis says, the UK has a special agreement. Most countries you pay upfront and reimburse yourself off the insurance. Travel insurance for the US is one of the few that pays directly because it's ridiculous. Yep, I would get it too. I would definitely get it. You do not want to be fucked. I mean, literally, like, I've said this before, but the only reason Americans, the only reason we pay into insurance constantly our entire lives is the just in case moment. Like, the what if I get in a car accident? Like, I have not used health insurance in years, and yet I pay on it. Same with car insurance. I've never, knock on wood, never been in an accident or anything, never have to use it. But I've paid, I don't even want to know the thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars I've dumped into insurance. But we have it because if you get in a car accident and break your leg and you don't have health insurance, you're going to come out of that hospital with easily tens of thousands of dollars in debt. Instantly. I've told you guys, one night in an ICU is $6,000 in the US. Without a nurse, oxygen, air, or lights. Like, that's just to sleep in the beds. $6K. I'm here to be your source to not get hurt in the US. Don't do it. You don't want to do it. It's a bad idea. I was going to raid Claude. He was going to raid me. Stop it. I love you guys. I've done that. I've literally done that so many times with other streamers. It's stupid. Like, I'll raid someone literally as they're choosing someone to raid. It's ridiculous. Welcome, everybody. At least if you're international, you can run from the debt. True. Well, that, and like, I've talked about this before, but this is so pertinent for people in the US. I think it's important to mention at least every once in a while. But I am your source. This is me being your source right now. If you get some sort of existential debt from a hospital in the US, there is a United States national law that we cannot refuse a human being care based on their financial status or citizenship or addiction, period, blah, 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 blah. Not period, but, etc. If you show up to our hospital and we see you need help, like you definitely need help of some kind, we will treat you regardless of anything. And because of that, we cannot send you to collections for a medical bill. I repeat, you can't be sent to collections for medical bills in the US because we essentially won't refuse care. Therefore, like, say you get in a car accident, you're unconscious, and you get brought to the hospital, you don't have insurance, we're still going to take you up to the ICU and keep you and get you better. You know what I mean? We're not going to be like, oh, they don't have insurance. So then when you wake up from your coma and suddenly you have this huge hospital bill that you didn't choose to submit yourself to, you see what I'm saying, where the logic is? It's horrible, but it's the one caveat. So, if you have crazy hospital bills, this is what you do. You have a couple options. The number one thing you don't do is you don't ignore them and you do not disappear on the hospital. That is the one way that it's not collections. It's sort of a hospital version of collections, but essentially they think you're dead and they're just trying to figure out if you are or not. That's it. So don't disappear and do not ignore them. These are your options. So A, if you are literally have $0, you can literally call the hospital. Every month you get that bill, call the hospital and go, I don't have any money to pay this bill. And they'll be like, Well, that sucks. That's your bill. That sucks. I don't have any money. And that's it. You're checking in. They know you're alive. That person's putting notes in the computer. They'll hit you with another bill next month, but you will not be sent to collections. And collections is a thing that fucks credit scores. It's an American thing. If you're not American, just pity us. It's horrible. Your other option, if you have some sort of income, this is your best option. This is the option that's not going to get you as many horrible calls all the time and just like people harassing you for money. You can literally send your hospital a check for $1 every month. You can set up payment plans as well. Most hospitals have payment plans for stuff like that. But as long as you are acknowledging this bill and the hospital knows you're not dead, they're just going to harass you forever. But they can't fuck you in terms of your credit score or collections because we will not refuse care. Da 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 da. Does that make sense? And this is just, I just need, a lot of people have no idea that this is a thing, and they get really scared when they get these hospital bills, and they will go into bankruptcy trying to pay the hospital bills. They'll lose their house because the hospital's like, you have to pay a minimum of this much a month. No, you do not. They will threaten you all day long. They will call you with the meanest people and the meanest voices. They cannot do shit. Send a check for $1 a month. Call them. Let them know you're alive and you have no money. Just do not ignore them. That's when you get into trouble and when it gets real messy and I don't know what to do at that point. Or just live in Canada. I mean, if I was Canada, I wouldn't take Americans anymore, but like, go for it. No shit, walk-in emergency rooms will turn you down if you don't have insurance, and it isn't an immediate emergency. And that's what I mean by immediate. That's like, we won't refuse care. We're not going to let you die. But if you come in with, like, strep throat, that's not deadly, theoretically. But still, they shouldn't turn you away. What's a walk-in? What is like a walk-in clinic kind of thing? They still shouldn't be able to turn you away, because that's pretty fucked up. Especially if you couldn't use your left leg. Like, that could have been a fucking blood clot or something. That being said, and this is no hate on you, but Texas is pretty fucked up. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that. Texas is like a different world. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what happened. Who hurt them? I'm so sorry. I have a lot of pity I have a sister who lives in Texas right now. It's horrible. She's a nurse. It's just, I feel so sorry for y'all. It's fucked. I know, it's crazy that dentists aren't covered under health, and yet if you get what is it, that gum disease, it can go straight to your heart and kill you in a week. Riddle me that, Jesus. Living in Canada would be great, but I wouldn't take them if I anymore. I wouldn't take us. Like, I know I'm okay, but like, I wouldn't trust me. America sucks. I saw The Last of Us. Canada's scary. True. You guys have clickers and chimos. I can't imagine not having free healthcare. I mean, it's just like, I can't imagine just going to the doctor. Like, casually. That to me is the strangest concept. To go to the doctor without a broken bone. That is weird to me. I can't even, like, I would feel stupid going into the doctor and being like, I have sniffles. I'm sorry I'm wasting your time. Like, I would feel so weird, but that's America. That's just like, that's the culture, I guess. So you don't go into like an existential debt. And then the crazy other side of it is, if you're wealthy, if you're like a bajillionaire, you know, you got lots of money and you're well off, you can pay out of pocket, like, for the best. It's just, so for instance, if you ever go to Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, one of the best hospitals in the world, they have an entire tower that is just for people who pay cash, rich people. And it's called Marburg. It's some last name. Every tower is named after someone who donated enough money to build a tower. But it's it's so weird. So if you've ever read like historical novels regarding slavery and slaves in the US, one thing I learned was that some houses were built to have special, like, thank you for that, Welf, you fucking douche. 1 second. Some houses were built to have special hallways in the walls so that servants could move through the walls and that the people of the house never had to see them. Marburg has these halls. No shit. They're not, like, they were built much more recently and they're not considered that, but they are literal halls in the walls so that family members don't have to see us. And when you have to take, it's really weird, you have to kind of go underground and then take an elevator up into Marburg if you're coming from any other part of the hospital. But, so, you've seen hospitals, linoleum floors, beige walls, everything's like off-white. it's fucking like jizz central. The second the elevator doors open in Marburg, it's like a Victorian mansion. I shit you not. It's beautiful, like stone tile floors, Victorian furniture. I'm shitting you not. China cabinets line the walls of the hallways. Beautiful, like velvet couches with wooden fucking filigree and shit. It's ridiculous. And it's a medical center. It's a hospital. It's the exact same as all the other hospitals, but it's like walking through a Victorian mansion. It's so weird. And it's always like princes and princesses from the Middle East. That was the only patients I ever took care of there. And you'd have to literally give over every form of ID you had just to enter the room. It's crazy. Crazy. I have no words. Wilf. Wow. Wolf, Katie, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it anything so fucking long. I appreciate you.
And don't forget your Twitch Prime.
Bezos makes $1 million and we make a dime. Stop shoving $5 bills in his greasy G-string. Thank you. Wilf, thank you. It was literally like you had to walk sideways in the walls. But it was so they didn't see you because you could stress out family. Service passages. Yep. Yeah, they have those in that building. The staircase in those halls are crazy dangerous steep. Yeah. Oh, I never walked the stairs in those hallways because they scare the shit out of me. I really thought I would die, and I don't know where they go. They're so dark. But it's like, it was like literally 5 times in my entire career there I ever had to go into Marburg. Like, that's how many patients. And it's every time I went there, literally it's 1 patient per floor. But there's like 20, 30 rooms per floor. But that's how many people are in Marburg. That's how many people in our country can pay out of pocket for healthcare, which is crazy. Always far too hot because screw giving blankets to people. Let's burn tankers with the oil a tanker of oil, keeping it over hot. I kind of wish. I think some units are like that. I always worked in the surgery center, and they keep surgery centers crazy cold, like really cold. I think partially because when you're doing surgery, the whole team, they're standing, usually like hunched in a horrible position, and they probably get really hot and sweaty. Anytime I've had to be in surgery, I'm usually like holding an arm for 8 hours. It's crazy. So they keep that cold, but also people who are like cut up kind of smell like raw meat, and the colder it is, the less you smell it. Icky. Staging. Oh my God. Wait, when is it going to be? When's 8 months for? This is March 8. November. November's going to be so fucking nice. Thank you so much for subbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it something so fucking long, Staging. I appreciate you. Oh, I think that's the hospital I went to when my cousin was dying from cancer. Was last time I saw her. She was in Baltimore. No shit. Hopkins. There's Hopkins, Sinai, and Maryland. What is it? University of Maryland. Those are the 3 like big major hospitals in the city. Sinai is, I believe, it's like as you're coming into Baltimore from the north. Fuck. It's been a while. But as you're coming into the city, Sinai is the first hospital you see, and then Hopkins and Maryland are really close to each other, right in the middle of the city, literally in an area of the city, warmly named Murder Hill. But it's possible. Those are the 3 big guys. Lower temperature also reduces microbial replication rate. Absolutely. Yes. That's probably a huge fact too, because at least my unit, we had a lot of those negative flow rooms for, if people got tuberculosis, which I'm shitting you not. I took care of 3 different people with tuberculosis. That should not exist anymore. What the fuck? But yeah, negative flow rooms, they keep those fucking icy. All hospitals here, they've got the heat crank to like 25. What the fuck? Oh, absolutely not. You would love US hospitals. They're an ice rink inside. That's why you always see, like, that's probably one of the most unrealistic thing about any medical show I've ever seen ever, is that you just see people walking around casually in their scrubs. Like, just their scrubs. No one is just wearing scrubs against their skin. I've never, unless you're in surgery and you're constantly flipping out of scrubs to put on a new pair out of the fucking scrub vending machine. Everybody's got like long sleeve shirts under their scrubs, as well as you guys seen, I've got those Hopkins sweaters. They literally sell, they were marketing and selling like Johns Hopkins monogrammed sweaters for respiratory because we were all so fucking freezing cold that we were bringing our own jackets, which would cover up our like Johns Hopkins logo, and they were pissed about it. It was so cold. Fucking cold. Like, colder than I'm sensitive. I'm a little bitch when it comes to temperature. It was really cold. Everybody was cold. People, I mean, we had probably one of the things I really miss about the hospital was the blanket warmer. We have like this it's like an oven on wheels, and when the laundry service brings up all the blankets, we fold them up and stick them in this little oven on wheels, and then you can wheel it around to all the units and give your patients warm blankets at nighttime. And we stole easily half of those blankets to just sit at computers with and roll up in these like hot blankets because it was fucking cold. We used to have to get TB tested every year. Oh, I always had. Oh my God, BDO, did I ever tell you about my TB test? I mean, the weird one. We had to do it every year too. You have to get the titer. We also had to get the titer, the hepatitis titer and shit like that. A friend of mine in South Africa just got a bad case of bronchitis. Oh, bronchitis fucking sucks. Is it productive? Best piece of advice when it comes to bronchitis is cough, cough, cough. Get it out, get it out, get it out. It sucks. It's exhausting, but get it out. Brandon Weirs was the thing that tipped the scale. Yep. They just want people to see that Hopkins logo. They claim it's so our patients know who we are. Hopkins also does the thing. It's the only hospital I've worked at where you're required to wear a certain color of scrubs, depending on what your job is. And, like, I know why they do it. It doesn't work across the board. Anybody in chat who's not medical, you don't work in a hospital and you don't know much about hospitals. Have you ever walked into a hospital and been like, wow, look at all the different colored scrubs. I know what they do based on those colors. No, the answer is no. Nobody but anybody in the hospital knows that shit. But their goal was like, oh yeah, if we make all nursing navy blue and all respiratory Caribbean green and everyone in CT is going to wear pink, and then our patients won't just call everyone nurses. I'm sorry, if you have scrubs on, you're a nurse. And no one's offended. I'm not offended if someone mistakes me for a nurse. I'm still going to go fucking do my job. I don't give a shit what you think I am. I'm still going to do my job. That's their thing. And so they made us get these jackets, which were like $40 a piece and stupid expensive. They were monogrammed Johns Hopkins, then said respiratory care on it or whatever. And they're like, people have to know who you are. I have scrubs on. I'm a nurse. If you have a white jacket, you're a doctor. That's about as far as our patient's mental capacity in a surgical ICU is gonna go. But the way that I don't know. I'm just cynical, but I honestly think they do this shit to make us buy their scrubs. Because if it has to be Johns Hopkins scrubs and it has to be their Caribbean green, you have to buy them through Hopkins. You can't, whereas I'm sure you guys have seen like medical supply stores all over the place. Little strip malls will have them where you can go buy all sorts of scrubs that have fun characters on them or designs, different colors, tie-dye. Nope. Unless you worked in children's. If you worked in the children's side of the hospital, you got to wear whatever the fuck you want, which I always thought was bullshit. Adults like fun shit. I used to get compliments on my scrubs all the time. When I worked in Seattle, I had fun scrubs that were like SpongeBob themed and shit like that. I just would get cool stuff. Adults love that shit. Why is it only kids like fun? Why do we assume that? I don't get it. Also, if you have what is it? Not dementia. Not dementia. Oh God, there's another kind of brain like old person forgetting everything, and I'm blanking on it. But they can't see solid colors. There has to be a pattern for them to actually conceptualize you. So if you wear solid colors around them, oftentimes they see a floating head and they will freak out. None of it made sense to me. It was so stupid. Is it Alzheimer's? I can't remember. I didn't work in the neuro unit very often. But when I did, it was scary. I had to go to the employee health to get them to sign off that it was a false positive so I never have to get it again. That's me and I'm not even kidding. That's me and my hepatitis thing. The hepatitis titer. You're allergic to Avicii? No shit. Oh my God, same shit. I've never heard of people being allergic to it before and getting a false, but I do that with hepatitis. So I can't remember which hepatitis is. I think it's the one where you get like 3 shots in middle school. Do you guys know which hepatitis that is? It's like a requirement to go to middle school in the US to get this triple hepatitis thing. I can't. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Honestly, I am so thankful that there is no history of like losing your mind in my family because that's my worst fear. Oh my God. Forgetting people around me, forgetting the people I love. Oh my God. No. Scary. Is it B? Hepatitis B. Thank you. So I got all those shots when I was a kid because you have to go to middle school or whatever. And then if you get a medical job, after you go through the interview, if you get hired, you basically have to get like a full physical so that they know your medical status before you start working at the hospital. So if you like contract MRSA or something and you try to go to the hospital and be like, you have to pay for this, I got this here, they can be like, actually, you had MRSA when you came in, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And so they do all these blood tests and stuff to you whenever you whenever you get a new job. And one of the things they do is they do a titer test where they take a whole bunch of vials of blood. They do a bunch of different tests, but one of them is to test to see if you have the titer for hepatitis B, i.e., those vaccinations you got when you were young worked. They created a true resistance or ability to fight hepatitis B more accurately, whatever. They did it. That's what the titer is. And I never have the titer. I have gotten those goddamn hepatitis, that trio of hepatitis shots probably 5 times in my life. And finally at Hopkins, it was my second time going and getting tested for the titer. They were like, you just don't get it. You do not get it. And I've always wondered why. It basically means I'm immune to hepatitis. That's what they told me, which is weird. Like naturally, I guess. Like my body fought the vaccination and killed it already. And my dad died of hepatitis and he jizzed in my mom while he had hepatitis because hepatitis can sit dormant in your body for many, many years and then just pops up and kills you one day. And I don't know. It might be hooey wooey bullshit because that is not my area of expertise. But there's always been part of me that's like, did my dad's little hepatitis sperm make it so I have this natural like ability to fight hepatitis or some shit? I don't know. Because it's really uncommon. And most hospitals will not keep you. Like, if you can't hold the titer, they don't want to take on the responsibility of you possibly getting hepatitis at the job. So they just won't hire you. But they did it so many fucking times to me. I am a mutant, but it's not super common. But I'm not the only one. Like, there's people out there that just, you don't ever present the titer, which is weird. I'm like Ellie from Last of Us, seriously. Except it was like a hepatitis sperm. I don't know if that's legit. I don't know. My dad was also a raging alcoholic. Maybe it was booze sperm. I don't know. But neither my little sister and I are the 2 siblings of my 8 that are the same parents. Neither of us will ever have the titer, but we also can't get hepatitis. Like our body has a natural fighting instinct. I'm glad. It's not like I'm out there fucking around trying to get hepatitis or anything, but it's nice. Go home, Dad. Pull your trunk. I've thought about that, Anubis. Like, how did he even get it up? By the time I was born, he wasn't, okay, I take it back. He wasn't like a super raging alcoholic when I was born. He was an alcoholic. I mean, he was drinking a lot. When my sister was conceived, he was drinking a half gallon of vodka a day. How did that dick work? Like, my mom's got to be a fucking witchcraft of dick or some shit. I don't even know. My sister is a miracle baby, in my opinion. To this day, I still have thoughts once in a while like, how did she do it? How did my mom get that to work? I don't know. And I don't want to ask. I imagine the placenta would have prevented exposure, but maybe the immunoresponse elicited in your mother boosted your immune system during conception. And that's speaking on the topic of like your immune system. My mom is a medical worker, and so was my dad. Both of my mom and dad were respiratory therapists, and my dad's mom was an inhalation therapist before respiratory therapist even existed. It's like in my blood. But there is something to be said about the immune systems of your parents, especially your mom, and then like nursing off your mom's tit milk and gaining some of those antibodies and stuff like that. And I wonder if like, my parents literally living, breathing, and working in the medical system their entire lives, we know that heightens your immune system already. You're just exposed to all that shit all the time. You're getting little exposures all the time. Your body's getting a crazy strong immune system. I always wonder if maybe somewhat of that was passed down. Because my sister and I have a shitty sinuses because I was stepped on by a horse when I was 12. But other than that, we don't get sick. Like, we don't get deathly ill. Like, we get a cold every once in a while. We're not immune to shit, but we don't get sick. Really. Like, flu-y sick. Shit like that. And I've always wondered if it was that. Also, like, growing up, bless my mom's heart, she'd literally come home from work in her scrubs and everything, walk into the house with the same scrubs on from work. I stripped at the front door. I can't even. She'd get on the couch and snuggle us all before bed in her scrubs from work. And I wonder if we just became super mutants. I don't know. Imagine the egg was like, fuck that, none of that. I'm developing full immunity, right? A penimancer. It's possible. Seriously, like how? I know whiskey dick. Not my dad's, but I know whiskey dick. Like I know that shit's, how even? Whiskey dick times a million, right? Like how? How? I think we need to take a break. My dogs are begging me for an outside day. I have a ridiculous immune system. Mom worked as a diabetes educator for as long as I've known. And I think maybe there's got to be something to do with that. I don't know. That, again, not my area of expertise. I just think about it all the time because it's interesting. Dr. Neuro to the rescue. What up, my love? One of my wonderful coworkers from the Grand Hopkins. How are you, my love? Ooh, infectious disease doc. That whole immunity storyline with Ellie and the TLU does not make sense at all. No, it does not. Oh my God, did you watch it? No spoil. I don't want to spoil the show for people yet, but literally, I love you so much. That happened, and I quite literally turned to Zach and I would go, no, it didn't. And then Zach got a whole lesson on what the placenta is, which I don't think he wanted. And then I dug out a video of myself doing an ABG on an umbilical cord in the sink to show him what those are like. I'm so sorry. I think I ruin lives with medicine. I know. Is it break time, guys? Is that what it is, Bubba? You see his little furry butt. Your little fur butt. You want to go outside? You want to go potty? Oh, okay. Gee, okay, not the bong. Get away from the bong. Yeah, I fuck Zach up with medicine all the time, and I apologize for that. But if you guys are curious, without spoiling why the whole The Last of Us storyline doesn't work, I'm sure Neuro, myself, and some other healthcare workers can accurately help you with that when we return. I can teach. Placentas are crazy, actually. Like, as much as childbirth is disgusting and babies are gross and I don't really want one, childbirth is fucking wild. And the fact that the human body can just mystically fabricate a new organ solely for the sake of reproduction and having a baby, and then you just kind of shit it out is magic. Much mud. Yeah, mud. So, yeah, sorry about that. Zach and I were literally sitting there, like, clawing the mud out of the dog's feet. It's crazy. I almost took a picture of it. I'm not shitting you. They went outside. I didn't stop it. It's still on. Can you not hear it? It's still there. I can hear it. You have to be able to still hear it. I'll never turn Ghost off. Just turned it down. I would never. Okay. Just don't scare me like that. No. Okay. No. Just talking about the mud. Literally, this like a pile this big of chunks this big of mud just clawed out of my dog's like webbed feet. It's so gross. Their feet are so sick. Yes, no, it's there. I would never. Oh my God, never. I worship. I would never. Is that, just tell me if it's too loud. I never know. I don't hear what you guys hear because of that audio, like splitting it so we can actually listen to music. So I never know. Just let me know. These are great. I'm loving these. You can still hear it. It's not too bad. Good. There's currently the Resident Evil 4 remake chainsaw demo for free on PlayStation. I saw it, wasn't it? I think it's, I don't have PlayStation or Xbox, but I feel like it was somewhere I could get it as well. Is it on Steam as well? I had it written down because it looks and sounds really fucking cool, but I haven't done anything about it yet. This is good now. Okay. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. The snow made my yard a mud pit, and my dogs have webbed feet. So when they go outside to go to the bathroom and then come back in, literally it's so much mud. I apologize for the long break. I was just sitting at the door clawing mud out of their feet because my car, that's it. Look, it's already there. That's mud. Fuck. It's getting everywhere already. Katie will be vacuuming. Good morning, Loznay Beulah. How are you, love? Dry lips. Jesus. Dude, station you would think. So I actually read about it. The breed was originally created in Germany, and they were created to be like waterfowl hunting dogs. So they've got webbed feetsies so they can swim really well. And my dogs love water. They do swim really, really well. But they literally have like webbed toes. So when they run through the yard, that webbing, it's crazy because you can see their feet. It's weird if you read like the AKC description of a poodle, they describe them as having ballerina feet. But when they go in the mud, their paws like quadruple in size because all that mud gets stuck between their toes. So my dogs look like fucking snowshoe rabbits. It's hilarious with all the mud in their feet. It's like, oh yeah, it's seriously, it's like a scoop. It's because I think the German, they were like, the breed was cultivated in Germany to be a hunting dog. And if you've ever seen the weird poodle cut, that's like the AKC cut where they have the poofies on their butt and shit like that, that's actually a very specific cut for the hunting style. And everywhere you see poofs of hair is to keep joints warm in cold water, essentially. That's what I've read. It's kind of crazy. That's why they have like the little ankle poof and then on their hips. That's why it is the way it is. And then the one on the end of their tail is like so the hunter can see them, their tail wagging, the little poof on the end. I don't know. There's a reason to the weird poodle cut, which is crazy. But then the breed like was picked up in France, and then France made that poodle cut into a fashion thing instead of the hunting thing, and everybody associates it with that. But poodles are hardcore hunting dogs. Like they are not prissy. These are the least prissy dogs I've ever had in my entire life. I've had labs that were prissier than these fucks. They don't give a shit. Like they'll go dive into anything. Oh my god, she's getting her first haircut. The puppy hair will be. Oh, the puppy hair is gonna go away. You can already see the curls. She's getting her adult hair, Rod. My heart. I love her. I fucking love her. I meant to ask you, how's your sister doing? Did she have a good visit? Right? I didn't know either, Stajan. Me neither. Honestly, I learned all this when we were looking into adopting dogs and all the shelters were empty. And Zach mentioned poodles because his dad had a poodle. His dad had a white poodle for years named Jag. And Zach was like, you'd never think it, but they're actually really cool dogs. And Zach's not one to try to talk me into something that he wouldn't lie to me about that because we're going to end up with the dogs. I would know if they're like prissy pieces of shit. So I trusted him. And honestly, these dogs are fucking fun. I've never had dogs that are more excited to like go hiking and they'll dive into any body of water. And watching them like go into the pointer mode if they see a squirrel or something is so weird. Cause like you guys see my dogs, they're silly Muppets to hear. Like they're just big goofballs that want to hug and cuddle all day. But if they see something they want to chase, it's like something clicks and their whole body just goes rigid and they point. They actually do like that flat back point thing. It's fucking cool. It's weird to watch, but it's very cool. Ooh, new music. Elvis Presley and Britney Spears. What? No, but we're gonna listen to it. What? Nah, it's about as good as your car was when you first took it in and got it rejected. What? I'm taking it in tomorrow to get it fixed and retested, but it started making noises on the way home. What kind of noise? Oh, Rod. Man, I feel like a broken record. We were literally just talking about this exact topic yesterday, Rod. I don't know if you're at work or not, but I have committed myself twice in my life. And someone in chat yesterday was talking about how they were feeling like maybe it was time to go seek commitment, like help in a center. And I always try to encourage people to fucking ignore any of the shame that might come from the fact that you value your life enough to put it in the hands of other people because you're not in a place to take care of yourself. That takes so much strength and courage to do that. Like, I really, really, really hope I hope your sister gets help that makes her feel better. Like, there's nothing good about being in any sort of treatment center at all. However, I refuse to feel shame in valuing my own existence. Ever. I refuse that. I won't. My brain tries and I go, fuck you. there's no fucking way I will feel bad about that, and I really, really, uh, I'm really fucking proud of your sister for taking care of herself, seriously. It sounds weird to say it that way, but, like, for anyone that's been in that mental mode of darkness, like, there are moments where you're just there you gotta ask for help, and asking for help is quite literally the hardest part of the whole fucking thing. It sucks. They are so different from Millie. I know. I know. Knocking sounds like I can feel on the floor and the wheel. I think it's my driver's side tire. Yes, spell it tire. No, it's totally fine. A knocking on the driver's side by the wheel. Oh, that's fucking weird. We had a good visit, but she got back to Ohio, and yeah, she's a rock star, and I hope it all works for her. Seriously, I don't say that just to be nice or just to make anyone feel better or anything. It takes a monumentous amount of strength to put your life in the hands of someone else because you are acknowledging that you can't do it right now. That's so hard. Like that your sister's a fucking superstar, seriously. I don't say that lightly. That is one of the hardest things I've ever done in my entire life. I know, right? Fuck that shame. Absolutely. I refuse. Like, if I can do anything, I can value waking up in the morning. I've been admitted once. She's in safe company here, even though we're so far away and that's not helpful. I mean, like, I hate saying the thoughts and prayers, but it's like there is something to be said about positive energy. And she always has a safe place here if she ever wants to just have people to talk to, Rod. I hope she knows that. It is to fortify yourself. Abso-fucking-lutely. Oh, those communal showers. The roommate. They're keeping her till Monday is my last update, and that's usually they'll do like psych checks, and they'll ask her like, "Do you feel safe on your own? Do you not?" And then they'll make a judgment call as well. It's usually it's a couple meetings where they'll do different, questions and stuff like that. But they won't, as far in my experience, if she seriously feels unsafe with herself, with her own existence, they shouldn't. I mean, I don't think they would just send her out if she seriously doesn't feel good still. I know spiritually, I always try to say spiritually too, because to me, spiritually means something different, but that thoughts and prayers bullshit has just cheapened all of it. Ah, let's cheers. Let's cheers to Rod's sister. Poor soul. She may not be she's a spiritual class hole, let's say that. She's spiritually a hole. That makes me really happy. I'm never gonna say like we're the best in the world. This is the only there are so many wonderful there are a lot of I'm not gonna say so many. There are a lot of wonderful safe places, if that's what you want to call it. Places where you can be yourself and people won't fucking care what your genitals look like or your pronouns. Like we just want to respect them. That's the only thing we really give a fuck about. I think that there's lots of those in the Twitch sphere and so on and so forth. But I'm still gonna it's if people don't have a safe place, I will always put ours forward and be like, this is a place you can come be yourself. We don't put up with that shit. Period. Thank you, mods, for being awesome. Cheers. Oh, Lizzie. I had almost the same. I'm not even kidding. Walking into a shower and almost stepping on a used tampon is one of the most traumatic things I've ever experienced in my life. Ever. Lizzie, I love you. We'll be here if you want to chill. I had a really bad, like, my sinuses are really fucked up today, so I feel kind of dizzy. So I'm just being calm. Rod, I mean, honest, like, thank you. But I truly I can't believe it's only me. It's really hard to think that just a streamer cultivates an environment. I truly believe it's an effort between myself and the mods and then the self-sustaining nature of the community at this point. Like like I've been around at least for 8 years. There's a lot of you who have also been around for quite some time in this community. Like I don't know another word for it other than self-sustaining. Like I've said that before, like even in our Discord or something, if for some reason a mod or myself isn't around and someone gets into our Discord and starts acting up a dick, by the time one of us realizes it, like 5 people in the community are already trying to get this person to go away. and not being mean. Like, they're just like, "No, bro, this isn't the place for you. Bye." Like, just, it's nice. It's so comforting to know that, like, that I don't also, when you put yourself out there, I think it's different when it's live like this, but I always think about, like, the YouTube and stuff. You wonder when it's recorded content, you just put yourself out there, and it's like, who the fuck do you attract? You know? I don't know how else to word that, and I'm really happy that this, as a thumbnail, attracts some pretty dope people in general. Like, every once in a while we get an ass, but everybody gets an ass once in a while, you know? It feels nice. Brittany, cheers, love. About the Elvis Brittany, when I first thank you. I pulled it up. I'll play it when this song's almost over. Thank you for reminding me. I keep the music just keep going and then I forget. Um when I first heard it on my Spotify, new release, I was like, I don't really like Elvis, but I'll jam to a good remix. But Toxic's always a bop, so okay. And now I'm a convert. Listening to it in the car for the first time today, surround sound, I Have Missed You was very fun. Seriously, have you heard there's a song, I think it's Elton John and Dua Lipa? I had almost the same emotion. I was like, I mean, I love me some Rocket Man, but I wasn't like a diehard Elton John fan, not a diehard Dua Lipa song. But they did a song together and it's fucking amazing. I can't remember what it's called, but it's really good. I don't know. I'm into it. But Elvis is dead, so I don't know. This is just a mix, right? What up, Jack? How are you? I have my own little space. It's not one person, but you're the figurehead and it's an important part. And the first one to spearhead it. I mean, absolutely. And I mean, that's the only reason we're friends, Rod, is because you do the same. I could not. I've been in stream. I've made friends with streamers that when I go to their stream, I'm like, how do you allow this shit? Like, they're very nice people, or they claim to be very nice people, and they don't use bad language or whatever. But you see, just their chat is just like a wildfire of trans hate or something like that, and you're just like, I don't know what to do right now. I feel uncomfortable. And it's nice to know, like I was saying, there are more than just this space. Rod Space, for instance, Alchemy, so on and so forth. There are many amazing streamers in our community who also themselves foster safe spaces. And by safe space, I mean not an overly sensitive, like, we can't make jokes, but we don't knock down on those that are down, I guess. Is that a nice way to say it? I don't know how else to say it. Like, that's just bullshit. Knock down on fucking, like, turtle fuck in the government. Let's knock down on that. I need a spray bottle, Viata. I need that. I need it to spray. Like, even just spiritually. How long does it take for anesthesia to wear off? It honestly depends on the person, their metabolism, and their respiratory rate. So if, like, we were talking about this a little bit the other day, if you're a cigarette smoker, they tend to wake up really, really, really slow because they just don't breathe as well as someone who's not. Stuff like that. You've cultivated an environment which is thus... Okay, this is pretty good. I'm all about a Toxic remix too, by the way. I meant to say that. Like, anything with Toxic, I'll try it. Toxic's such a fucking good song. I don't hate this. Okay, let me read this. Hold on. You've cultivated the environment, which has thus cultivated the community, which then enables you and the community to evolve and cultivate the environment. Rinse and repeat. You're inherently the enabler and mover shaker. I'm the plug into the wall, right? Bad gay. I like Elton John. I just, like, I don't know. Maybe I just wasn't raised with that kind of music, so I don't have, like, that nostalgic fondness. Exactly. No punching down. There's no fucking point. I don't understand it. It's not funny. It's okay to make jokes, but if you would inadvertently offend someone, just fucking apologize. Like, oh God.
Amen, Stajan. Fuck. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Hard. It's okay to make jokes, but if you inadvertently offend someone, just fucking apologize. I honest to God think that should be like the, like, I think that's a huge problem with a lot of the adults in charge of the world, in charge of countries these days. No one can just suck up and fucking say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's not that hard. And honestly, how else do you grow as a fucking human? It's wild to me. My chin and lips still numb. Oh my God, you smoked, that's why. However, I think smoking usually raises your heart rate a little bit and does vasodilate, so it might help the anesthesia wear off faster. Hello, Luna, how are you, love? Selected Toxic Remix, so good. Selected? Hold on. I like this one. I'm not a huge fan of Elvis either. I don't hate Elvis. Every Elvis song that comes on, I probably know by heart and can sing, but it's not like I seek out Elvis. Is it this one? Wait, no. Hold up. Toxic is a fucking banger. I was trying to find, there's a Toxic metal remix. It's not a remix, but it's a metal cover, and it's actually really, really fucking good. I wouldn't just throw something at you just because it's metal, I promise. I must find. The difference between making fun and making fun with is huge. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yes. Mm-hmm. Doubling down, contrary to stupid belief, doesn't make you right. It just makes you a cunt.
Fucking cheers to that.
I'm cheersing to that. Here it is. I found it. It's Lauren Babick, by the way. You all know Lauren Babick. She's fucking amazing. She's so beautiful. I follow her on Twitter. I'm obsessed. But this cover's great. It's one of my favorites. Cheers. Fuck cunts. Not in the cool way. Unless it's like a real vagina, in which case treat it with respect and put it on your face. Consensually. Exactly, Luna. Yeah. You made someone feel a way, just say sorry. You don't get to decide how someone feels regardless of how you meant it. That is the worst. When someone makes you feel shitty and you say, that made me feel bad, I didn't mean to. Ugh, and they get frustrated with you like, okay. Sick. Thanks. Apologizing admits fault, which is perceived as weak, and weakness is death in position of powers. That's why the world is fucked. Dude, that's so crazy to me. So crazy to me. You don't learn if you're never wrong. You never learn. You stay stagnant. If you are never wrong, you are a stagnant human, and I don't want that in my life. I just like to... Oh my god, Inked. Has it gotten to, like, Chloe from Fight Club levels yet? I've got anal beads and nature... what is it? Anal nitrate. Thank you. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you. I've only got a few months to live, and all I want to do is get laid for the last time. Good morning, Genova. How are you, love? Vagina on my face. I can't see. I can't see. Jesus Christ. My son does that shit. He can do no wrong, I swear. That shit drives me crazy. I cannot. I've been in relationships with people like that, where it's like, hey, you did it. I'm trying to be a communicator, which I'm bad at, so I always attempt. Hey, you did a thing that kind of made me feel bad. Well, I didn't mean to. That's not what I meant. And then, you stop sharing your feelings with them because they never meant to make you feel any way. And then they're like, why are you so shut off? I feel like we're really drifting apart. You never share. You're very mysterious. I didn't mean to be. Ha 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 ha! I mean, typically they hate progressives, so that checks out. It's been so long. I know that feel. I don't know how to get laid anymore, to be honest. Like, I've just had a penis in my house for too long. It's too easy. I don't know what to do. What do people do these days? Grinder? My mother-in-law's like that. Never wrong and never apologizes. Dude, I can't. To me, that's like, you are a stagnant human. Fuck off. That's so boring. Last year, she kept trying to insert her own opinions into our wedding plans. I mean, I guess my mom's kind of similar, but I still love my mom for all her faults. I don't think she's a terrible human being yet, maybe. But she kind of does the same, and the only way to get her to stop inserting her, like, projection of what I was, who I was, and what I was supposed to be in my life, I literally had to move to the other side of the country for 3 years. 5 years. 8 years now, but I'm in a different state. But seriously, and I didn't do that on purpose. I didn't do that to I call it, severing the umbilical cord now. That's what my therapist and I call it. I didn't do that on purpose by any means. It was, I got a job at Hopkins, which is like one of the #1 hospitals in America. No one turns down a fucking job from Johns Hopkins. So I told my mom I got the job at Johns Hopkins, and her first response was poo, which was crazy. And I was like, oh my God, the biggest achievement of my life. My mother just said poo at. And then I moved, and it was literally like out of sight, out of mind. The moment my mom didn't have immediate access to me all the time, she doesn't give a fuck about me anymore. It was so weird. And that's why Baltimore to me is my home. Like, that's what I consider home because I feel like I finally became myself without feeling bad about it for the first time in my entire life. And now I'm carrying it forward because I don't care anymore. But it was really, really weird. Like, I didn't know that was going to happen, but it definitely happened. And the weirdest excuses were used to never visit me or never call me or whatever. It was very bizarre. No, don't be sorry. I'm fine. Like, honestly, I'm glad. Like, it sucked. I went through a lot. Like, I cried a lot. But I'm better for it now because I feel like I'm much more independent. I am not dependent on any human being's opinion of me to exist anymore. And I was quite literally like, I could not survive without my mother's opinion on something. I called her almost every single day. And now we talk like once a month, maybe. Maybe. And we really don't have anything to say because she doesn't literally have any idea what I do she doesn't know what computers are really. And there's just no connection anymore. But it was just bizarre that's what I had no idea that would happen, but it did. And I think I'm better for it because I'm just like, I'm not so emotionally dependent on someone else's like approval or disapproval of whatever I'm doing. I can make a decision now. Whereas I literally physically couldn't make a decision without like calling my mom. Which isn't bad, but like she won't be here my entire life. Like there will be a time I'd rather become independent while she's still around and have a good time with her than like she die and suddenly I'm like, "Oh no." You know what I'm saying? She's turning 70 this year. It's realistic, sad but realistic. Happy Thursday, Young. How are you? What up, Jay? How are you? I just feel like moving away from a toxic family is why I'm still alive. Same. Hard same. And it was, I mean, on that note, Rod, it wasn't just my mom. Like literally none of my family speaks to me except my sister. It was but it wasn't it was just out of sight, out of mind. The moment you're not in their direct claw grasp to manipulate and turn against each other, you're not useful. That's kind of what I've come to terms with. Being on the other side of the country, I'm not useful. So it was like there was no need to nurture or unnurture a relationship in any way, shape, or form, which is great, especially when most of your family is like painfully narcissistic. That it's good to break ties with that. And I don't know if I could have done that independently. I couldn't have done that. I'm too much of a like people pleaser, you know? Your opinion about your mom has definitely changed over the years. I think I've become more forgiving, Stajan. Because like, you know, when I was like young and still like saturated in childhood trauma and just anger about like, you know, why didn't my mom protect me? Like the one person in the world that's supposed to say, hey, don't rape my kid didn't. That shit saturated my existence. I woke up just thinking about that. And the more I've been in therapy, medicated, you know, trying to deal with my shit, I've maybe not forgiving. I don't know what the word is. Just like everybody's people. Everybody, even mom and dad are people, and they are all trying. And my mom was like single-handedly raising a family of 8 with a raging alcoholic husband who then got hepatitis and died while she was running a motel, then with 8 children by herself. Like her life was very fucked up, you know? When I look at it from not the kid's point of view. Imagine her. And this motel was literally middle of fuck nowhere where people get murdered a lot in Washington state. Not a place where you want to be a single woman raising a bunch of daughters in a hotel that's a hunter's hotel, you know? She had a fucked life too. So if I put myself in her shoes, just trying to survive, I think she did the best she could with what she was given. And I'm not like, it doesn't excuse, you know, things that may be deemed as bad parenting, but I'm forgiving of it, and I try not to think of my parents as, like, villains. I'm alive, and for all intents and purposes, I think I turned out okay, and a lot of that has to do with them. I'd love to take, you know, credit for it, but most of who you are is developed in, like, the first 3 years of your existence out of the vagine. I'm okay. I think okay. I think right. I think right. I don't know how to say that, but I think my brain works. Like I have a critical thinking mind. I don't feel like I permanently get cemented on any fucking belief or something. I'm okay with being wrong. I encourage you guys to correct me if I'm being a dumb shit because I don't want to sound like a dumb shit. You know? Those are traits that some people who maybe had glorious childhoods don't have, and I would like to keep those traits. So maybe if a little trauma gave me that, I'm okay with it. As sick as that is. Is that sick? Oh, Ethan, thank you. It kind of does. The green is fading out since it's growing out, obviously, but it kind of does. When I first got it done, I thought I looked like a Jolly Rancher, and I really dig it though. I think it's bright and pretty. I needed it. Sometimes I'll let myself have a cheeky non-apology to toxic family members. Every now and then, I won't do it. I won't do it to my sister. You know what? This time I'll be toxic. I'll be the toxic one. It always backfires, but it's nice for that tiny moment. Oh, bless. I don't think I could. It hurts me inside to be mean. My aunt's an alcoholic and takes it out on my cousin when she drinks. That's not fair. Um, excuse me. My cousin now wants to move out desperately, but can't afford to just try and have some kind of good relationship with her mom. I mean, sometimes you just come to a point where it's like, you accept the relationship you have and you put boundaries on it. That's what I did. I realized that neither of us are going to change. Might as well just put boundaries on it and accept what it is. A big step towards true happiness is when you realize that what others think of you is less important than being true to yourself. 100%. What up, Zoe, my love? How are you? Mayo, how are you, love? Happy Thursday. My life's always as a people pleaser, but I put everyone before myself. Yeah, it's hard, and that can attract really icky people into your life. I mean, Brittany, it's taken me a long time to have that though, right? Like there was a long time where I was just very, very I mean, it took me 25 years to accept that my mom didn't protect me. Like I was covering for her for a long time. I've had like 3 different phases of my relationship with my mom. First portion of my life was me being like, my mom did everything she can. She was the best ever. How dare you? She literally like what else? And then, therapy, diagnoses, lots 20s was me being like, she didn't do everything she could. In fact, she put me in the way of danger many times for her relationship with my stepfather. And that anger really did like I mean it defined who I was. It defined my personality. I was angry all the time. I was fucking the Hulk. We used to have an emote and a fucking GIF notification in my channel when I first started streaming. There was HulkKatie, and it was me screaming, raging, and someone put a green screen, like a green filter on it. So I looked like She-Hulk. And I was just like, ah! I used to be so I'm still I still have anger, what I consider anger issues, because it just comes out of nowhere and it's so strong sometimes. But I would never define myself by it anymore at all. Like I don't define myself by like I'm a fucking angry person anymore. And I think that's better because like you have so many years on this world, on this planet, and everybody has to die. I don't want to waste any of it thinking about sad shit if I can help it. Exactly. You understand more the way she is. Is because of how she grew up, right? And like, and I think I'm literally the age now that my mom was when she had me. And I don't think I'm any more mature or immature than your average 35-year-old. And I cannot fucking fathom having a child, let alone giving birth and then your alcoholic husband losing his job literally immediately afterwards because he goes to a company party and drunkenly tells his boss that the ventilators are shit. So now you're a single parent with a brand new baby and your husband lost his job and you have to work to support the family, but you have to leave your child home with this raging alcoholic husband. Like, I have no fucking idea. I don't remember, but that's what it was for 5 years. Then my sister was born and then he died when I was 7. Like, I have no fucking idea what her nights were like, staring at the ceiling, wondering like, what am I doing to my children, but what do I do? I don't know if I've ever told you guys this. Jeff, thank you for the resub. Not that part, but thank you so much, lover. But my mom told me this years ago. She said that the reason so it's a really convoluted situation, but basically my dad lost his job. My mom was still working, and my mom was like, let's try something new and see if we can save Jim. That was my dad's name. So they bought a motel in the middle of nowhere, Eastern Washington, a little like hunter motel, like one level, 13 rooms. That literally 13 rooms, but it was 1 through 14 because 13 didn't exist because superstitions. I don't know, it's fucking weird. But we had like racks that you could hang your deer on and skin them. People were always like, it was a hunter motel basically. So they moved out into the middle of Eastern Washington with me, got pregnant with my sister, and my dad, because now he could just work from home, i.e. run a motel, he just drank himself stupid. This is when the half gallons a day started. But apparently he was just drunk constantly and they were fighting. I don't remember. I literally have maybe 2 conscious memories of my dad. It's really weird. But this is what my mom told me. They were fighting and yelling, and she said one day she was sitting at our tiny kitchen table crying, and I come down the stairs in the morning and walk up to her, and I'm 6. I would say I'm probably 6 years old. That's pretty young, right? I don't know. I don't have kids, but 6 sounds young to me. I walk up to her and I say, "Why don't you just leave him?" And that was when she was like, "Oh, fuck." And she literally filed for divorce the next day. And no shit, 3 months later, he was diagnosed with hepatitis. And my mom was like, he's going to die. So she took care of him and he was gone in 6 months. Weird, right? Weird. Still weird to me. I can't even, but imagine that, what psychologically my mom went through in that period of her life. I can't. I physically cannot. It's terrifying to me to even think what that was like. Like the guilt and the struggle and like wanting to get your children out of that bad situation, but also like, do you abandon the man? She still loved him dearly. It was just she didn't want her kids in this environment anymore. My mom never fell out of love with my dad at all. That's the tragedy of it. Like, I can't fathom it, but it's taken me a long time to even be able to perceive that point of view of being a parent. You know? I don't know. I don't know if I could have done better. And I think that gives me a point of view that makes it so I can't judge. And I mean, my sister, like my siblings that are alive, other than Corey, I don't know what happened there. I have one, everybody's got one, right? Are all really good people. And we're all doing pretty fucking good. For like we're like one of my sisters is a lawyer, one's a nurse. I was a respiratory therapist. Now I do this, but still, I think I'm still an RT. I keep my license active. But you know what I mean? Like my oldest brother Nick is he like runs a construction company and makes a lot of money. He's very well off. I think we're decent people. Like none of my siblings are fucking like Trumpers. None of them are racist. None of them are homophobic. That says something. Like, we may not have had the golden childhood, but for all intents and purposes, we're decent human beings that aren't doing anything worse for the world. So, my parents might have not been around all the time. They didn't save me from every situation, but they didn't ruin me. That's something. I don't know. Is that giving them too much credit? I talk about this a lot with my therapist because I don't want to be angry. It's just so much. Hold on, I'm gonna check. I gotta catch up real quick. My brother absolutely thinks my parents are villains, and he has justification to do so. I just dropped them out of my life. They don't get to take up any space in my head, and I think that's very, very mature and safe. I think your family is who you pick when you're an adult. It's who you want it to be. I think it's safe to say the most teens that did drugs were at some point neglected. You think so? I don't know. I think all kids are neglected in some way or another. I don't think any parent can give 100% constant, like perfect parental love and energy all the time. Sometimes being kind is very much setting boundaries or removing toxic people from your circles or dishing out some hard to hear truths. 100%. Yes, it's being kind to your own soul. I've heard shrooms can be amazing. I've literally heard that from many people. Never drink at a company party that has an HR department. Well, you want to know what's crazy? So just an aside. So my dad, my biological dad, dead. He got real drunk at a company party, told his boss this ventilator's shit, and it was. This is the crazy part. So this is according to my mom, literally like stood up on a chair to tell his boss how shitty this ventilator was at a company Christmas party. Literally was fired on the spot because he was obliterated drunk. Like my dad was he was an alcoholic his whole life. And my dad had a horrible childhood too. I can't even, it was so bad. For instance, his freshman year of college, his mom moved. He went home for Christmas break and someone was living in his house. He had to go like walk around a grocery store, find a phone somewhere someone could use to call the college to send a bus to come get him to go back to college because he couldn't find his mom. Like, people have fucked up childhoods that we just can never even conceive of, but neither here nor there. Um, so he gets up on a chair, yells at his boss, gets fired on the spot. My mom said literally within 6 months, the entire company went under and that ventilator company does not exist anymore because it was shit. It was horrible. And they just weren't willing to accept it because it was a sales company. You know, they didn't really. My dad was a respiratory therapist who went into sales. Most ventilator salesmen haven't been RTs, so they're just selling the product, but they don't actually. They've never used it. They've never put it on a human being. And so he had that extra scope, and his bosses were like, "We don't care your opinion about it. We just need you to sell it and push it." So they fired him, and I think that's some beautiful retribution, to be honest. Our parents still had the raised by a village expectation, but without the village. Isn't that interesting? Crazy, you're 35. I remember joining your 27th birthday and I'm the same age. Isn't that weird? I know. Time. It's so crazy. I see some of the resubs, they're literally in the 8 years. And I'm just like, what happened? What happened? What did I do? What happened? Literally, the only fine thing about alcohol is it's not criminalized and therefore the drug is tested and still people die. It's horrible. It's like sugar. I feel like sugar and alcohol are treated kind of similarly. It's like super, super prevalent in society and super like socially accepted, but also too much of it will absolutely kill you and it's highly, highly addicting. There isn't really much logic to it. Be net good. Same. Yep. I heard this. I can't remember if my therapist. This was years and years and years ago. Someone was talking. We were talking about something, and we both kind of came up with this saying at the same time. But I try to think about it a lot. I try today. I want to be the person that like little Katie would have looked up to, or that little Katie needed. You know what I mean? I'm really snotty today. I'm sorry. My allergies are crazy, or something. I don't know. But that's kind of like how I view what I want to be today. Is the person that like little Katie needed, or that little Katie would look up to and be like, that's someone I trust and feel comfortable with, or something like that. You know what I mean? I hope. That's all I try. Because little Katie needed a friend. The Native American way of raising children was a really good method where every adult was considered a parent. And honestly, I think that was most humans at a certain point, way, way, way back then. We just, like, I think it's a mixture of politics, religion, so on and so forth, and just we alienate each other out of each other's lives because we can't be wrong and opinions scare us or whatever. And it's like we as a society have created and projected fear on our neighbors. I honestly think we'd be a healthier society if we still raised kids as little communities like that. It's crazy to me. Imagine being a mom and raising a kid alone, let alone 8. I can't even imagine having my 2 dogs alone. Holy shit, how do you do anything else? Let alone make like parent them, you know? Oh my god, you are not paralyzed forever in your face. Okay, things that can make anesthesia or, like, numbing stuff move is hydration, some warm tea or warm water, applying a warm washcloth to the area washcloth, sorry, I'm covering my mouth. Warm washcloth or a warm compress. Warmth will vasodilate the vessels in that area, making the blood pump faster, and it will move that numbing agent out faster. Cold, anything is gonna make it stay put or just staying put. You can do this, literally, just rub it. This will make it move. I've done this. If you have a Novocaine ball, just do this. Sorry. That'll help move it. You are not numb forever, shut up. Unless you don't have any circulation. I did a lot of drugs and wasn't neglected. I actually had a saint of a mother and a good guy for a dad. They just had demons for children. Everybody has children or demons. Should I take a bong rip on the phone with customer service at a bank? Someone did it to me once. Yes.
Hail Satan and the Dank Lord, yes.
Will Katie be proud of who she's become? I really hope so. I think about that sometimes. Because kids are smart. Like, when I think back to the way I thought as a kid, I had shit figured out. I brainwashed myself into being dumber the older I got, just so I wasn't, like, constantly at odds with everyone else around me. That's fucked. When you first got the sub button, you were streaming on the floor out of packing boxes, and you were definitely less open then, referring back to the comment about saying stuff quite Blaze. Wasn't I sitting on Totoro with a bra? That's where Totoro came from. I think Totoro was my chair at one point. The us versus them, exactly. Now it's not my kid, not my problem. And that is so sad. How can anyone look at any child and think, and not be empathetic and or sympathetic or whatever and want to help a kid? I don't have any kids, and when I see a kid struggling, I want to help a kid. It doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like something's broken, or you're ignoring something, a base instinct. I spent a lot of time with my grandparents and my mom's siblings as a kid. I loved spending time with my grandparents as a kid. Those are some of my warmest memories. My Nana and my grandpa, oh my God. They taught me more than anything. I'm saying, Brittany, you are not paralyzed forever. Warm compress and rub your shit. Do that. I swear, it works. I always take bong rips on the phone. Me too. Fucking A. Why not? Am I ready for Burning Man? Dude, that's so many months away. I won't be ready for Burning Man until like 30 days before. Nah, 2 weeks before. Maybe. No, I don't function. It's like with it's like with makeup. If I give myself 4 hours to do my makeup versus if I give myself an hour to do my makeup, it will look worse with the 4 hours. Same with like packing and preparing for something. If I give myself 6 months to do it, I will fuck up because my attention span, memory, etc. is not that long. But if I give myself 2 weeks, it will be perfect. I'm the master procrastinator. It's the only way I function. It's really stupid. I probably was, Lizzie. No, I probably absolutely was. I did not have a chair. I think it's a cultural thing. In places like Japan, there's a lot more respect for each other, and especially children. I think it absolutely is a cultural thing. Yes. It's very strange. I mean, it just absolutely is an excellent representation / like reflection of we were just talking about this the other day, that pro-life, pro-choice. Pro-life is not pro-life. Pro-life is pro-pregnancy. They don't give a fuck about that baby the moment it's out of your cooter. They don't give 2 fucks. It's just keeping control over the vagina. That's all it is. I think that's a really good, like, you know what I mean? Talking of the vacillating blood things, ever since having congestion, I learned how many people use decongestants chronically for decades. Oh yeah, you get addicted. It says on the packet no more than 7 days. So I was like, okay, 7 days. And when I was researching why, because I really didn't want to stop, people said months and years and decades. My brother, Corey, literally was addicted when we were in high school, and he had to go to a doctor and get his sinus passages burned open with a hot rod of iron. Because what happens is it only works like by opening your sinus passages for a certain amount of time, and then your body becomes used to the product and goes into a negative feedback loop. So instead of opening your passages, it actually swells them shut even more hardcore because your body's kind of like fighting against whatever spray you're using that's dilating the nasal passages, and they will just shut. My brother literally had to go get his nose fucking burned open. Don't fucking do that. Don't fuck with Afrin nasal sprays. Any of them. Yeah. My mom's had to have her nose burned open too. No shit. And it was just that saline spray. But your body it's unnatural, right? Your body is, so here's the thing. Shut up, it's not bark o'clock. Your nasal passage and your sinuses are swelling for a reason. You've got a whole mechanism to protect your airways right here because we breathe through our nose a lot. So you've got nose hairs, you've got mucus, you've got your sinuses, you've got boogers, you've got the back of your throat where you get nasal drip, so it goes into your tummy instead of into your lungs where you get pneumonia. Like, you've got a whole system that is all fighting to protect you from shit in the air. So if you are still just sitting in a dusty-ass, dirty environment and raking your sinuses open over and over, your body's gonna say, fuck you, the air is dirty. And then nothing will open them except a hot rod of iron. A cauterizer. Your body will tell you to fuck off if you're just sitting in the icky environment continuously. You know what I mean? It does, but like, it's better to figure out what's causing your sinuses to constantly be shut and eliminate that. You know what I mean? Like, for me, it's dust. I dust my desk almost every single day because I live in the desert. It's just dusty to begin with. But because I have like this curtain, I have like material hanging from the ceiling in like a little loop around me. It really limits the airflow in this corner of this room, so dust just accumulates. So I've literally, if I don't dust constantly, I can type on my keyboard and watch dust go out of my keyboard. It's disgusting. And if I don't, I get this. Like I am just fucked. But finding what's causing it, if it's literally if you are every single day all the time, you sound like this right now. I don't sound like this every day. Today is really bad. There's something in your environment doing it. You know? Something's causing chronic sinusitis. Sinusitis, I think is what it's called. I use Flonase too. Flonase is amazing. Flonase is not a dilator of your sinuses or anything like that, though. For anyone else, if you haven't used Flonase or if you can get it, Flonase is just like it's like an antihistamine. So it's helping you deal with the allergens that are getting sucked up in your sinuses. So it's not like fighting your body's natural response. Instead, it's calming down your histamine reaction, i.e. the swelling reaction. Histamines are really weird. They're kind of a mystery to me still. I know a little bit about them. If anyone's lurking that knows more, feel free to correct me. The kick is the addictive thing. It's literally just a small pump and you can breathe. I know. It's psychologically very addicting. Oh, dude, when I lived in Washington State, just the constant wetness. I mean, the West Side when I was in college, I sounded like this every single day because it's always wet. Always. It rains all the fucking time. And it's like there's moss and mildew and mold and spores everywhere. And I was this way all the time. Like it was a joke that I only had one nostril open at any given time. The other one always gave up. But it would switch back and forth. I never knew which one it was going to be. And when you get something that opens both of them and suddenly you smell, you're just like, is this what royalty feels like? I'm coming. It's insane. I get it. But also, I do not want a hot rod of iron up my face. Don't do that. Oh, I don't want that. Because of the brain swelling, yeah, it sucks. It's the worst. And that's the problem. The mucus is being produced for a reason. It's flushing whatever's contaminating your sinuses, and it's lubricating them. So have you ever had that feeling where, like, you're stuffed, and finally... Why is my music doing this? Is Zach... What's today? Is he downloading games? Is Zach downloading a fucking game right now? Because my internet's being a shit again. I'm about to go bust in his office and tell him to stop. What's up with my internet? Hold up, I gotta do a speed test because this is weird. What the fuck? Oh, he is doing Dead Space. He's doing the fucking remake, yeah. Interesting. Oh, let me see if I can... I don't even have Steam open. But I wonder if it's like doing a weird... What the fuck? I'm getting a horrible download. Yeah, my internet's fucked. We did get snow. If shit blinks, don't freak out. It might be my weather. I don't know. I'm getting terrible, terrible speeds. I just noticed because the music's skipping. It's just not buffering. It's not loading. Snort Vicks? Sure. Sure. Do that. Flonase is corticosteroid. Over the counter in the US, thankfully. Corticosteroid, sorry. I know someone who with constant low-level allergies for pollen, dust, and mold, when their nose clears every so often, it's like they can see noises. That's how I feel. I'm not kidding you. Like, once a week I wake up and I can smell. And I'm just like, so this is love. Da-na-na-na. My internet's fucked. Why, bitch? Why? What a cock. I used to shampoo twice a day, and when I stopped, my hair was overproducing so much oil. It's so much better now. That's same. I had to go through that period where I basically did like the no wash. Like I would just rinse my hair in the shower for a couple weeks, and my hair felt so greasy and disgusting. But once your like body normalizes your natural sebum production, I only wash my hair once a week, and it never looks greasy. Like sometimes I push it a little bit further than that because I'm like, oh, it feels kind of dry. Like I don't want to over fuck my hair. Like it's bleached to hell, my dudes. I ain't here to injure it anymore. Move from AC to Pacific Northwest. I'll take the wet for sure. Dude, I get that. I live in Colorado. I live in Denver now. Like, it's so fucking dry. I get it. No, I get it. I think I was honestly, my allergies are never worse than when I'm in Washington State, the west side. I think like, all of the pollen spores, all of the mold spores and everything, I think I might be allergic to them. I've never had an allergy test to them specifically, and now my internet's fine. What the fuck? My download went from 10 to 93. Just because I tested it twice. Riddle me. What the fuck? What the fuck? Hold on. I hate the existential silence of no music. It hurts me in my soul. Metazone furoate. Furoate. Fuck, that's a weird word. Also a steroid nasal spray. Which one is that? Does that one have like a brand name or something, or is that a not over the counter? I've never been able to sleep with my mouth closed. I had to consciously learn to breathe through my nose when I was 9. Pretty sure I have a deviated septum, but no doctor will ever give the time of day when I bring it up. Not as in misdiagnosis, etc. I mean, they just pretend they didn't hear me say it. That was like the first thing out of my doc's mouth. He literally put that scope up my nose and he's like, "Oh, you got a deviated septum." And I was like, oh, "Okay. I don't do drugs." And he's like, No. Lots of people are born with it, or like, were you ever like hit in the face? Maybe a few times. But your septum's not insane. Like, especially the cartilage part. It's not super strong. Getting a fucking kickball in the face when you're a kid could have busted it. I'm reloading my music because it went away and this. Oh, no, it's so quiet. Living in the silence, hating it. Please don't be a douche. Fuck you up. Okay. At least we got something. Until I was older and actually regulated my own self. When your brain solidifies and you're not an NPC. Exactly. And the pollen. Oh my god, your pollen is really bad. You're right. Were you like northern Arizona or like more in the southern part? I spent a lot of my childhood in Arizona. It was really weird. So this is a really good song. Hold on, I'm gonna turn it down. It's a little bit loud. When my mom and stepdad got together, it was really weird. Both of their parents had homes in Lake Havasu and in Vegas, within a couple of streets of each other. Very strange. So we ended up like every single vacation, every single summer vacation, every chunk of time off, we all got shipped down to Arizona and or Vegas and spent time with them. But they were in Havasu. And I remember their car just being coated in like a layer of yellow crap. And we would go write things in it. And my grandpa would be so pissed. Oh my God. So pissed. You're Ellie, but specifically vulnerable to fungus. Maybe. I don't know. But I know every time I visit my parents, my sinuses fucking give up on life. I just become a snot factory. Yeah, my doctor was like, you could have been born with it. It could have happened either of times you broke your nose, but let's fix it. Yeah, exactly. That's like, it happens. Honestly, my doc, I don't know if your doc said the same, but my doc said, because I made the joke about cocaine, I was like, I'm not rich enough for the coke lifestyle, because that was the only way I'd ever heard of a deviated septum. And he was like, that's actually not as common as you'd think. Like, you have to snort an insane amount of coke for it to fry the center of your septum in half. I was like, I'm definitely not that rich, so good to know. I think my nostrils are even. My septum deviation's up here, though. I can see it if I pull my nose up, but those look even. This is weird. I think I have even nostrils. My face, I think, is fairly symmetrical for having been tap danced on by a horse. Phoenix, nice. I had a brother that lived down there. All the pretty landscaping plants just dump pollen. I mean, even, I think the cactuses do, too. Because where my grandma lived, she lived in Havasu, but not, like, in downtown city. She lived, like, a little bit out in a little neighborhood. And she was on top of a hill. And I remember there was different kinds of cactus, like the acacia and the flat beaver tail ones. But we would go there sometimes for spring break, and everything would be blooming. And I swear to God, you'd wake up in the morning and walk outside, and you could smell pollen. Like, it smelled like a flower barn, like a flower house, like a nursery, like a flower nursery. You wouldn't see any because you were in the fucking desert, but it was like all these little tiny flowers all over the place were blooming. It smelled really nice. I wasn't allergic to it, thank fuck. But I mean, it was everywhere. It coated everything. They had a lot of, I think it's Akatia, the one that's like all the crazy, like black, like gnarly branches coming out of the ground. They grow like 9 feet tall and they have little red flowers on them. I think. Fuck. It's been a very long time. My grandpa had a lot of those in the yard though. When they would crash and fall over because they'd die, we would like break the branches off and chase each other with them. They are covered in spikes this long. Don't do that. We're stupid kids. Stupid. Stupid children. What even is dandruff? Isn't it just the scalp dries up? So, dandruff is actually a really general term for what could be a couple things, but people who have chronic dandruff, it's actually a fungal infection of the scalp that is just causing a weird accumulation of dead skin buildup. But usually things like Tar shampoos or Head and Shoulders and stuff kill that. Like the menthol and stuff will make that go away. If it doesn't with those kind of shampoos, you can go to a doctor, you can go to like a dermatologist, and they can give you a medicated shampoo that will literally clear it up pretty darn quick. But the problem is most people live with chronic dandruff their entire life because they think it's just dry scalp. It can happen from dry scalp, but not chronic. I mean, if you have had it your whole life, it's just something you live with, you might have it. I mean, it's super common. You can literally get it from getting your hair cut. It's just a really mild fungal infection that causes a buildup of dead skin on your scalp. That's it. And you can get it treated super, super easy. But yeah, like for instance, when I bleach my hair, it's grown out for a bit now. But the first like week after I bleach my hair, if I bleach it to the scalp, I can get chunks of skin off my scalp because the bleach burned my scalp. But after that week of like scrubbing that dead burned skin off my scalp from the bleach, I don't have dandruff anymore. Therefore, that's not chronic. Chronic meaning long fucking time. You just live with it. It never really goes away. That's a fungal thing. Get a dermatologist. Check it out. It's super easy. It's just a shampoo. Maybe Fremery's born with it. Maybe it's deviated. I went to a different ENT because of the perforated septum. It happened from the surgery, not drugs. But about a year after I see that doctor, I realized that he's Joe Biden's son-in-law. Oh, that's fucking weird. Small. The world is so freakishly small. Thank you. I have broke my nose before. You'd never know. My dad reset it. That was a bad time. How do you treat it? You just go see so if you have a dry, flaky scalp, try like Head and Shoulders or that Tar shampoo. I can't remember. I think there's a brand name. It's like T-Gel or something. There's T-Gel and then there's a Tar shampoo, but all of them have, I think they have salicylic acid in them and one other active ingredient I can't think of. But what salicylic acid does, salicylic acid essentially kills the bacteria on our skin that feeds on sebum, which can also, it can aggravate and, exacerbate a dandruff situation. But then there's another active ingredient that can assess the fungal sometimes, though. Sometimes you might just need to go see a dermatologist, but it's nothing serious. It's just a medicated shampoo. You'll go pick up at the pharmacy and it should be gone. I've dealt with chronic dry scalp my whole life. It's just how my skin is because it's always dry. And it could just be chronic dry skin. Lots of people have that too. Yeah. It sucks. Akatia prickly pear and the jumpin', is it chola? Oh, yeah. Yes, I know the exact one you're talking about. I don't remember how to say it. Yeah. Oh, they're the worst. I know. We used to go looking for lizards and shit and scorpions when we were kids, and we'd always come back with, like, barbs in our ankles. Selenium. Is that what it is? Thank you, Glut. Selenium. Is that how you say it? Is that the other active ingredient? My dad had dandruff for a while, so he went through this. And when I was a kid, I actually had... My mom, I went through this whole process, but I actually ended up being diagnosed with seborrheic dermatitis on my scalp. It was horrible. And it was only from like here down to my neck, open oozing sores where I still had this fucking thick ass hair growing out of it. It was so painful. It was so horrible. No, it was just the worst. The worst. I had to go get the medicated shampoo. FYI, it worked. But it took a really long time to get a doctor to that point because I didn't do all of those steps first. If you just jump all those steps and go straight to a dermatologist, they're going to send you home with a free sample of T-Gel. I shit you not. Happened. So try the T-Gel, try the Head and Shoulders or whatever, one of those with selenium and the salicylic acid, and try those. Give it a good week. If you are still having the exact same chronic chunky ass dandruff, go see a dermatologist, because they're going to ask you all that, and if you haven't done all that, they're going to send you home, but you still have to pay for that fucking appointment. Dermatologists are expensive. At least in the US. Biden's from Delaware, and his family lives there, including his daughter and her husband. Her husband's an ENT in the hospital system that I go to, but I had no idea until much later. Oh my God, Frem, I actually learned recently that not only is Biden from Delaware and has a home in Delaware, do you want to know where his vacation home is? It's in Delaware. Joe Biden is Gary Gergich. What the fuck reason would there be to have two homes in Delaware? I don't know. I have no idea. I've got nothing. Go see your dermatologist. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, if you've tried all of these things, I completely agree with Chucky, because seriously, the medicated shampoo they give you will clear it up so instantly. Selenium's the extra strength. Zinc is the standard Head and Shoulders, which works best for me. There you go. You know what's funny? I've heard a lot of people find really good success with acne, like clearing up their facial acne and backne by using Head and Shoulders on their head. Literally, they start using Head and Shoulders as a shampoo, and that zinc whatever combination on their acne cleared it up. I don't know what the fucking science is there. I'm not a dermatologist, but it's hot magic. Oh, no shit, Glut. My entire family has it. It's also very common in people with autoimmune diseases like my family. I didn't know that. Get it in your ears? No. Oh, honey. Oh, my fucking God. From Evolution? I used to love that movie. France is about to be on fire. The PM raised retirement age. To what? To death? No shit, Lizzie. I went to a dermatologist a few times as a kid. I had some skin stuff. That thing that was on my head, the seborrheic dermatitis. And then when I was in college, I've never had bad acne. Like, I get a pimple every once in a while here and there, but I've never had what you would call, like, fucking acne. Thankfully. Very thankful. But when I was in college, out of nowhere, I can't remember what the name was, but my chest one day was just, I could only feel it. It looked like chicken skin, or felt like chicken skin. It was literally just a million tiny little raised bumps. It looked like eczema or eczema. I have that on my arms sometimes when when it's really dry out in the summertime. If you guys know what eczema is, it's usually just really dry skin that causes clogged pores, and then you get that chicken skin, like those bumps. It was like that, but it was, if you've ever had those little white balls under your eyes that look like a pimple, but if you try to pop them, you'll just rake your eye in half. Like, it's just a clogged, like, sebum ball under the skin, not in a pore. You're never getting it out. It was that literally across my chest. I have never had a pimple anywhere but my face in my life at this point. And I was so scared I was dying that I called my mom, and she's like, just go see a fucking dermatologist. I went and saw a dermatologist. It was stress. Stress hormones, cortisol. College ruined Katie in so many ways. So now I have lovely scars all over my chest where I picked myself to death. Love it. Stress can ruin you. Also, constipation. I learned that chronic constipation is one of the leading causes of acne, if you're wondering. Especially acne around your mouth. Does the EMT kit have to have a Secret Service follow them around? Can you imagine? The major different dandruff active ingredients are coal tar, which is T-gel, salicylic acid, Selsun Blue. I'm so glad I had a couple of these right, because it's been a while. Zinc is Head and Shoulders, and then selenium, Head and Shoulders Clinical Strength, and then ketoconazole, Nizoral. I've never heard of that one. Zinc works best for you. I wonder how you tell. 62 to 64. So basically, they're just trying to push it until people retire when they can't move anymore. Like, your body's broken. Now you can retire. Styes. Are those little tiny white balls styes? Because I've had a sty in my eye before, and those are poppable. But every once in a while, especially if my skin's just so dry, They're these tiny little white bumps under the skin. They don't hurt. You can't even, I only feel them because I put lotion on. I'm like, what is that? And then I get up in a magnifying mirror and I'm like, what is that? Can't do anything about them, but I asked my doctor about him. He's like, it's just dry skin. Everything's dry skin. Drink water. Hydrate, motherfuckers. Yeah, voodoo. I mean, that's what I learned via my doctor. Don't touch those ones that are around your eye. They don't pop. There's no popping that's going to happen. And I was the dumb kid that would take a safety pin to anything on my face. I have a lot of scars. Terrible. Don't do that. That's why. Okay, Nizoral used to be prescription only, but they had a half strength, and that's over the counter, and it's expensive. I wonder, what was the active ingredient in that one? Is it just the ingredient? Is it, like, super rare or something? Oh, no shit, Kona. Keratosis pilaris. Is that similar to seborrheic dermatitis? I never know. I'm not a dermatologist. They all look so similar to me. They just look like pain skin. Pain skin. It's a sty, but you should never pop a sty, I don't think. Or, what's the other one? A boil? Dude, my sister, oh God. My sister and, my cousin sister, that sounds so fucking creepy. My cousin raised as my sister Joshua. She would get these horrible, boils where it would, like, be raised skin along her jaw, and she thought it was a pimple. And when, we're all pickers, we can't fucking help it. She'd, like, rake at her skin. But these boils, nothing ever comes out. It's literally just, like, it's an irritated nerve ending or something that's causing this really weird swelling. Correct me, there's people smarter than Chad and me when it comes to this stuff. Something like that, where it's not actually, like, a ball of, there's no pus inside. There's no, like, blackhead core you're gonna get out. It's literally, like, you're just gonna tear your skin up and end up with horrible scars on your face. She used to get them so fucking bad. Oh my God. They would literally, you could see them like a baseball coming, like not a baseball, but like a marble under her skin. I can't pull my skin off, but you know what I mean? I felt so bad for her though, because it would hurt to like move her jaw to speak. They were like deep. They're like nerve deep. I don't know. I think it has something to do with what layer of the dermis they're actually like coming from. And that's how much of the dermis they're pushing up, because it's so like the deeper they are and where the swelling is, it's going to hurt more, but you like aren't actually going to get anything out if you try to pop anything. It was terrible. Oh, it's the antifungal, the ketoconazole. Ketoconazole, probably. Ketoconazole. Fuck my ass. I hate that. Yeah, Lizzie, the styes, well, if you get one in your eye, they can literally push your eyeball and cause horrible pressure. I've seen people with styes like deep in that area of the eyelid. Like, I've only had a few. I usually get them along the eyelash line. It's usually just an ingrown eyelash, so it's not technically a sty. But I've had patients who have had them like in there, and they're in there for surgery because they're pushing their eyeball and just giving them like migraines and like that eyeball. Like if you just touch your eye right there, you see different colors. Don't do that. But any weird pressure on your eyeballs isn't a good idea, and they'll be seeing rainbows. It's weird. To chamomile? How? Why? I'm just thankful that I don't have skin issues. I have one weird thing happen, but I don't even know what it was. My neck broke out once. Might have been boils, and it was so itchy. Weird. I wonder if it was like a new detergent or something like that. That every once in a while, I notice that with my clothes. Like if I get, for some reason, if we get the wrong dryer sheets, like just different dryer sheets or different laundry detergent, my clothes will make me itch like crazy. And just the action of scratching with dirty fingernails can clog pores and cause a breakout, which is why people encourage you not to touch your face with dirty fingernails. If you have fingernails, get a fucking nail brush, please. Ew. Yeah, your fingers are dirty. Just doing this can clog a pore and cause a pimple on your neck. You know what I mean? But also, like, a new material of, like, the collar of a jacket, or, like, if you know how some, jackets or, like, sweaters, the collar will have a lining? If that lining, like, all the soap from the detergent didn't come out of the lining, and then you wore it all day, and you sweated and got hot, which means your pores expanded to cool you down, which is what sweat is doing, and then that collar sat there and rubbed all that shit into your pores. Oh my fucking God, I can't even imagine. That could cause some serious pimple hell. I bought a new hand soap and got contact dermatitis for a few days, which was worse when I washed my hands in the bathroom. Took it to, oh my God, it was the chamomile. To realize it was soap because it flared in the usual spots in my hand. Then it spread to the places you proper go at when you're washing your hands. And the only thing, weird, chamomile oil. Have you ever had it in tea before? I have a sty on my eye, but it's not, like, doing anything yet. As long as it's not pushing on your eyeball and causing, like, pain or, like, eye vision distortion, usually with, like you can usually honestly go to, like, your pharmacy or your local, chemist, get some eye drops, like, just lubricating eye drops. Because usually what a sty is it's a clogged pore or an ingrown eyelash, and those usually happen because the pore is too dry to open and allow nonsense to drain. So instead it gets clogged, and that's how we get, like, pimples and stuff like that. So you can usually get unmedicated. I'm just saying, like, lubricating eye drops for people with contacts, stuff like that. Use that for a couple days and see if it goes away. But if it starts causing you pain where you feel like you're rubbing your eye a lot, or if it's pushing on your eyeball, definitely go check out a doc. Because sometimes it's not just surgery. Sometimes they can literally take a needle and just pop it like a pimp. I mean, it's gross, but at least you won't have, like, issues, you know? Yeah. Warm compress, absolutely also. Warm compresses are a big because that also, the warm will help dilate the pore and help it just naturally, you know. Because your pores are kind of another way that we are getting toxins out of our body, similar to, like, peeing and pooping and breathing. Your pores, that's why when you drink really heavy one night, the next night you might just smell like vodka. Your pores are literally seeping that shit out. And if your pores are dehydrated, they get really, really small. If you think about it, it's kind of like a leaf of a plant. If you guys ever went through biology and learned about, like, the cells of a plant, if there's too much wind, those cells will shut down so the plant doesn't lose too much water off its leaves. It's kind of crazy. Our skin kind of does the same thing. So if you are chronically dehydrated, your pores will shrink down to be nothing to try to hold in as much fluid as possible, as much of the water you have in your body as possible. But unfortunately, it's holding in everything else as well, which causes pimples and stuff like that. Wild, right? Wild. I don't know if crying would help because crying comes out of your tear duct. If you have a swollen tear duct, maybe. I've had a swollen tear duct. That's horrible. If you're human, please own a nail brush or old toothbrush repurposed into one. 100%. I kind of agree with that. So hardcore. Nails are so dirty. Anybody that works in the healthcare system knows it's a disgusting. It's around 70% of the human beings that come through our ER have fecal matter that is not theirs under their fingernails. It's everywhere, my dudes. Get a fucking nail brush. I don't know what to say. So fucking gross. Drink water. Drink water and use sunscreen. Use a moisturizing sunscreen. But yeah, water's important. And getting makeup off your eyes. I don't probably need to say this, but I have seen I've personally seen and then seen, like, on Instagram doctor stories and stuff like that. Horror. The fucking horror of, like, people that just put mascara on every day and never wash it off. What are you doing? This comes off the moment stream ends. I go and wash the fuck out of my face. Fuck that. Ew. You get the fecal matter from handling money and probably, like, everything. I think it's on literally everything. Poop air is on everything. Also, if you get a bad enough sunburn, you can seal your pores. Oh my god, yep. Glut. I've told you that story about my brother Corey doing that, right? Actually, all my cousins and my brothers did it. All my cousins and my brothers are, like, very pale, blonde, blue-eyed creatures. For some reason, my sisters and I are all dark-haired with dark eyes. We're creatures. I don't know what happened. But one summer, no shit. They were like, we were all going down to Arizona to spend some time with my grandparents. And all my cousins and my brothers, all my male cousins and my brothers, all these blonde hair, blue-eyed, pale-ass bitches were like, let's all shave our heads before we go to Arizona. Yeah, let's do it together. It's gonna be so fun. It was not, just an FYI. Unfortunately, my brother Corey's was the worst. I don't know why. I think he just didn't wear a hat, like, ever. His skull burned so bad that all the pores shut. And so, because it was also hot outside and he was, like, out in the pool and stuff, his head just started to swell. So the sweat was building up under his skin. Literally the flesh above his ears started to jiggle and swell off of his skull. And my parents had to take him to the doctor and they had to use a needle to aspirate his skull skin. And to this day, he can press really, like, do this, count to 5, take his finger away, and there's a good, 3 pitting fucking dent in his head, and it'll stay there for a whole day. Because his skin's just permanently loose on his skull now. He could have died. Don't do that. Yes, I'm glad that's what it is. You did that. Okay, yeah. My brother did the same thing. It was terrible. Funny, but terrible. In hindsight, hi Genova, love, how are you? Hope they wore hats for real. Yeah. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Is it break time already? What time is it? You're being weird. You're being weird. Hi, CJ. Ooh, sleep study report from last night. It was just a strap around my chest with some monitor attached to it. Nice, yes. That was positioned in the middle of my chest. Then a monitor on my finger. That's the SAT one. And something that looked like an oxygen. Yep, and that one. So this was measuring your oxygen saturation perforation in the extremities. So what the thing on your finger is telling the machine is that your heart is pumping blood well enough to get new oxygenated blood to the tip of your fingy. And the number that comes out is the percentage of the oxygen. So it should be around 98, 100-ish. The thing on your nose is measuring your CO2 output, which in turn tells us how much oxygen you are utilizing during your sleep, how much you're actually taking in out of every breath, and then how much CO2 you're producing in your sleep, because some people produce extra for no reason. And then the thing around your chest was listening, sensing for your chest movements to stop, because that's an apneic moment. See what I mean? That's cool. And something looked like oxygen you get in the nose, then downloaded the info when I dropped it off. Oh, I'm excited for you. I'm excited. Talking to toothbrushes, I went to the smoke shop the other day and they had a grinder cleaner brush for £5. That's excessive shit. Yeah, I was gonna say, just repurpose an old toothbrush. We all change our toothbrush a couple times a year. Fucking repurpose an old toothbrush. That's the best idea ever. Yeah, ew. My dogs are farting. I think we need to take a break. I can smell you, you nasties. Sunscreen and I almost always just put my hair up at this point because I can't find a way to have my hair down when it's hot out and not fuck my scalp. Even putting sunscreen on, I don't know what it is. Like my scalp, I will get a horrible just burned on the middle of my head. So I just do this. It's basically a built-in hat, wear a visor or something. If you gotta cool off your scalp, put gel hand sanitizer on your head. Alcohol evaporates really easily and cools you off. It might cause you to burn easier, though. I don't know. I don't know what rubbing. So, like, if you're in the direct sun, I don't know. Look it up. I don't know. Does that, like, I don't know what that would do in terms of, like, making your skin more susceptible to a burn, though. A cold cloth on the back of the neck will drop body temp. Isn't that why those neck things with the gel inside of them are super popular? I see those everywhere in the summertime. Because there's something about cooling these vessels down. It helps cool the body. Like, these vessels are delivering blood around the body directly after the heart. And so if this gets cooled down, then the blood going around the body will get cooled down, right? Something like that. I don't know if there's a science to it, but even if it's placebo, if it makes people feel cooler and feel more comfortable, I think it's worth it. The nice little old lady who gave me the equipment last night told me to do my normal routine even if I drink. I said I don't drink, but I might smoke a little weed. She gave me a high five. Oh, I love her. Our hero. Good afternoon, Najio. How are you, love? We used to dip towel in the cooler, soak it with ice, and slap it on. Yep. We just stick it in the lake, but we used to do that all the time. I never knew there was a thing to it, though. I always just thought my neck was hot. Contact alcohol will remove the water from your skin so you can burn easier. There you go. So maybe if you're in the direct sun, don't do the alcohol trick. But if you're just hot and you're not in the direct sun, you're probably fine. You'd get a chill in triple digit temps. Oh my god, can you imagine? You lose a lot of heat in the neck. It's facts. Okay, break time. My dogs are farting so bad they gotta go outside. They stink like an ass. Quick break, my dudes. Every couple of hours, I take a break, stretch my dick, load a bowl, get some coffee, do what you need to do. I'll be back in a few minutes. My dogs obviously need to shit their pants because they smell like hell. Anybody want a poodle? Having a great time. Oh my god, you guys smell bad. I wasn't supposed to use the toothbrush that I use in my mouth every day. That explains so much. Welcome back, everybody. Brr. It is cold. Fuck mud. Fuck snow. Brr. Welcome back. Brr. Brr. This song has a beat that's so familiar and I can't place it. Wait, you don't brush your teeth with Keef? I mean, I use the brush that I use to clean out my grinder to brush my teeth and to clean the dog's feet. I mean, what else? Do you guys, I mean, who has more than one brush in the house? I don't. Like, what I don't understand. Keef teeth. Can you imagine? What the get out of there. Get out of there. You guys are gonna unplug my shit and I'm gonna get real mad. I love you so much. Out. Go. I know. I love you too, bud. I love you. If you unplug my shit, I'm gonna be real upset. I pulled out some resin stuff down here and he's upset because it's in the area he likes to lay down. Children. Move. Ugh. If you unplug my stuff, bud, we're gonna have a really rough talk. I pulled out, so Lizzie, you'll love, well, anybody who loves this kind of resin stuff. I pulled out my box of resin molds. I have so many. But a lot of people yesterday were asking about D&D dice. And I was thinking about it, and I think my dice molds are small enough that if we did layers, we could do them with a UV resin, and they might actually be easier to get weighted that way because you're doing them in such small amounts you don't have bubbles and shit in there. I don't know. I know, it's huge. Seriously, hold up. I'll show you the box. It's disgusting. I have so many resin molds. But they're big ones meant for like the double resin, you know? It's so heavy. It's a lot. It's squeezed in. It's just all, this is just molds. Just molds and resin, and a kitty cat, and resin molds. It's just so many. But there's dice in there somewhere. I know they're in there. Oh, and I popped the heart out. I wanted to show you the heart. Pop my molds! Pudding butt molds. Fuck, that's heavy. Are you ready to see the heart? So, hold up. This was the mold. And last night, I had it doing its final cure, and the dogs fucking knocked it over. And I got nervous that it was going to start, like, unmolding from the sides unevenly, so I peeled it. We'll make another one, don't worry. They're huge, though. This literally took me, like, 5 days to do in layers. And I was kind of experimenting, so it's not perfect. There's a few layers in there that have a lot of bubbles, but I wanted to see, basically, how much resin it took to make one of these things. It's so fucking cool. Like, I am so... Hold on, let me turn on autofocus so you can see the... It's many different color layers, and that's the bubble layer. I'm so pissed about that, but I know why it happened. That's one of those ones where I didn't catch the bubbles in time. Hold up. It's really cool. I know, right? And so now I was looking at, because I did, you know, you can kind of see the striations of different colors in it. I was thinking of doing like a pride flag or like the pan flag. Like, you could do so many cool things with this. You could even do it at different angles. Like, you could, you know, the mold is like this. So you could roll the mold certain ways and not have, you know, the striations. You could have them at angles and stuff like that. You could swirl white in it and do like a cool marble pattern. But the vessels and stuff, hold on. I'm turning on autofocus real quick so you can actually see it. It just turned out like it's so smooth. It's so perfectly smooth. Like, there are no flaws. This was the bottom of the mold. And the bottom usually is where you're like, fuck, I have no control over what's happening there, and I'm very nervous. But it's flawless, and it looks so nice. I made a vacuum chamber myself because I didn't want to buy one. So I kind of have like a real janky one, but yeah. Yes. It looks nice. That's the back. That's the front. Those are the vessels that feed your heart. It doesn't have the apex, which is kind of sad. I wish I could make it hollow. That'd be sick, but it turned out pretty good considering it's my first. Right? I'm pretty impressed. Now has the Virgin May holding the baby Jesus, both of them as holy Furbies, mostly because of that one. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Absolutely. Yes. You could do, yeah. And I've done that. I've never done it on a big one like this, but yes, absolutely. You can take, if you do that, Najee, you want to use like basically the finest fucking milled pigment powder you can find, and usually metallics are the best because the chunkier it is, the more likely it is to pop off the silicone once you pour the clear in, and then you don't get like that cool, edge sheen, whatever that is, the sheen on the edges, the cool metallic, like how it does this, gets that. This is that top one. This is that. I kept talking about this color yesterday. It's one of my newer colors I got to dye resin, but it's a green red shift. So in some lights, you get this cool like pink red because that's all shadowed. And then where light hits it, it's got a green shimmer. And it's so cool. This is the same one, but I did it so you could see it. It's like in the resin, the green striations and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. It's not perfect, but it's cool. I mean, the heart looks nice. It's a very nice heart model. I'm very impressed. Pretty cool. It's heavy. She's a heavy bitch, though. She a bitch. She big. I don't have a long one. Cake. I almost called you Lake. The fuck? Cake. I can't find one. I can't. I did make a digestive system last night, though, to pop out with you guys. I've never found a good lung mold, though. Like actually anatomically correct. Like they have ones that like have flowers and shit in them and look weird. This is my little tiny digestive system though, and I did it last night so we can pop it out. It's 2 parts. We can also pop out the brain, which will be cool. Let me turn on the other thingy. Camera, you're so far away. Where are you? Come here, you little bastard. Ugh. Welcome back. I tucked her away. Stay. So that's what it looks like in the little mold. And then this is the UV resin. So you just pop them out. But I did different layers of colors. I think that looks like a watermelon, which is funny. But it's a little, look at that. It's like a little digestive system. Fucking precious. And then theoretically, you sand them up. And then you have a whole digestive system. They go together. Precious. I haven't sanded it, obviously, but pretty cool how I like when they come in 2 pieces because it's so much easier to do UV resin when they're shallow like this. But it's a little pooper. There's your little pooper right there. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Tickle that pooper. Resin. Idiot. Cool, though. I like doing that stuff. I don't know. I gotta find the brain. I don't remember where I put it. What do you watch? Who do you watch for resin? I'm having to wade through so much I don't watch anybody because I hate it's just like Housewives. I don't want to watch them on their cutting board talking like they're in church. No shit. There's the heart. Yes. Touch those vessels. They're annoying and repetitive. I can't stand any of them. I don't have anyone I really watch for crafts. For anything I do, I don't have anybody. Stop it, autofocus. Thank you. I don't have anybody. No, they all are just very annoying and boring, and they are... Hey there, guys. Bless Jesus for this beautiful day. Let's talk about resin. Resin. So we're gonna make resin. Like, I just can't. Nope, I've done it all myself. I know. Nope, I do it all myself. I've just trial and error because I don't like to watch. There's nobody to watch. I'm it, I guess. I'm not. There has to be other people out there that are interesting. I honestly just don't know where they are. I don't know. I'm the same, though. I just can't. I don't click with any of them. I'm like, you're fucking dull as shit. I don't want to watch a house mom pour resin and make cupcakes. These are actually very satisfying to touch. It's so soft. Oh, yes. It's actually life size, too. Allegedly. I'd say that's pretty accurate. Like, no. I know. I'm very happy with how cool it turned out because I honestly, it's hard to find good resin molds that are like anatomically correct for someone as picky as myself. And this is pretty good. Literally has everything. I mean, obviously it doesn't have like the apex with the Purkinje fibers or anything like that, but pretty fucking nice. I don't know what the fuck this. What do you do with this now though? It's fun to make, but now what? Oh, Tyrion, thank you. Find a furry. Furrycraft videos are chaotic, gay, and informative. Fuck yes. And they probably have like the best tips and tricks for cosplay, kind of like making sewing and shit like that. You know what I mean? Dude, organs are, and you know what's crazy? Your liver's like twice the size. And I mean, these are all vessels. So this is the actual heart muscle right here. Probably goes to about here, like the apex, you know, the point. This is all vesselage. These are all like your arteries and pulmonary vessels and stuff, bringing things and taking things. Ooh, with the light shone through. Let's see. Do I have a flash? Oh, I have my phone. Let's see. Might be too much. I don't know. I'll have to take pictures of it in the sun. It's too bright. Too much. That's kind of cool. Ooh. That's neat. Hold on. Can I get it to the bottom? Ooh, it looks like a fruit. That's pretty cool. That was terrible. I'm into that. Imagine if I could see, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you could make this hollow, you could stick lights in it. But I mean, I use so much resin in this. If I could somehow cast it hollow, that would be amazing. I'm thinking. I have ideas. Because it's just like, it's cool solid. I mean, it's definitely like a decoration piece, I guess. I'm just not a decorative person, so I never think, I don't know what to do with this now. What do I do with this? It's just this fucking solid ass heart. I don't know. Stick it in the background so you just stare at it all day. Perfect. Oh my god, the wizards of the furry community are fucking magicians. Oh my god. Lizzie, I'm not even kidding you. I learned a little bit about the furry community just from people in our community and ours who are furries. Like the full outfits can be upwards of like literally tens of thousands of dollars. The super fucking intricate full body outfits with like the beautiful nice head. I mean, they're insane. But they are worth it. I mean, there's so much detail and shit put into this stuff. It's crazy. Oh yeah. There's a whole market to it. I mean, I don't know how to say it. Like market's a bad word for it. You know what I mean? It's a science, an art, an art. There's an art. It's an art. It's a fart. The brain's behind me. Hold on, I gotta grab it. Get one of those stick-on touch lights. Ooh, that's actually a good idea. That's a good idea. Good thinking. No shit. Kimono Cappy just sold a salmon fursuit at auction for $20K. I kind of want to see it. Do you know where we can see this the outfit? I think fursuits are really fucking amazing. I think they're so fucking cool, and I will not tolerate anyone hating at furries, so don't even go there. Don't even fucking start with me. I thought I had one more. I know we have a bunny to pop. I had one more thing. Oh. Made another heart for us to pop. I think I need to fix the lighting on this guy. I think he reset itself. What a little bastard. In the moment. It did. What a fucking piece of cock. What a dick. What a fucking dick. Everyone's a dick. Oh my Jesus Christ, no. Help! Willard, turn it off! That's better. This one has snake skin in it. Yeah. Sorry. Mickey! Good morning, love. How are you? Or afternoon or evening. Good time zone to you, my dear. How are you? Same. I've heard nothing but wondrous things. I mean, I know a lot of furries, and they're all wonderful people. You can't generalize personal experience, but I cannot stand the hate towards subgroups. I just won't tolerate it anywhere, and I feel sad that I have to say it. Oh my God. That's incredible. Look at that. I can't. What the fuck? Go. What the fuck? That's astounding. What I want to, how long, oh, I wonder if it says how long it took them to make that. Nope. Can you even fathom? Wow. That's beautiful. That's real. Yes. This is the one that was sold at auction. Yes. For 20K. I mean, now I get it. I see why. I get it. That's phenomenal. Ooh, unexpected 3-day weekend? Fuck yeah. That's serious skill. And the fact that a person gets in that comfortably. Wow. Dude, it's so detailed. I'm blown away. That's beautiful. I believe so, Nineless. Yeah. Hold on, there's other ones. Let's see. Oh my God. Is this a person? Oh, shut up. I want to feel joy like this. Fuck. Yes. Dude, right? This is a level that I can't comprehend. I don't even know the amount of time, skill, and sweat and blood that goes into something like this. One of the best furry costume makers are in DK. Her suits are 50K. That's what we were saying. That's exactly like, this was an example. This one sold for 20. And that's what I was just saying, Mickey. Like, there are so many. I've seen many fursuits, 20K, 10K, 30K. Like, they're in the tens of Ks because of the time and materials to go into creating something like this that not only looks good, but this human, look at the joy. Look at the joy. Amazing. That is so cool. I can understand putting this on. You are that. That is you. Like, I understand it. I understand shelling out 20K for this. If this is your fursona, you know what I mean? I get it. Damn. It's just beautiful. I can't get over it. It's so detailed and all the different material used. That's incredible. Wow. The legs are the way that the legs like have that bend like an animal, like the backwards knees. But I know there's a person in there that doesn't have backwards bending knees. That's really fucking my brain. That is so cool. Don't have a gun. That is really cool. Thank you for sharing that. That's fucking amazing. I've always been I love, the concept idea, whatever, of cosplay. I love to dress up. I love to do makeup, but I for some reason, I haven't found a way to enjoy sewing because it's a whole lot of sitting still and doing nothing. I can't do it. I'd love to get into cosplay stuff. I just don't like sewing. And that is so much sewing. Oh my God. Also, being 6 foot with enormous hips and not enormous anything else and long ass legs, I'd need a body form, and those are expensive. And making your own is crazy. Honey, Oh god, it's different languages that I'm not gonna try to get into. Just show me the fursuit. Oh, this is the making of it! No shit. It is so not in my language, but holy fuck, that's cool to see. Oh, they're amazing. The backwards bending knees are basically heels, aren't they? The knees are shortened up near the hips. I don't... Maybe? Maybe. Yeah, that's a good question. So where does your foot... Is your foot on the ground, or is your foot, like... Does the fursuit make you taller? You know what I'm saying? It's wild to me. I don't know. It's so well done. It's the ball of the foot. Oh, so the way it's built, your foot is kind of like this, like you're in a heel almost, or like a cowboy boot almost. Your foot's flat on the ground. Oh, actual animals. Yes, yes, yes. Actual animals, absolutely. And that bend is like their heel, and then the knee. Yeah, technically, I think that is theoretically was their heel, is their heel, and that's why a lot of dogs have like that vestigial fucking what is it, dew claw, right? I think. Oh, so they just make the leg so thick that you can put a straight human leg through it, and it still has that cool effect. I think that's so cool. I love stuff like that. Art. It's art. Let's pop the brain. This is the one I did a while ago, and we've been waiting to pop this bitch. But I don't know. We'll pop it, and we'll see what I did. We'll see how well this turned out. You never know. I could tell you all about it now, and it could look like nothing when I pop it out. But this is a brain, and this was the resin that takes days to cure. Tap. They're not very epic when they're halvesies. Ooh. That's actually pretty cool. That's a rose in there. Does it look like a rose in there? It is legitimately a rose, but I think maybe this is the first time I've ever made this brain. You can't really tell it's a rose. It just looks like a big blob stuck in the head. Is that a bubble? Nope, it's just glitter. Next half. Oh, wait, let me read this. Hold on. Furries just make people feel uncomfortable, and most people don't want to sit and interrogate the discomfort, so they just assume the discomfort is the fault of the furries, not with their own expectations and pressures on what should and shouldn't be enjoyed and expressed in public private life. People don't want to face that, quote, I can't do what makes me feel safe and happy without being targeted by people who heckle me like me. That's so sad. I feel bad. I pity the fool. What a sad existence to live. They should. I feel like at its core, isn't it just they're jealous that furries have found their truth, and that they're too ashamed to embrace theirs. They're meaning the people that are being mean. It's a brain. I have to sand it, obviously, but that's pretty cool. It's my first brain I made. The bottom's way prettier. The top, the rose just was totally lost in the sulk eye. The smooth brain. Oh my god, I wonder if I could make a smooth brain. There's a lot of wrinkles going on there. The bottom looks really pretty, though. That is so... I love holographic glitter. And the snake skin. I put in African ball python. Many wrinkle, many smart. I tickle the animal. It even has a little pituitary gland. Shut up. This is pretty good. I wish I could find some lungs, but I'll do with the brain for now. I need to sand it down real bad, but it will fit together. Cute! That's our first brain, everyone. If we only had one. Oh, Katie. Fucking idiot. Oh, these are two of the suits? Whoa. Oh, they're beautiful. Stop. Those are gorgeous. They just look amazing. And they look, I'm going to be honest, I kind of want to sleep inside of one. Like, those look like literally the warmest, most comfortable thing you could ever put on. I'm sure they're not, but to the uninformed, that's what they look like, and I'm always cold. It looks like a wonder. I wonder if you could make a mold of a hollow lung. You definitely can. It's just getting something that's a lung. Like, I have lots of like latex and stuff or not latex, silicone to make molds. It's just you have to have the thing to mold it around to make the mold. I don't even have a lung. Like, it's like true anatomical body parts are really hard to find. Sometimes you get lucky. This heart's actually pretty good. We'll pop this out. I've made one of these before. But they're just inaccurate. There's a flow over. I gotta chip off 1 sec. What scares you? Who uses fake fur as bedding? Dude, fuck yeah. It looks warm as hell. People have been lining coats and shit with fur for years. Fur jackets were quite a thing for quite a long time. I don't know why furries are somehow abnormal compared to wearing an actual animal's dead flesh. Like, I don't know a furry who's out there wearing dead flesh. Arguably, we're the weird ones. Just saying. The non-furry crowd. That one's bad. I don't think I can chip it off. I need my clippers. Fuck. Oh, well, we'll just pop it out. Heart. Pop. Furries, often queer, neurodivergent, and suspiciously rich. Oh, that's fucking great. That's the back. Ooh, that looks pretty. I like that. The red and the dark holographic inside. Pretty. You never know what you're gonna pop out, and that's the best part. Jesus Christ. Cheese on rice. Oh, I see. It's that fucking lip. It's the lip! Knowing someone who works in IT, they're probably a furry. I mean, good. I'm glad they found their shit. Because IT seems like a fucking miserable job. You need some joy in your life. You deserve joy in your life. I want to clip that off. It's got a really sharp edge. Hold on. There it is. I have clippers. I support all my furry friends and comrades. Some furry suits do give me uncanny valley, and also the cartoony look freaks me out. Both can be true. A furry horror film would genuinely terrify me. I kind of have the same. I'm scared of dolls and, like, you know, clowns and shit. But I think, honestly, having so many cool furries in the community and actually meeting them IRL and stuff in their fursuits, it suddenly, like, it disarmed them in my mind. I was like, oh, they're not clowns. But I just never hung out with furries before. Like, I'd never been at a furry convention. Honestly, Lizzie, what it was, I don't know if it is anymore. One of the largest My Little Pony conventions used to be in Baltimore. Crazy, I know. Like, the big one was in Baltimore. And a lot of people in the furry community are also in the My Little Pony community. And so I got to meet a lot of people, and I was like, okay, not clowns, cool. I literally just had to get my brain to understand that. Like, I know that, but my brain was like, anyone putting on a costume wants to murder you and, you know, is scary, like clowns. No, it's just clowns. Now, if you are a furry clown, we're not going to get along very well. I just can't. I can't go that far for you. I hate clowns. A lot. Sorry. Anyways, there's the front. And there's the back. Ready to put them together. And what do you have? You got a heart. Cute. It's pretty. I really like those colors together. I'm trying to get a good view on this little camera. It's hard. And holding it together, I still have to sand them. Got to sand them and glue, or resin them or glue them or whatever you want. But that's pretty. I like the blue. The blue and the purple and the red is really pretty together. Look at the color difference, though. That's so annoying. Pretty. That's the aorta busting out the back to feed you. Hearts are fun, but they look nothing like the heart that everybody draws in the world. I don't even know where that came from. Maybe the ass of it, maybe. I think it's supposed to be modeled after a woman bending over. I don't know, or a person bending over. No, Mickey, I will shank a clown. I'm not kidding you. A friend of mine thought it would be really funny to bring a clown mask to TwitchCon one year and pulled it out of his bag and put it on and turned around and scared me, and I socked him in the gut, and we haven't spoken since. It's my gut reaction to harm the clown. Don't test Katie's instincts. I have no control when it comes to that area of myself. Don't be a clown. Don't do that. When given the choice, choose not clown. These clowns are fucking stupid. No, I can hang up. I can hang up, and then it's even weirder. You're just sitting in a call by yourself dressed as a clown, you fuck. Gosh. I can't do it. Clowns are so scary to me. They just freak me the fuck out. I don't know why. I've never been assaulted by a clown. I'm pretty sure it's because I saw the movie It when I was way too young. But fuck clowns. So if we need to sabotage anyone, put a clown mask on and put it in front of Katie? Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'd be judged as insane. I wouldn't remember. Bashful. How are you? I finally got my hair done. It only took 3 years to get me to do it. How are you? Can't sleep. Clowns will eat me. Sleep. Clowns will eat me. Can't sleep. Clowns will eat me. Facts. Facts. Fuck clowns. And fuck anyone who still thinks clowns are cute. Who broke you? Who broke you? Someone. I did this last night too. I think we can pop it out. Yeah, I made a flower, but I think it has a hole in the bottom, but I wanted to fucking carve the bottom out anyways. I wanted to just be a hollow flower, so we're gonna pop it anyways. Let's get fucked. Wait, actually, I have an idea. Should I? Shouldn't I? Should I? Shouldn't I? I could. Actually, I'm gonna do one thing to it first before we pop it. I'm gonna do a clear layer on it just to seal it, because it's colorful. I've never seen a clown in a hospital in my entire life, and I'm so fucking happy for that. I've seen people come in and do balloon animals for the kids, but they don't put on the creepy-ass clown shit. I think that clowns are clowns. Same. There, cake. Cake's on my side. I would die out of fucking spite if a clown visited me in the hospital. I would unplug my own ventilator. If a clown came in my room and was like, "Hey there, kids, do you want some balloon animals?" I'd be like, no. No, please. Lizzie. If I saw a clown in the hospital, I would assume his best friend, the Grim Reaper, was just parking the car. Intrusive thoughts or compulsive thoughts. Depends on severity. Same. Yes. Katie saying sounds enticing. You know that kind of thought that like comes over your being when you're like on a roof and thinking about jumping over or other random thoughts? Yes. There is a word for those and I don't know it. Does anybody know what that is? It's like people who like have a weird urge to drive off cliffs. Yeah, there is a word for it. I don't know it though. If anybody knows it, feel free. I don't remember it, but I know you're right. There is something about that. It's like there's intrusive thoughts. Call of the Void. Is that literally what it is? I think you're right. I think Zaquarian's right. It has a weird, it's like Call of the Void or something like that. And it's, my mom has it. She told us when we were way kids, like, and not in a creepy way, but my mom has never done anything terrible, but she was like, oh yeah, what she says is she's afraid of heights. And she's always just claimed that she's terrified of heights. And when we were older, she was like, I'm not actually scared of heights. I just have a crazy urge to jump off cliffs and drive off them. And that's what it is. It's not, and it's completely different from suicidal intrusive thoughts, in case anyone's wondering. Totally separate, two different things. People with the Call of the Void don't actually usually go through with it. They just live with it. Suicidal tendencies, totally different. Just to be clear on that one. There's a bubble, you fucking asshole. High place phenomena, is that what it is? The urge to order Domino's pizza is the Call of the Void. My Call of the Void is the urge to order Taco Bell. I have it on tall buildings. I get this weird jumpy feeling. I think I have it, but I don't have the urge to jump off it. I was just talking about this the other day. Like, I don't have a fear of heights if there's a railing. If there's a railing, I can quite literally dangle off that railing and I'm fine. I don't feel anything. If there's no railing, for some reason, I feel like my feet start to ache and I feel like something's sucking me off the edge. Like something's pulling me or the earth is tipping me off the edge and that I'm falling. It's almost like it feels like an undertow in the ocean. Like that's what the feeling my body starts to give me when I'm close to a ledge with no railing. It's real weird. Really? Oh my God, same. It's the worst. It's so creepy. Sorry about the blue light. Someone's sucking me off the edge. Yes, it's like vertigo in your legs. Oh my god, same. That's so weird. Same. No, hard same. I tank the void. Hard true, though. Hard true. I fucking hate heights. I get rubber legs and sweat. Hiking cliffs, I had to comfort sing to myself. I've done that. I've done that before. The urge to call for prescription is called Call of the Roid. That's so sad. You're going to lose your pee-pee. The urge to always have pizza. I have the urge to always have burritos. I feel like I'm going to get vertigo, but in my legs. No, I totally do. I get it if I'm walking on a slippery surface, too. Like, if I look outside and I can see that my driveway is icy and I step on it, even if I don't slip, I haven't slipped at all. The arches of my feet literally feel like they're doing this. Like, my whole feet just start to curl, and I get this horrible ache in my feet that's like my body screaming like, Slippy! But I haven't slipped. It just happens. I hate it. It's so weird. And same thing if I'm near a weird ledge. The urge to pilot an animal-themed mecha, Call of the Sword. That urge to have a ridiculously large dog that sheds too much and should live in the Arctic Circle, Call of the Samoyed. I'm gonna smoke drugs. That was terrible. Let's don't acknowledge that. Wow! Cheers, everyone. What is this edge? Asking for a friend. I mean, everyone has it on the inside. Cure, you son of a bitch. Call of the Zoid, god damn it. I can't think of any Oid songs. I mean, songs, words. Speaking of nothing that we're talking about right now, I finally watched the first 3 episodes of Mandalorian, and I take back my statement I made earlier this week, which was, what's the other one called? I've already forgot. I forget the other one all the time, the name of it. There's 2 different, like, spin-off Star Wars shows right now that are real life. There was Mandalorian and, oh god, what's his name? Andor. I take it back. I was wrong, and I apologize. Mandalorian is better. I stayed up till 3 a.m. binging it last night, the first 3 episodes that are out. It's fabulous. Sorry, I was wrong. That's on me. Shame. Shame. Shame on Katie! She was wrong. I was wrong. It's great. It's amazing. Ooh, the other day on NCIS on Netflix is missing 5 seasons. What? Why are they missing one? Or 5 of them? It's why I hate walking next to rivers, because I think I'm going to fall in. Same. I feel like I'm going to slip off. It's so weird. Yes, Andor's really good. I'm not saying Andor is bad. Andor is amazing. But Mandalorian. The other day I kind of got a little fight. I got in a little fight with you guys about how I thought Andor was better. Because Mandalorian's okay, but it was like all about Grogu. And like Grogu's cute, but also their dialogue is cooing noises. So, nope, it's better. Just watch the new season. It's great. I have nothing. Like, it was always great. I loved it. Don't get me wrong. All Star Wars is amazing. It was just, like, not my favorite. It's great. Very much into it. Let us cheers. This is the way. That is the fucking way. Fuck. Cheers. Mine was a stretch glut. Go for it. The urge to be the son of a Lego villain played by Will Ferrell. Call of the Lloyd. I made my eyes water. Sakura, thank you so much for subbing to the class. Keep the class alive. Give it an 8 swings. Holy shit. Oh, that's so many months. Ah!
Don't forget your Prime sub!
Whoa, that was a big hit. Oh, because it moved? Did they just, like, lose episodes or something? That's very weird when they just chop it up. I was bitching about this last week, but I have such a hard time with all of these new shows coming out where they'll come out, like, the first season's on Hulu, but the second season's on Hulu Paramount Plus, which is more money. You have to pay more money just to see the second season. I'm just not going to watch the first season anymore if that's the case. Fuck off. I'm going to start canceling and becoming a pirate again. Welcome back, Viata-ish. I'm glad The Punisher's at least coming back, because I heard the other shows that we like Peacemaker, are all getting indefinitely delayed for Superman. You all know how I feel about Superman. I have the weirdest thing where I have like the opposite fear of height. I can't look up at tall buildings unless I have something against my back. I wonder what that, like, do you get vertigo? Like if you're in a big city and you're just staring up at like the infinitesimally tall buildings, do you kind of get that vertigo? Can someone write a new story? Hard agree. Hard agree. Or like Lizzie, for real, even if you don't want to write a new story, just go into the MCU universe, Jesus Christ. Go to the Marvel universe, go into the DC universe. There are so many characters that are so much more interesting than anything they've given us that they could pull from and make cool videos, but we just kept getting Spider-Man remakes and Batman remakes and Superman remakes. But like, there's hundreds. There are so many, like, not just side characters, like characters that literally got their own spin-off comic series that are just way more interesting. Original stories? I mean, is that even possible? I don't even know anymore. Take your joy, folks.
Did you take your joy today?
Amen to that.
Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as
It's with pictures, too. Like pictures of a tall building. I wonder what that is. If your brain, like, vertigoes out or something. I have no idea. A new season of Loki'd be cool. Loki is one of those things I'm really glad that Loki got a spin-off of their own. Because Loki's actually interesting. No offense to Thor, but, like, meh. Oh my god, Viata, you didn't get to see. I peeled the brain. I did the brain and the heart and everything. Do you want to see the resin shit I peeled out? They're okay. The brain is kind of a waste. I'm a little sad about it. Simply because it's my first time ever doing this brain. I'd never made the brain mold before. And I don't know if you remember, I said I put a rose in it because I wanted it to look like a blooming rose in the brain. And then it has a mandala and then seaweed. But the sulci of the brain just, like, killed all the detail. Like, it's cool. I think it'll be really cool with, like, a metallic resin in it or something. But you can't tell anything's anything. It's just like a blob. But it's clean. It's nice resin. I mean, it's not the resin's fault. It's just the mold is not built for this. That was me. So that's a bummer. But the bottom half looks really pretty. This is the bottom half of the brain. I put snakeskin in it. But the snakeskin with the hollow, I think, looks really cool. Like holographic star glitter. That's pretty. I'm gonna have to remember. I wrote this down, thankfully. So I remember what this, what's the word? Yeah, they're all food safe. You just have to clean them. Yeah, they're all the molds I use, at least, are silicone. They're like medical grade silicone, so you can sterilize them. That would be a really cool Jello shape. The problem is it's two halves, though. I guess maybe if you want to put your Jello together and play with it with your hands. I could literally make a Jello heart glut. No shit. That would be so, like, just one enormous Jello heart. That would be so funny. Stop it. That's fucking funny. I never thought about that. And then I made one more. I made this last night. This was UV resin, but it's the world's tiniest little digestive system. Look at that little shit. It's precious. And I can diddle your pooter. Diddle, diddle, diddle. It's two halves, but I haven't sanded it down or anything. I just pulled it out this morning. Pretty cool, though. I think that looks nice. I like the watermelon top. The tum. What flavor would it be? Which one? The brain or the heart? Mine specifically? Does chaos have a flavor? Or like mayhem? Probably something that shouldn't be a Jello flavor, but isn't bad. You know what I mean? Like biting into a cookie that has some chili powder in it. You're like, oh, that's surprising, but I don't hate it. It's probably something like that. I don't think I'm hated, but also like not loved. not a well-loved flavor. Maybe like pate or something strange. Probably grape. Oh, I hate grape. Ugh. No. No. Tell me I don't taste like grape. I fucking hate grape. Y'all are trolls. I hate you. My brain tastes like pine saw. Go fuck yourselves. After it turns autofocus off, it's gonna drive me crazy. It's such. It tries to focus on my mic, I think. Even though I have it set to only focus on this top of the monitor. Like now, what the fuck is it focusing on? I can see how this is driving cosplayers insane. It's unnecessarily complicated. Grape, everything exists, and that is the reason the world is broken inside. I'm convinced. I'm just kidding. Maybe not, but also, grape is fucking foul. I don't understand why people hate themselves to that extent. Like, I just don't get it. You know, you don't have to eat fake grape. You don't have to. You're free. I'm freeing you. You're welcome. No, that would make sense. It would be like grape jello with a center of pop rocks. No, pop rocks? Is that what they're called? Yeah, pop rocks. Like a warhead. But you don't know it's a warhead. So like you're like, this is really tasty. Pain. Why? Probably. Something like that. You know? Shocking. Not exactly pleasant, but not unpleasant. Just shocking. I would say that, maybe. And grape. I'm not eating my own brain. Y'all are sick. I know people love grape, but I don't think I've seen it. I think they have everything these days in Jello flavors. Grape's pretty popular. I'm like one of the few people in the world that literally will projectile vomit if you come near me with fake grape smell, which would make sense that my brain would reject, that my body's rejecting my brain if it's Jello, if it's grape anything. That honestly makes a lot of sense. I had a watermelon warhead energy drink this morning. Like, what's it like to drink sour? My mouth's doing weird things trying to imagine it. I really like sour, right? I'm saying, like, in theory, I love sour candies. Wrong. Yeah. Drinking sour, I don't. I've had a whiskey sour, but I don't think that's the same thing. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know. What is written on me? Oh, I know what's written on me, just kidding. It's amazing that the pens that hold up to the amount I wash my hands, for real. What the shit? Incredible. I can't drink a sour beer. They taste like it, and to each their own. Again, no judgment. But they taste. I've tried them. The college town I lived in was big on like microbreweries and shit when I was there, and they had like all different kinds of beers. And we go get. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like a piece of wood with a whole bunch of little glasses, and you get to try all the beers. What is that called? There's a name for it. It's like a something, and they give you a flight. Thank you. Yes. So we would go do a flight because I'm all about trying new things. I think it's fun. I'm never, even if you got me a sour beer, I'd still try it. Won't turn down anything. But the sour beers always reminded me of something that had gone off, like bad meat or something. I always, like this weird aftertaste in the back of my throat. I would be like, I ate something bad. I couldn't get over it. It was weird. It was just me though. A lot of people love sours. The sweet, I know, the sweet part of the well, it's like, is it the best part of the warhead, or are we just exhausted? I mean, I have a bag of lemon heads in my freezer. I fucking love sour shit, that's the thing, but I don't know if I'd like to drink sour. San Pellegrino sodas are sour. I don't know if I've ever had their sodas. I don't know, not in recent history, I don't fucking know. Maybe. Life is weird and time goes by. Oh, I've had San Pellegrino blood orange. Because I was trying to remember if that was San Pellegrino or not. I couldn't remember like what the little label was on it. But that didn't taste sour to me. but I might be like immune. I love sour, but the Warhead watermelon flavor is awesome, but it was basically just drinking malic acid. Yeah, I feel like there's a point when drinking sour, that's a lot. What's a lambic? I don't know what that is. I have a bad habit of adding too much lemon juice to water. Does it make you shit? One time when I was younger, my aunt gave one of my sisters lemon water, and it literally made them shit instantaneously. It was wild. Yeah, they have the little foil lid. I don't remember it being sour, though. I wonder if I had a different kind. Lambic is a sour. Oh, is that just what it's called? The sour beer is a lambic? Okay. See, I didn't know. I've literally only had them on a flight, and I would never order them just because I always get this weird aftertaste. But I don't think there's any other beers that I hate. I don't really like IPAs. Like, I would never drink one by choice because I feel like I'm drinking medicine. They're just so hoppy. I mean, it's just like perfume. That's what they feel like to me. I feel like I'm drinking perfume. Yeah, that's much more accurate. Perfume. Perfume of hops. To each their own. Not my jam. But all the other ones are pretty good. Yo, what up, Myron? How are you? Nah, but you can feel it like wearing down. No shit, just like the acidity. That is so freaky. Did it fuck with your stomach at all? I wonder if the acidity fucked with your stomach. I knew a girl who literally got ulcers from eating too many tomatoes. Like, she got addicted to tomatoes as a kid and got ulcers from it. Tomatoes, my dudes. That's not a mispronunciation. She was a child addicted to tomatoes. I don't know how this happens. Crazy. Oh, there's 3 major styles of sour beer. Most are wheat beers. And I like a lot of wheat beers, but I guess they're not sours. I really like, there's a really common one. Blue Moon. I'm down for a Blue Moon any fucking day. That's a wheat beer, right? Wheat ale? Is that, I don't know. There's too many beers these days. I like Blue Moons and the ones like that. They're tasty, very drinkable, but not like Kolsch Light. Kolsch Light, and I just feel like I'm not drinking anything. It's like fizzy water. I have orange and pomegranate. I didn't like them so much. They've been shelved for over 5 years. Damn, dude, don't drink them if you don't like them. Life's too short. There's a Mountain Dew energy drink flavor that was real good. I think it was the watermelon one. It didn't have a strong Mountain Dew flavor or fake watermelon. You know what's weird about Mountain Dew for me? It's never been the flavor. I've never liked Mountain Dew because for some reason, of all the sodas in the world, it feels in my mouth thicker and more syrupy. I don't like it. It's like less carbonated. And I think even if it's just you know, the most fucking smallest fraction of thicker, it's just enough syrupy. It just gives me the grossest mouthfeel. I hate it. Surge did the same. If you guys remember Surge, you're old, first. But secondly, yuck. My brothers love that shit. And if you pour it in a glass, it's piss. It looks like piss on ice. I don't know how you do it. But I don't really drink soda. I was addicted to Diet Coke, which is also like liquid brown. I have no room to talk. I love tomatoes too, but I can't imagine eating so many that I got an ulcer. I went through a pineapple phase. Me too. Oh my God. I quite literally went through a pineapple phase. Kona, I didn't get the canker sores, but it was one summer I was just obsessed. I kept eating pineapple and it was like killing my tongue in my mouth. And I had a dentist appointment and he said it was literally receding my gums. The acidity was eating my gums. I love pineapple, but I gotta limit myself, my dude. Oh my God. No stomach problems, but I was adding like 3 to 4 tablespoons of lemon juice in in a liter. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Aw. Thank you, Myron. I wish I could dye them like this. That'd be cool. And I think I'm gonna have my neurodivergent twin, like you and Eliza, bro, it's wild, do a fairy core look on me. Fuck yes. Yes. I think I can look like a super dope. Dude, fuck yes. You have cheekbones for days. Are you kidding me? I would do horrid things to put glitter on them. I mean, I bet your wife would get a little moist if you offered. I'm just saying. For someone that literally has no cheekbone, jelly. I have fat cheeks. That's all I got. You got that fucking structure, my dude. That, they have glitter, like chunky glitter, it's meant for your face, so it's not sharp and it won't hurt you. But that, oh my God. I got to do, I don't know if you remember that, Myron. A couple years ago, Zach let me turn him into like sexy Santa. And I couldn't get over how beautiful he looked. Like, you put like nice eyelashes and mascara, and I did him up like I do my makeup sometimes. And I was just like, your bone structure makes this unfair. It's unfair. Like, you almost don't need highlighting. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm over here like, where are the dents? I don't know. My fucking baby chub hasn't worn off in 30 years. Collective Arts Jam Up the Mash is my favorite sour. I don't know if I've had that one. Pineapple ruins the taste of other things. Does it? What you mean, like, if you eat something after it? Or, like, together? I usually just eat it by itself. Literally just chop up a fucking pineapple. My brothers loved Surge, dude. We always had in the house. Sick. It was so gross to me. It was the extreme cool kid drink. Yeah, fucking, I couldn't do it. It was like carbonated syrup. Pineapple, the food that eats you back. Oh, Captain Crunch, its cousin. Do you like the roof of your mouth to bleed profusely? Captain Crunch! Pineapple has a chemical that breaks down protein strands. Oh, yeah. I've literally had it split my lips open, but I can't stop. Even though my mouth is bleeding, I can't stop. Ugh. We get cored pineapple, and I just stick a fork in the core. Me too. I used to buy a whole pineapple. I'd cut up the entire thing, chop it up into like, you know, bite-sized pieces when it's pineapple. Stick it in a tub, and I'd be like, I'll eat that throughout the week. Gone by 8 p.m. And Katie's sitting here like, blood. Who doesn't love pets? Kratos was amazing. Oh my god. But, I mean, just putting like, elegant, like, eye makeup on him was astounding. It's unfair. Like, the inverse miracle fruit for me, really? I wonder if it has something to do with how fucking acidic it is, because pineapple is something crazy. I gain weight, and I swear half of it goes to my cheeks. Same. My face, right here. I wish this was a bone in my face, but it is not. My cheekbones are, like, in here, which is why I have really bad under-eye circles. It's great. Because there's no, I literally, like, there's nothing. I have to do the... and maybe hope for a cheekbone to pop out. It's not fair. Mermaid glitter, is that what it's called? Is that chunky, it's that really chunky face, it's meant for your face, so it's safe to, you know, get on your, it won't cut your skin. If you get it in your eye, it's not going to kill you. Try not to get it in your eye, but it won't kill you. Do not use craft glitter on your face, ever. A lot of craft glitter is quite literally glass. Shards of glass. Do not put that near your eyes. Period. Katie does not condone. When is pineapple season? Oh my god, I think it's actually in, like, September, August. It's, like, in the fall, I think, is pineapple season. It's super weird that I know that, but I went to Maui when it was pineapple season, and that's, like, they have a huge fucking plantation of pineapples there, and I learned a lot about pineapple, and I think that's the time of year, but I learned that the way that you buy a good pineapple is you sniff the bottom. So, like, you know the part that the bush is coming out of, the, like, leaf, the greenery, the bottom where it was snapped off the stem, stick that up in your nose and give it a good whiff. If you look at it and there's mold, do not buy that one. It was picked so unripe that it's never going to ripen. It literally was picked so unripe and has sat on the shelves for so long that it's now molding instead of ripening. Do not pick that one. But if it doesn't look moldy on the bottom, fucking whiff it. And if it smells sweet and fragrant, it's ready to go. If it does not smell sweet and fragrant, it was picked so unripe, it never will. Like, because of the amount of, you know, time it takes to get pineapples from where they grow to the US or to wherever they're going, most fruits and veggies from that area of the world are picked unripened, and presumptuously, they ripen on their own, just like magically, but usually they're, like, pumped with a gas. Like, there's some gas they can fill the containers with that falsely ripens the outside of fruits and veggies, so it will look ripe. Like, you'll look at it and be like, look at that golden ass pineapple, but it's actually totally unripe on the inside. I don't know the names. Correct me, please. It's been a while. A container of pineapple is a serving size of 1. Fight me, I agree. 100%. Josta? I don't remember what Josta. We weren't allowed to have soda and stuff, really. We had Diet Coke, but that was about it. I don't know if pineapple has a season, to be honest, but I know that's been foolproof for me. Picking up a pineapple and sniffing the bottom. If it smells, like, really sweet and delicious, it's a good pineapple. If it doesn't, it's never, like, it literally didn't grow big enough to develop the sugars that will develop into the sweet, ripened fruit. Something like that. Not a pro. Not a genius. I just pick up some things. The real question, though, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? ClassyKatie! What? I wish. Fruits and veggies all have seasons they grow best. They must, right? I just don't know. Tropical fruits like that, I mean, we're never getting them picked at their ripe state. Like they would be bad by the time they got here. I think. Ethylene! Ethylene is the gas that causes fruit to ripen. Ethylene, thank you. I knew it started with an E, but I was going to say like ethane, and I knew that was totally wrong. But my brain gets stuck. Yeah. If you go to Napa around harvest time, a lot of the vineyard have grape festivals. Oh, I love going to festivals and vineyards. There's tons in Washington State. They would be at wineries, but it would be like the garlic festival. And really, it's just like a whole bunch of hippies show up with like their crafts that they make at home and they try to sell them, but you get sloshed and walk around the winery. I went to this one, oh God, what was it? I can't remember the winery name. It's in Eastern Washington. Fuck. It's gone. But it was one of the weirdest, most magical experiences. Like I went there, I was way young, but like hippies, weed, shrooms, all the things. It was basically a barter fair, but like, at the winery. And I got hella high, had a couple glasses of wine, and literally like bareback rode a horse through the vineyards. It was wild. Like I reached out and grabbed grapes like from the vine as the horse was like galloping and like shoved him. It was weird. I can't make that shit up. It was like 1 second of just this amazing experience. I totally forgot about that until now. It's weird. You're not supposed to ride a horse through the fucking vineyards. Like literally, it was that one, like I just raced through and then got to the other side and then went off into the mountains or whatever. Used to be a horse girl. You guys know this. But yeah, that was weird. It was just like sun-ripened grapes, in the hills. It was weirdly magical. And it was pretty cool. It was pretty fucking cool. Wait, it's the aftertaste of pineapple? Oh, the San Pellegrino is more bitter than sour. I would believe that. I mean, they're sugar-free, right? So they don't have any like sweetener or anything in them, I don't believe. That's the shit short people do not try to do. What? Ride a horse through the vineyards and grab grapes? To be honest, not a lot of tall people ride horses. Jockeys are tiny. I started riding horses when I was still wee. It sounds fancy, but it was literally like the horse I was riding. It's super crazy. So I've told you guys my mom, when we lived in Eastern Washington, she was very much like, had all these friends that were like the older mom level of like hippie dippies. Like they wore the flowy batik skirts, no bra, and like were sun-kissed and wore the big, beautiful, weird necklaces they get at these barter fairs and shit. Those were my mom's friends. So these are the women that kind of like I was half raised by after my dad died. I love them. I still idolize them. And they would know very interesting people. It was just crazy. These people that live in the middle of fucking nowhere, Eastern Washington, have the wildest lives. And my mom ended up friends with the guy who trained all the horses for the film Remember the Alamo. And he had this huge like horse farm, but he lived in a fucking bus and had like dreadlocks. He literally looked like Cheech and Chong, like, the little like dreads and like, yeah, man. And his fucking bus was always hotboxed, but he was also like the horse whisperer. I think he actually passed away a couple years ago of stomach cancer or something. It was really sad. Long story short, he was at the vineyard with these horses. So like this dreaded up fucking Cheech and Chong hippie dude was like, yo, Katie, what's up? Fucking like gives me a blunt, puts me on a horse and sends me into the vineyards. It was so weird. Weird. Cool, but weird. I will never get away with that again in my life. The things you get away with when you have brown hair. One of the best ones I went to was Calistoga, California. It was at a no shit Italian castle. You smashed grapes? Shut up. I'm very jealous. Just ride smaller horses. I might crush them. I have a big ass. It wasn't. I know. It wasn't. That's the like my mom is just as fucking weird as me. I'm convinced of it. Like she plays this like normal life, but she's taken us to strange. No, it's totally real. I wish it was. I wish I had like this. These are the days of no camera phones. Like no phones. I have no proof. I wasn't rich enough to have a fucking camera. There's no proof beyond me that these things occurred. It's so bizarre. There's like literally a chunk of the world that like unless you trust someone, you can't like pull up your phone and be like, no, let me show you this one time I went through a vineyard with this dreaded out hippie and like smoked pot and ate grapes off the vines. I'm the only one. There was no one with me. I'm it. It's crazy. It's weird when you think about it. There is a chunk of my life that like I'm the reference. But I remember that was very clearly. There was a lot of little fairs that would happen like that all over Washington. They usually called them barter fairs. And they weren't always at wineries, but it was always like, you know, the older hippie dippies that smoke a whole lot of pot and live in a bus, and they'd go like park in a circle and sell their jewelry, but really they were just like getting super high. Sometimes they got to do it at a winery, and there'd be like belly dancers and shit. It was crazy. I didn't even have Polaroid. My mom had a camera and my mom had a video camera, but we weren't wealthy and I was a clumsy child. And I wouldn't have given it to me either. She never let me use any of it. So there's just, if my mom wasn't around, there are no pictures of my life. It's weird. Whereas kids nowadays, it's like literally if they don't have a photo of themselves every single day, it's weird to them. Like they just have cataloged every second of their existence. And I don't have anything up until I'm like, when did camera, oh, I think my sophomore year of college, I think, is when I finally got some sort of like actual camera phone. And I'm just thinking like, I'm literally mentally thinking of like my Facebook. And I think that's literally when I started actually putting photos on it because I had something to take pictures with and it was my phone. But up until then, nothing. I didn't have anything. It's weird. It just doesn't exist except in my head. So unless you guys remind me of shit, I kind of forget half my life. It's very bizarre. The Polaroid era. I never had a Polaroid camera. Always wanted one. Never had one. We just got an updated winter storm warning. Heavy snow expected. Total accumulation of 10 to 23 inches. Winds up to 35. Do you guys have wood? Giggity. Yes, I mean boners. But also, do you guys have a heat source in case you lose electricity and food and stuff? I'm assuming you do. But my worrying soul gets concerned. Because that can be like, get stuck in your house. Why is it called Polaroid? I have no idea. Probably has something to do with polarization. Polarize. Light. Polarize. Something like that. That's a really good question. I have no idea. I never had a Polaroid to think about it. They were like, Polaroids were literally, I know they were our childhood, but I kind of thought they were before me because I didn't know anyone with one and we never had one. But I think they were literally my time. I learned something new today, but it was from the internet, so I'm not sure if it's true. Can't lie on the internet. I read that untreated ADHD can add to chronic pain symptoms because of lack of dopamine. Absolutely. But also, treated ADHD doesn't guarantee prevention of those things. Sadly. But yeah, lack of dopamine is bad. Lack of happy chemicals is no good. For many different reasons though. It's kind of an accumulation of things. So like yes and no. Yes, in that dopamine is necessary for like all vital functions of our body, including like taste and smell and things like that. No, in that it's more correlation than causation because people who have ADHD or lack of dopamine, lack of happy chemicals tend to be, if they're unmedicated, they tend to be thrill seekers because I've talked about this a lot and I'm sorry if I'm a broken fucking record on this, but if this person does an activity and it makes them super happy, this person that should get super happy doing the same activity but has ADHD will only get about half the satisfaction out of the exact same activity. So people with ADHD that's untreated, undiagnosed, whatever, they tend to go out of their way to just go that extra mile, but they're getting the same hit of dopamine you did going half of that. Like someone without ADHD. Does that make sense? So long story short, correlation, not causation, meaning we tend to do things that break our bodies just to feel normal. So yeah, if it's untreated, undiagnosed by an earlier age, our bodies are much more broken. Also, we can ignore very serious symptoms and injuries with hyperfocus, which can, like, I'm sure you guys have seen or known people who can break a leg and continue playing basketball for an hour, and they don't realize their leg's broken until after the game. That kind of shit happens a lot, and it's not even like them mystically fighting through pain. They're so hyper-focused on the game, they don't clue into the insane throbbing in their leg. Shit like that can happen. So, you know what I mean? It's kind of like a yes and no. Probably a little column A, a little column B. Thank you, Tom. I like it too. We brought in wood yesterday. We got gallons of water, enough candles. Good. Fuck the church. Good. I'm so old, we still used film until well after college. Even my first mobile didn't have a camera. My first mobile didn't have a camera either. I used film until after college. But I don't know. I might be kind of just antiquated because I grew up in the middle of nowhere. I grew up kind of like fucking Napoleon Dynamite, you know, just in a place that did not get. We were behind the times by years. Bird name ideas. We have 2 crows, maybe ravens, coming back to us to get treats. Wes Craven. I like that. What do I call the other? Okay, we got Wes, another raven. I mean, you could literally copy the game we've been playing and call it Crowley or Crowley. Chat's gonna be more clever than me. I'm terrible at naming things. Just trying to think of crow puns. Give me a minute. Crowley. Crowley's funny. I mean, it's definitely a pun. Bird. Burb. Polaroid was the brand of the camera that insta-printed pictures. Yes. Did it come from something, though? Like the word Polaroid, or was it someone's name? Because it sounds like it has, like... It sounds like it has a root in, like, polarizing. There's something to do with developing film that has somewhere there. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I don't know. I assume everything has a root word. Or it's a name. Those are the ones that don't make any sense. If it's a name, it doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's a mating pair. Oh my god, cute. Wait, so we have Wes. I don't know. That's, oh my god, what about Wes and Lee? As in the Crow star who passed away and Wes Craven. And then it's like Wesley. Like, oh, that's just Wesley. And they'd be like, no, that's 2. You know, I don't know. Is that stupid or clever? Wes and Lee. No. Okay. I'm not clever. I'm so sorry. Do you get what I mean? Like the actor from The Crow, is it, there's like Jason Lee and Brendan, I never remember which one's which. There's the father and son, the one that passed away making The Crow. But when you say it together, it's Wesley. Brandon Lee. It was Brandon Lee. Thank you. Brandon Lee passed away. Bruce and Brandon Lee. Thank you. Brandon Lee was the one that passed away in the making of The Crow. Thank you very much. Yes. Super tragic, super horrible accident. But yeah, he was in The Crow. He was The Crow in the movie. So like, here. That's the clever you got for the day. It's good. It's done now. She died. Cinder and Ella, that's kind of precious. I get it. I haven't done that with any of my spiders. I have 2 spiders named after the angels in Dogma. Wow. In Dogma, I have Bartleby and Loki, but that's the only like clevery names I have. Most of them are named after mods and stuff. Death Omen. True. I have been to their graves. I love The Crow. Me too. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. And the fact that it has some 9 Inch Nails in it is just like right on the cake. Oh, it's such a good movie, man. It's still to this day fantastic. It really lives up. It's timeless a little bit, I think. Cheers, y'all. Cheers to Brandon Lee. He really did. He died. I learned this actually by reading the story of how he died. I did not know that it like guns can have blanks in them and kill you. You can die to a blank. And that's what happened. I think, right? Wasn't it someone put it right up against his chest and the blank fucking something like that? Either it happened to him or I learned about it because of what happened to him. I can't remember if his was the accidental loaded gun or not. They're terrible. It's terrible either way. It's horrible. He died to a gun on set that should not have been loaded with a bullet. And I believe it was a blank, but if you put a blank right up against someone, it can kill you. Like, it doesn't have to have a bullet, and I didn't know that. Fucking terrifying. And I grew up with guns. I didn't know that shit, dude. Wild. He did. He died from the little plastic wad in the blank. Yeah, the blank is just wad of paper instead of a bullet tip. There you go. Yeah, I thought he did it and it went in his ear. Oh my God, was it? I thought the squib was round the wrong way. I don't know the specifics. I know it wasn't actually a bullet though. And that's the part that scares me out. For a large part of my life, I truly thought it was like an accidentally loaded gun or maliciously loaded gun or something. I didn't know any type of blank could kill you. But at close enough range, apparently anything can. I didn't know that shit. Lizzie, we learned that very recently. I've said the line try again, try harder. That kind of makes me happy. There are different types of blanks and some still have a projectile in them. And that's the little wad that killed him. It got lodged in the gun from a previous shot and not properly cleaned out. That's actually what happened to Brandon Lee, excuse me. Fuck, that is so sad. He was so young. He had so much goddamn potential. He was so
Beautiful.
Calm the bitch down. Beautiful.
Allow yourself to be penetrated. Be penetrated by everything and everyone that is good in this life.
Yes. Yes.
tragic losses. Tragic fucking losses. Cheers. That poor soul. You learned it from watching 1,000 Ways to Die? No shit, Mayo? I haven't seen that yet. No shit. Allie said it caused a small external wound he couldn't find and a big bleed inside his body. He didn't realize he was in trouble until it was too late. That is so much more sad. Ugh. Fuck. We learn in the military how dangerous blanks are, even if you have a rifle with a blank firing adapter. If someone is too close to the shockwave, it can kill someone. It's serious business. Safety rules are penned in blood, dude. That is wild. I was taught, I mean, we were given gun safety like every couple of years in school just because of where I grew up, Rednecksville. Basically, my school's theory was even if your family doesn't have a gun, all of your neighbors have guns. We're going to teach all the kids how to know how to be safe with guns. But we weren't taught anything about blanks. I didn't even know blanks were a thing until I was like in high school. I don't know. I was very shut in. That is so sad. Wow. There are different types of blanks. Some still have a projectile in them, and that's what must have. Wow. That is so scary. I was just trying to catch up on chat. Sorry. That's fucking. So, well, Lizzie, from what I understand, it's basically the casing of a bullet with no tip. It doesn't have the tip. And the tip is what penetrates a human, right? Like if you look at a little bullet, you know, there's the flat end that the hammer hits, and then there's the little rocket peony end. This is another reason why the Rush shooting was so stupid. You never point a gun, blanks or not, at another person. I agree. I've just never, like, I know people, I mean, I grew up in an area where everybody had guns and everybody was given gun safety, but I also have lived in a city where, you know, nobody has guns. It's like so fucking white. Enough said, right? There's no cops, there's no guns, there's nothing. And even people who have no experience with guns know better than to fucking point a gun at anybody. I just don't know how it's just crazy how fucking, like, what's happening in your brain that you thought pointing a gun at someone was a good idea in any way, shape, form, anything. Every gun, exactly. BDO, you literally just tore the words out of my mouth. I was quite literally just going to say that. Every gun is loaded. Period. End of story. You pointed at the fucking ground. Period. That's what we were taught, literally from age 0. It doesn't matter what you see. Every gun is loaded, pointed at the fucking ground. And if you point a gun at someone, I don't know what my dad would do, honestly. Probably beat the living shit out of us. I have no idea. We did not fuck around. I would not want to be shot with anything that isn't made of cushion or foam or bubbles. Same. Or semen. And maintain trigger discipline. Oh my God, BDO. I was a couple days ago when I realized that I have the weirdest tick for that in movies and entertainment. I didn't realize how bad it was until we started watching, like, The Last of Us. And I miss half of what's going on because anytime someone has a gun out, I'm like, where's their finger? Where's that finger? Is that finger? They're walking around with finger on the trigger. There's the finger on the fucking trigger! It's a problem. I have a problem. I can't stop. I can't until my eyes see it, either on or off, and then I can stop. But until I see it, I can't stop. I can't stop. Ellie, by the way, as far as I could tell, has phenomenal trigger discipline. And if you're wondering what that means, your fucking finger does not just chill on the trigger of a gun all day. Ever. Until you are prepared to kill. Your finger ain't on that fucking trigger. You don't just like chill on there like tickling it like a clit. My fucking god. What the shit? Nah, dog. Ellie's was pretty phenomenal as far as I could tell. Correct me if I'm wrong. I watched the shit out of it, but no spoilers on the show. Her trigger discipline's pretty great. It's not taught everywhere. Really. About trigger discipline. No shit. That was like one of the first things I remember, literally from like the babies, before we were ever even allowed to touch anything. Grew up in Texas in the 90s. We had a class full semester, class for outdoor ed 1 week to Reach brought in a ridiculous person gun collection. Oh god, the next week we learned ammo. They were at least smart enough to separate the two things. We also got a shit ton of gun safety. We just basically got like the general gun safety you have to take to get a gun license, but it was part of our school curriculum every couple of years. Just because it was so well, it was just accepted. Where I lived, most people hunted or farmed literally to eat. Basically everyone in town made money below the poverty level, but was doing okay because the cost of living is super low and they hunt and stuff like that. So our schools, instead of just like letting kids accidentally shoot each other, they were like, you know what? Even if your family doesn't have guns, there's a really high chance all your neighbors do. Every kid needs to know what's up. And so it just became part of it. It's like, I remember dating a guy who went to like high school in Seattle where he had like 2,000 kids in his fucking graduating class. And I was telling him just a story I can't remember what math it is because it's been a while, but when you're in high school in the US at least, you only have to go up to a certain math class. You don't have to take calculus in high school or something like that. My sisters and I all went beyond because we were all trying to do like nursing or medical or something like that. So I went through like calculus 2 or something. But my math teacher, because math was optional at a certain point, I think it was by the time you were a junior in high school, your math class went from 20 kids to like 5. Like if you didn't, because most kids in my school, literally, they were either going into the family business of a farm or taxidermy business or something like that, or they were going to go in the military. Like there was no fucking need. There's no college on that side of the state really within reasonable distance. So unless your family had money, you didn't need these. Like the attitude was, fuck math and science. We don't need that shit to do what we're going to do. So our class went down to literally like 5 or 6 kids for the last 2 years of high school. And if you took those classes, you didn't even have to do well. At the end of the 2 years, my math teacher had a taco party at his house in the woods where we all got to shoot his handgun at a tree. Show me another school where that's pulled off, because that was normal to me until I realized that wasn't normal. I had to be told that wasn't normal. That was just like something you were super excited to do, the taco party. And the fucking handgun you got to fuck. Like not irresponsibly. It wasn't like a group of kids with handguns. We put on safety goggles. The teacher was right behind us. We aimed a gun, we shot it at a tree, and we were done. But that was like your treat for taking math and tacos. No shit. My sister did it too. Yeah. I think he's retired now, which is really sad, but he was one of my favorite teachers. My school has got extended days off for Thanksgiving because deer hunting season, same. Oh yeah. Same. Kids used to come to school late with the deer in the back of their truck. And if they came into school late and their homeroom wasn't shop or something, they'd just go up to the teacher literally with like the beard of the turkey and like hit the teacher and they'd be like, go to shop. And our shop teacher would help them like dress the deer and then they could come into class. Like it was so normal for kids to bring dead carcasses into school with the rifle that they shot it with. And then our shop teacher would teach them how to clean the rifle, take care of it, and take care of the deer. We had a rack in the back of the school. You could string it up and skin your deer. And I know now, but growing up, that was super, like, I didn't think that was abnormal. Hold up. Satsume, thank you so much for subbing to the class. Keeping the class alive and giving it a swing so fucking long. That's a delicious Prime sub, and I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, it was a blast. I smoked weed with my social studies teacher. I think that beats shooting a gun. Honestly, I agree. It was really exciting because I had never shot a handgun. My family just has rifles and stuff like that, and I didn't enjoy it. But it's not the gun, like, it's the loud noise. I can't get out of the adrenaline spike it gives me. I think it's part of being bipolar, but I think that's why a lot of people like shooting as a hobby, not shooting people and things. Handgun owners are hobbyists. In my world, if you're not a hobbyist, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Get out of here. But it's like the adrenaline, trying to get good aim, whatever. But that one adrenaline spike from the very first shot, my brain does the adrenaline spike and then just keeps going, and then I end up in a panic attack and I can't get out of it. It's all abrupt, crazy, loud sounds like that. Just out of nowhere, just like crack kind of thing. Just, I can't get out of it. It sucks. I would have preferred the weed. But it was cool. I'm glad I got to do it, and I'm glad I took math in high school because I would have been shit in college. Most families, that was ours too. I mean, everybody hunted. Handguns, no. Monty Python and then archery in the backyard for the drama team party. I wish we would have had archery. That would have been fucking sick. I wish. What a cool skill to have. That would have been amazing. The closest I've ever been to any kind of gun was in our DARE lessons. Really? I never got DARE. If that isn't apparent. They let us look at, hold an unloaded gun. All guns are loaded. I'm just saying that. I know what you mean. All guns are loaded. With also the specific warning of still do not aim it at anyone. Good. That's crazy, though. They're creepy. It's weird to hold one and just realize what it's made for. Yep, trouble, same. Our teacher would help you clean your gun. I mean, every kid in my school was required to take gun safety every 2 years. So, like, every kid in school probably had taken gun safety. And it wasn't like they were leaving it loaded in the school. It was unloaded. It was just taking care of your gun. The school parking lot would be full of trucks with guns in the back windows when I was in high school. Me too. Literally, no shit. And probably the deer they shot before school. I remember there was this one kid in my class. My class was super small, literally like 31 kids graduating class size. So if you were in alphabetical order, you had the same person sitting behind you and in front of you forever, like every class forever, as long as you were in this fucking school district. So I had the same kid sit in front of me and behind me forever. And the kid sat behind me, avid hunter. His family was big hunters. And he would bring his turkey beard in. And during class would like tickle the back of my neck or ears with it. If you don't know what a turkey beard is, male turkeys grow a very strange spike of hair out their chest. What the fuck, though? And he would sit there and do that. And then I'd turn around and he'd be like, what? What? I don't... Fucking calm down. I don't know what you're talking about. You probably have bugs. It's fresh off the dead turkey in the back of his truck. I'm talking this was like parasite-infected fucking furs. What the fuck? Yeah, it's not hair, but you know what I mean. It's called a beard. Best way I could describe it. Some modified feather. But they're really thin and narrow and form this strange tube of beard. Ugh. Fucking sick. But same. Hi, Mel. How are you, love? I really wish I would have taken archery. I've never hunted anything small. I only went, and even now, like, my dad doesn't even hunt anymore because he got a camera and he prefers taking pictures of the deer. The cop, no shit, I remember DARE class, the cop lit a stick of weed incense for each of the, like, 5 classes. Oh my god, delicious. The whole school smelled like weed. Shut the fuck up. What was the point of that? Weed smells delicious. To a pothead. Turkeys are insane. Turkeys are so weird. Where I grew up in Eastern Washington, we had, like, wild turkeys. Like, herds of hundreds of them would just be in your backyard one morning, and you could go gobble at them, and they would all gobble back. So, like, hundreds of them at the same time. Super weird. But they don't drown in the rain. I don't know where the fuck that came from. I would have found a lot of dead turkeys if they actually looked up and drowned in rain. The beard's a trophy, right? Because if it's super long, it's like a big tom. If I remember correctly. We never hunted turkey. Not a big turkey fan. But I think the longer and stronger that beard, the bigger the tom be. Yeah, I think so. I would have lost my mind. I wanted to. It was so sick. He got his karma, don't worry. That is the most redneck flirting method I've ever heard. Dude, he fucked the shit out of one of my sisters. I was not about to touch that dirty nasty. Turkeys are mean. I had one chase me once. Seriously? Oh my god, I never had a turkey chase me, but I didn't go near them. And when they take off flying at the same time, it's so loud, right? Or if they come out of the trees. So this is the crazy thing. Like, if you ever seen a farm turkey, wild turkeys are a lot more scrawny and, like, narrow, and they can kind of fly. Kind of as good as, like, a chicken can fly. And they actually sleep way up in pine trees at nighttime. And in the morning, similar to, I imagine, a frozen iguana or a drop bear, they just kind of, like, spread out their fat-ass wings and fall out of the trees. And you just watch them fall into, like, the underbrush and, like, like, roll around like a fat bowling ball, and then they correct themselves and walk away. But when they have to take off because they're so goddamn heavy, it's loud. It's like not wind loud, though. I don't know how to describe it. It's like their feathers make just a loud sound. I don't know. How would you even describe that? It's weird. It's like fluster. They make a loud fluster. No shit. It's actually where my Twitch name comes from. No shit. CJ Stuck. Whenever I shot my bow, my friend would yell, "Stuck!" I love that so much. I'm so jealous, though. That would have been cool. That goddamn video with the dude going that and dying laughing kills me. Wait, which one? I'm trimming new buds. Oh, the smell's everywhere. The fingers are sticky. Oh, rub them on your gums. Have a nice day. It's like pheasants. Yeah, it's like this loud feather against feather scratchy air sound. Yeah, I don't know how to just this song is repetitive as fuck. Yeah, it's a really interesting they're just loud. I don't know. Peacocks have the same sound. Is that like a pheasant? Is a peacock like a pheasant? I had an uncle that raised peacocks and he would sell the feathers to like fly fishermen to make their flies. And they would fly and they were loud as fuck. Nothing to do with hunting, but I had a kid behind me. And do my right that would chew tobacco and spit it in the carpet when the teacher wasn't looking. That is foul. Then he would rub it into his boot. What does their home smell like is all I want. I don't want to know, but also curiosity. Like, that is fucking disgusting. Ew. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Is it so hard to have like a half full Diet Coke and just pretend to drink it and spit into it? My fucking God. Every dude in my school chewed. No one spit on the carpet. They all just had that Coke bottle, and they'd be like, it's simple. Ew. I've never chewed and I understand that. Viata, I'll toast my bowl with you spiritually. You're probably going outside to smoke that, but if you'd like to spiritually be that stoned, I'm down. I'm down like a clown. Peacock is a pheasant. Okay, that's what I thought. They're similar body shapes and shit. Yeah, it's like a flap, flap, and it's like that scratch of their feathers. It's alarming almost. My uncle had pheasants too. And what are those like little black and white spotted ones? Guinea hens? Guinea something? Something? They're real weird looking. They almost look like little dinosaurs. Guinea fowl. That's the word I was thinking of. Thank you, guinea fowl. He did that too. Because all those feathers, fishermen love them, fly fishermen. And that's like my uncle, after he got out of the military, that was what he did. He raised these like exotic birds and sold their feathers to fishermen. Wild. Oh, fuck yeah, Viara. Okay, I'm gonna repack because this is just shame. I'll toast my bowl with you. That's like being like, I'm gonna treat you to dinner. McDonald's dollar menu? Are you fucking with me, Katie? Shameful. I've never seen so many feathers or forest animal pelts until I saw the supplies my grandpa has for Thai fishing flies, right? Fur as well, right? They use like fur. Oh, it's crazy. Yeah, I had no idea either. Honestly, I didn't really understand what he did for a living until I was much older. I just knew that Uncle Bruz had a bunch of really cool birds that made really strange songs like, yeah! And you'd be like, what the fuck is that? It was a bird and they were colorful. And whenever we got to go to Uncle Bruz's house, he would let us take a bunch of peacock feathers. He had like barrels of them in his living room. beautiful, clean peacock feathers. And he'd let us take handfuls of them home. So our house was also always filled with. I have a peacock feather on my fucking desk. My life is still peacock feathers to this day. And my Uncle Brez has been dead for quite some time. And then later in life, I asked my mom, I was like, okay, why does Uncle Brez have so many weird birds? She was like, oh, it's fly fisherman. And I went on a delve. I learned all about it. It was really fascinating. I grew up fishing, but never fly fishing. There is a science to it. And it's actually kind of beautiful if you watch the little, like, what is the machine called that holds the hook and then they sit there and they like, whoop, the feathers and stuff around it? There's a name for it, but it's kind of magic. It's kind of really cool to watch someone do it all rapid fire. I know. Hello. I know. I love you. You cannot go outside because it's so muddy, though. I have to ignore you. I love you so much, bud. I was the unfortunate bastard in that situation. My stepfather chewed spit in the Mickey. Oh, okay. Squeaky. So I am the unfortunate bastard who definitely put a joint in a Diet Coke and didn't think about it, and my sister sipped on it in my car one time. That was such a bad time. She vomited. Not just a joint, a fucking burnt-ass nasty roach in a flat day-old Diet Coke in my car. Like, I picked her up from a school thing, and she grabbed it and sipped it, and it was just, yeah. I'm so sorry on behalf of all of us who smoke things and use Coke cans because we're afraid of fires. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. If it makes you feel better, multiple people in the hospital have vomited in and around my mouth. I got my comeuppance, is what I'm saying. Having a great time. Having a good time. All right, we're hotboxing with Viata. Let's see how far I can get before I cough my lungs out. Not a machine. No. I mean, at least I wasn't talking about a machine, Mickey. It was literally like something clamped, like held your hook, and then you as a person had the feather, and they were doing this around, like, the hook or whatever. You know, if you just get a hook, there's like the neck of the hook. I don't know if that's where the fly goes. I don't know. I've never fly fished, but you know what I'm saying? It was just like this. It almost looked like a mini loom, but it was for fly fisherman stuff. But it was all by hand still. But it was fun to watch. Is it just a little vise? They probably just, like, you know, probably modified it for fly fishing stuff. Like, everybody probably had someone different. I just watched my uncle do it once, and I was like, that is really cool. I never knew. I never knew, ever. I sin all the days. Oh, I sin. Oh, yeah. I actually spit in my sister's mouth one time on accident. Ugh, I've done many horrible things. Being an older sister means a life full of regret. Cheers, y'all. Let's hotbox spiritually with Viata. We love you. Right, just like a little clip. It was probably that. It was like, if I could even explain it, it looked like just one, I don't know. I don't have anything around me to even, like, hold up. I was just trying to explain the thing my grandpa used, because it was definitely like, there was a clip on one end that held the hook, and then it was like a board, like it looked like something to hold an incense, like an incense stick, you know? It would be like that thin-ass board so the ashes fell on it. It was like a board like that, and then the other side of it would sometimes hold something else. Maybe he was just doing two at a time, but it was all still by hand. I don't know. It's been a very long time. Cheers again. Happy 420. All siblings are jerks, for real. Like, I was third youngest of the 8. So I'd say like a solid middle child. And so, like, I was definitely picked on by a whole slew of assholes, but then I would take it out on the ones younger than me. So I just don't ever feel pity for me. It's terrible. Anytime I think of a story like, oh yeah, Corey chased me around with a cleaver, my little sister Sarah will be literally be like, remember that one time he chased me around with a lighter and burnt all my bangs off to the flesh? And I'm like, Yeah, I do. I don't remember why I did these things. I think animals have this instinct to kill the like weaker child so that they get all the attention, and maybe that happened in the humans. I have no idea. It's so fucking smoky on my monitors. I have to spread the smoke. Good God. I was the oldest, but my sister had my dad's birthday and looked like him. Damn. So she used that shit to her advantage and bullied me. Fuck that. Ew. Ours was just like, I mean, I don't. What I remember, what sticks out, it was mostly like physical bullying. Like my brothers just wrestled us and beat the shit out of us. Like not breaking bones, beat the shit out of us. They broke each other's bones sometimes, but they would just wrestle us and like throw us around on the trampoline and stuff like that. And like little, like I guess they did bully us. Like for instance, my brother Corey, he is very much like what I consider or what I call an eggshell person, which I have learned later in life that's not a really common saying. Basically, it's someone that you feel like you have to walk on your tiptoes around because you never know what version of them you're getting at any moment of the day. Like they're just kind of one of those people that like, you know, today I could say a joke and they laugh and they think it's hilarious. Tomorrow I mention the same joke and they punch me in the face. Like that kind of human being, definitely my brother Corey. Pretty sure he's bipolar, but never gone to therapy or anything. But anyways, um, he would like, I remember one time we were just sitting at the dinner table and it was actually really quiet. Like everyone's just chewing and eating silently. And Corey, like, out of nowhere, slams his hands on the table as hard as he can and gets this close to my head, to my ear, right here, and just screams at the top of his volume, "Can you stop breathing so fucking loud?" But like in a very loud, abrasive man voice. And I just like think I might have blacked out for a minute. And to this day, I am fucking psychotically hyperconscious about how loud I breathe. And I don't think I've ever been a loud breather in my life. He did the same one day because I walked past his bedroom door and he heard me. Fucking bedroom door flies open. He comes out faster than goddamn lightning. I swear to God, he's like an OBT tarantula this close to my head. "Can you not walk so fucking loud?" And I was just like, and now I constantly scare people all the time. Like, for as big as I am, I walk like a goddamn ghost. I walk on my tiptoes. I walk like a ballerina. It's disgusting. I have crazy calves. Little things like that. But it was like one-time instances that were just so fucking alarming that it changed me who I was for the rest of my life. I don't know if you call that bullying. Eggshells, right? Yeah. I've heard some people have never heard of that. Some people have asked me, like, the fuck is an eggshell person when I mentioned that? I thought that was pretty common. I gotta keep smoking this, sorry. We haven't hotboxed. Is it bark o'clock? No, that was an hour ago. Not today. Shoo. Hold up. Coyote, same. I'm bigger than my older brother. That's exactly Corey's issue. That's my brother's issue. Bless you, Corey, if you ever find the internet and you figure out my channel and you're watching. I love you. I wish we were closer. But you scared the shit out of me in childhood. He was the same. Most of my siblings were all relatively tall. Like, Josh's like 5'9", Sarah's like 5'10", I'm 6 foot. Adam was like 6'2", 6'3", Nick's about 6 foot. And Corey's 5'3" on a good day. 5'4" ish. And he's just petite. I don't know what happened there. He just is small, but it has put the most like self-destructive stick up his ass. He's ruined his own life. He's destroyed his own life. It's so sad. And it all stems, like, when we were younger, he'd claim he was angry because, you know, we were all bigger than him already. Like, I grew taller than him by the time I was, like, in 4th grade or something like that. Like, I was getting tall fast. And he just never hit a growth spurt, and it fucking infuriated him. But that anger that you harbor, you can say it's only one thing, but it just starts to, you know, seep into every fucking aspect of your life. And he just became a wildly violent human. And now he's in and out of jail all the time. I mean, there's no saving him at this point. Like, none of my family knows what to do. Because he just can't get over this, like, anger thing. I don't know. It's sad. I feel a lot of sadness for him because he's my brother who has all the kids. He literally, how many are there? I forget now because he's had 2 kids. He's the one I tweeted about. He showed up to Thanksgiving and was like, "Oh, by the way, we had another child." I mean, I would assume you at least had a few months to tell people that you knew. I don't know. He has so many now. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 6. You wanna know how much the rest of us have? 6. Suck. I'm just like, "What happened?" We literally have a home video of him telling my mom in the camera, "I'm never having kids," and now he has, like, 6 children. It's insane. What is misophonia? Do certain daily sounds trigger an over-the-top emotional reaction, but yet don't seem to bother anyone else? This is the case. He probably has many things. Oh, I guarantee. There's not all of my siblings are neurospicy. I kind of think the whole world is a little neurospicy. Let's be real. But some of us are a little more spicy than others. Some of us are like, white people spicy. Some of us are like Indian spicy. What are you gonna fucking do? If you don't know what I'm talking about, American Indian food usually is labeled that way. And all of my siblings are. Like 2 of my siblings are literally dead due to neurospiciness. And the rest of us are surviving. There's no fucking way he's not. He just will not. I mean, he's the type of person who would rather die than ask for help. For anything. Ever. Ever. My hub's whole fam are eggshell people, and they wonder why we never spend time. Why do you want to be around someone like that? Same. I honestly, I had a really bad habit of, like, befriending people like that when I was younger because I thought, like, oh, I'm the only person that doesn't annoy them. I must be special. But it's because I was literally raised around and by eggshell people. So now I walk on my tiptoes like a ballerina 24/7 and I hide myself from the world if I make sounds. It's very bizarre. I can't stand listening to people eat with their mouth full of fucking food. I don't know if my aversion towards that is like misophonia. I don't know if I could claim that because not all sounds really bother me. If I'm really anxious, then stupid sounds will start to bother me or too much sound. Like, for instance, if I'm out here listening to a podcast and I can hear Zach's stream, I'll either have to put my headphones on or close his office door. But some days I can listen to 5 different things at a time and I'm like, give me more. I don't know if you can claim misophonia on that one. I have the version of misophonia that has to do with your skin. Because for some reason, I am either freezing or hot or my skin just hurts because something in the atmosphere changed and I'm so fucking tired of it. I have that. That's fun. Look, I peeled. He's flour. I finished this one last night after stream because I had extra resin. That's really pretty. I think it's supposed to be like a floating candle holder because it's got a hollow booty to like get a bubble of air. I really like that color. That's super pretty. I don't have autofocus on, so don't worry, but that's really, really pretty. I have misophonia, and one of the biggest triggers I have are people breathing with a whistling nose. I don't know if I've ever heard that in my life. Drives me fucking nuts. I know rationally it's nothing, but mentally it's fight flight. I totally get that. That's me with being cold. I'm not trying to like lessen or compare, but seriously, if I am at a comfortable temperature and suddenly a cold burst of wind goes by and touches my skin, it is fight or flight, motherfucker. I am in pain. I get it, but it's my skin. I've always been that way. I have no idea what it is. I don't know why. I generally just claim being a fucking temperature pussy, but honestly, it can be anything. My skin hurts sometimes from just the temperature change, and I fucking can't stand it. That being said, I have yet to put my lips in a child's ear and scream at top volume at them about said activity. That takes a special kind of asshole. IMO. My dad always pointed out how loud we were when we walked upstairs. He would overreact if you closed the door too hard accidentally. It just makes you insane trying to be so quiet. That's my parents too. Oh yeah, we had literally a 3-story house, a 3-story mansion on a lake. And I shit you not, my dad put timers on all the bathroom fans in the house because he swore in his bedroom on the 3rd floor, he could hear the bathroom fan in the basement. So if one of us, turned on the bathroom fan to take a shower at 9 PM, that was unacceptable. So literally our bathroom fan had a fucking 5-minute timer on it. So you'd have to reach out of the shower and keep turning it to get the fan to stay. It literally makes you fucking insane to live with these people that, yes, you may be sensitive to noise, but the rest of the world needs to fucking breathe. It needs to be a 2-party system here. We compromise. I can't do this. It's mind-numbing. It's literally, and when you compound it's your parents and 8 siblings that are all eggshelly for one reason or another, suddenly you just stop coming home. And then you move across the country. Because you just need to breathe. It's nuts. Nuts. I lived in the fucking funny farm, my dudes. Pretty. I like that color a lot. I like red. It would. I don't think these are heat proof. I have to read my jugs. There's all types of resin. This is the type of resin that took like 24 hours to cure. But there's different types of resin that are like food grade. And then I don't know if there's a resin that's like heat grade or whatever, but I know there's coatings and dips for resin projects that do coat them in something that is, rated up to a certain temperature or whatever. So then you wouldn't have to worry about it like melting off on your joint and then you smoke resin and die. I don't know what happens if you smoke it. Don't do that. I don't want you to do that. Don't do that. I don't know what happens. Sounds bad. One is the difficult things with my sister was growing up and watching all my friends become friends with their siblings and grow out of all their siblings fight, hate each other phase. But me and my sister just never did. She turned 30 and I still wanted to cut her out of my life every time I saw her. But this is when you're supposed to like your siblings. Reconciling that was hard. No, that was really hard for me too. Like I always thought having a big family meant that we were just going to have these huge Christmases forever for the rest of our life. And I would have this amazing like net of support system, the rest of my life. And then I'm one of the youngest. So once my siblings all started graduating, I noticed that it wasn't just my 2 older sisters that completely cut contact with the family. Every time a sibling of mine graduated high school and moved away for college or otherwise, I never heard from them again either. And I was like, is it that they're busy? Like literally, my brother Corey even quite literally left the day he graduated high school. He packed up his car and drove from walking in graduation away. And I just couldn't, I never got it. I couldn't catch on. I was like, I just don't get it. Is it me? My sister Sarah and I, that's my 1 out of 8. We have shit in common. Like, it's not like we struggle to have a relationship or we like push it. We are super similar. We have stuff in common. We enjoy all the same stuff. So it's a rewarding relationship to nurture. But if I was to try that with any other of my siblings, it's a forced conversation. It's like just small talk, I just don't. Our worlds are so fucking different. And honestly, like, life's too short to really fucking push that stuff anyways. One of my things is sometimes when people sing along to music, I feel bad because that's so much joy. I love singing to music and I love other people singing to music, but sometimes, oh God, it makes me want to fall out a window. That's usually when I just reach up and turn up the music and say, I really love this song. Because then I kind of drown them out, but also we can enjoy the song together. I get it. Sensory issues are my favorite. Dying. This is a good song. My sister and I grew up to be told, you two will be all you have one day. And then my sister stopped talking to me in, I think, 2021. I'm bitter as fucking working on it. You're not alone. How do I say it? I think that's a really, really unfair expectation to put on either you or your sibling. Because what if you fucking hated your sister and yet you were brainwashed to think that if you don't force yourself to keep this fucking toxic ass hoe in your life, that you'll die alone and miserable. Being blood related is no guarantee that you'll have anything in common or enjoy each other. I don't know. That feels like a lot of pressure to put on kids. Shower water hitting my skin, especially hot or even warm, makes me cringe. So I wish I could enjoy showers like the rest of the world. I feel that about cold water. I can be so hot I want to die, but if you missed me, I'm in pain. I'm the opposite with cold. I feel you. I have so much sympathy, seriously. I used to have a massive family since my granddad's funeral in January when my mom's brothers, one of which, who was her ride or die when my dad died, basically said, "Fuck you, we're out." And that's that. The family went from gathering in a carload to too quickly. Wow. My family kind of did the same. I've heard that story over. Like Zach's family almost did the same thing uh, that my family did, and I've heard this like very similar stories across the board, where it's like the moment your grandparents die, all the family get-togethers die with them because they were like forcing these relationships between all the siblings, all your aunts and uncles, and your mom and dad. And the moment they're not around to force it, everybody just goes, "Fuck that. I never liked you, bitch." And it's crazy. You think about it, like, how many years of your life did you go forcing yourself to spend hours of your very limited time on this dumb planet chilling with people you didn't really like? That's kind of fucking sad. I don't care if they're blood related or not. I have a couple siblings who are blood related and fucking assholes. Like bad people, you know? I can take my brother in small doses now at least. Still have to avoid politics and a lot of subjects with him. Yeah. I have the hardest time taking a shower because the cold transitions from getting in and getting out is I hate it so much. I'm the same. I actually started bringing a space heater in the bathroom with me and like making the room fucking hot. So when I get out of the shower, it's just hot. I can't stand going from that hot to cold. I just want to stay one temperature. Like just be cold or warm. One or the other. 'Cause I'm done. I'm tired. This is too much. And I can't focus on literally anything else. If I get so cold I start shivering, there I am. I'm stuck there. And I have a chipped tooth. I feel like I flex about this stupid tooth, but I chipped a tooth in Germany because I was with my mother. Love her to death. Bless her heart. But she's never taken me seriously when I'm like, I'm so cold, I'm in pain. And my teeth started chattering so hard, I chipped a tooth, chattering my teeth. And every time she sees me, she's like, "When are you getting that tooth fixed?" I'm like, "What tooth? You mean the one I chipped, shattering my teeth, freezing fucking cold in the Alps? That one? Mommy?" And then I flash that fucking chipped tooth at her because I just cannot. Ugh, no one fucking if someone has a any other pain, they're like, "Oh, you poor thing, take something." But if cold hurts you, it's like, "Pussy, put on a jacket." I'm sorry, kiss you where? Suck my ass. Trouble, I wish I did. I think my problem was all my cousins are so much older than me. They were just beyond me. Like my mom had a lot of problems conceiving me. And so I'm like 10 or more years younger than all my cousins my generation, which sucks, other than the two that were raised as my sisters because their parents are assholes. So, like, I guess you can consider that close, but yeah, they're just so much older than me. They have kids closer to me my age than they are, which is real weird. It was hard to identify, which sucked. Our main bathroom's overhead light has an exhaust fan heater combo. Oh, I used to have that in my old apartment. That heat light was so fucking nice. The magic of a real down jacket, I can't even fathom. I can't even fathom what that's like. What does that feel like? I'd never take it off. It'd be gross. I'd never get out of it. The transition of actually being warm to like the horrible room temperature it probably is at would be misery. I'd never take it off. It'd have to be peeled off me. A layer of skin would come with it. You know what I'm saying? It'd be gross. It'd be a problem. I don't know if I should do that. Ew. I grossed myself out, and I'm sorry. I apologize for that one. I'm so high from toasting a lot of that bowl. I think we need to take a break. I don't even know. The truth about cutting toxic parents. It's like frozen on a still of the video. Why are you being this way? My internet earlier today was being weird. Let me do a speed test again. Earlier today I did speed test. Literally my download went from 10 to 90 to 10 again. But Zach's playing a game. Neither of us are downloading anything. I don't know what's fucking going on. Let me check it. Or if it's is it like one of those is like some fucking server going down that's killing the internet? I don't know. That happens. I'm doing a speed test. Don't worry. Mine's just been weird today. It'd be like walking around in a cozy bed almost. I'd really never take it off. That'd be a problem. I can't even fathom. I have plenty of insulation. I have faulty fat. I don't know what happened. It doesn't work like it should. Speed test is having a problem loading. That's not a good sign. Know is that we have really good internet. Like Zach and I, obviously we can stream at the same time. Normally we have no problems. But once in a while, for some reason, if one of us downloads a game, it just throttles everything else in the house that's running off the internet to 0 until that game is downloaded. But it's only downloading a game. It's really weird. At any time. It doesn't have to be just when we're streaming. Like again, like at nighttime, I'll be just chilling out here listening to a podcast or something, and all of a sudden it'll start freezing and chopping and not buffering, and it's because Zach's updating a game. But everything, it just decides to like go, fuck you all. They get everything. If just for the, I don't know why though. I don't know what to do about it. I'm not that smart, and I'm scared to touch shit. I think built-in installation's a lie. I have lots. It doesn't do nothing. My ass jiggles like fucking jello. I'm still cold as fuck. No, I have not finished Boyfriend Dungeon. I haven't. I haven't finished it yet. I stopped saying we're about to finish it because every time I said we're about to finish it, we end up dating for 3 hours. I just stopped saying it. I have no idea where we're at in it. I just keep going. We did beat the second dungeon though. I don't know if you caught that part. The club? No, was it the club? No. Yes? Yeah, it was the club. Yeah, with like spotlights and shit. And the end was a heart. Like an icy heart, a frozen heart or some shit. I don't know. I hacked all the ice off it and then I hurt the heart or some shit. I unfroze the heart. But we finally beat that dungeon, and the dungeon that we jumped into is, I think it's like a school. We're fighting like little staplers and bad grades or some shit. I don't fucking know what it's gonna be. And get this, so the club dungeon, the club that we just finished where you beat the heart. So at the end of it, it says like what your hidden fear was and what everything in the dungeon represented. I guess like martini glasses and spotlights. What were the other things that were down there? It was mostly spotlights and drinks. What did they represented my fear of commitment or something? It didn't make sense in any way, shape, or form. Like it did. I was just like, what? What? Ma'am? Still fun. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, title. Last day of the game. 3 days later. Yeah. We can play more today if you guys want. I mean, I always want to play. I was going to do resin. My sinuses just make me super dizzy, so I wasn't standing up a lot. I finished this one, though. It's a pretty color. I want to put a dildo in it. Cute. Endoparasitic yet. Let me see. That might be on my wish list. That sounds really familiar. Whoa, the Steam sale. There she blows. She just had a big ol' hello. Wow, Steam is fuck. Can you just calm your shit, Steam? You're not that cool. Whoa, it's just huge. It's huge and it's so bright. That's what she said. Holy shit. I think it's on my wish list just because I've been watching to see if it's on sale. That's my wish list is huge. That's how I check to see if things go on sale or not. Wrong keyboard, Catherine. I don't. Endo, that sounds like something I would look for. Hold up. What's kind? Ooh, creepy. Oh, ooh, dismemberment. This looks creepy as fuck. 3 limbs ripped off, infected with a deadly parasite. You must save your research. Drag yourself through the I'm not kidding. This is actually what it says. Drag yourself through the corridors of a secret research lab on a remote asteroid. Fight off horribly mutilated monsters. Inject countless syringes of vaccines and survive at all costs. What the fuck? I'm into that. I'm into that. Thank you, chicken. Oh my god, I love chickens. Stop it. A spiced chicken as well as the 5 chubby free-range chickens. There's so much chicken in a row. But that makes me very happy. If you didn't know, I collect chickens. Like little chicken figurines. It's weird. I have like a lot. I think they're very cute. Every time I see them, I get the biggest burst of serotonin. Dude, it's because they're fucking adorable. Chickens are precious. Everybody thinks chickens are precious. They're cute and they tasty. Hades. Oh, Hades is on sale today. Get Hades. Best game ever. Get it. Do it. Mandel. Katie Bean. Been lurking most of the stream, but wanted to let you know you look extra tasty. Bless you. Thank you. I appreciate you. But Katie, you quit that job years ago. Wait, which one? The one where I tear limbs off people? What's happening? I did tear limbs off people? I haven't done that. Have I? Inject vaccines and run away from terrifying monsters. Fuck you, right? You know, I never ran away from anything. I was scared. I probably should have, but I haven't run away. I ran to the things. I ran to the monster, technically. Kind of. That's weird. That's a weird way to say it. Let's not with that. I did many a run. I ran. Run, Forrest. Skin, love, how are you? Why did I think you used to be a mortuary assistant? I mean, I was like the other end of it. I unplugged people. I like how it sounds so sick. I relieved people of life support and then rolled them to the mortuary morgue after said expiration. It's gross, but it's real. Someone's got to do it. I kind of kill people for money in the grossest way to say it. Icky. Thanks for subbing my channel so I don't have to do that for a living anymore, guys. Appreciate you. I laughed out of discomfort. It is really what I did. At the end of the day, that is truly, absolutely. I sat around with 2 phones and a pager waiting for someone to die so I could run to that and try to prevent it. So if you ever saw me tweet or put on Snapchat or any of those weird apps, like, I'm bored at work. I was bored because no one was dying, and that's weird. You know what I'm saying? It's a weird place to be. Mentally. Yeah. Someone does it. It was me. I also take care of them on life support, but, like, eventually everybody comes off. I do have a lot of creepy stories about the morgue. You might have heard one of them. Because you never know, like, what's going to be down there. It's basically like if you're the person to pull the tube, so to say, it's you and that nurse who was the main nurse taking care of that patient. You two have to roll the patient to the morgue, wherever it is. Ours was literally in the negative basement, 0 levels of the fucking hospital where the floor was made of rock and it was terrifying. And rolling a body there alone was horrifying, so we would always have 2 people. But I think it's hospital specific. I don't know what the rules are across the board. Yeah, we're not killers. I was talking about this the other day because it's like the vast majority of people that I relieved of life support, I honestly felt it was more of a sympathy because many, far too many, way too many, almost everybody, too many people are kept alive far too long on life support that their expiration date was months ago. You know what I'm saying? People have a really hard time with death. I think it needs to be talked about more and normalized so that people aren't so like emotionally unprepared when it happens. You know what I mean? It is interesting. You just never know what's going to be down there. I mean, sometimes there's nothing in the morgue. The morgue is like where at least it's super interesting actually. The biggest hospital I ever worked in, the morgue was only big enough for like 2 gurneys to fit in max. So, but I never saw who was coming and taking the gurneys. I know it was pathology on some level. People don't automatically get an autopsy unless you die within 24 hours of admission. Then it's automatic. You get an autopsy because we have to figure out if it was our fault or if you were just on your way there anyways, so on and so forth. If you are in our hospital for over 24 hours, at that point, your family will request an autopsy, or if you did in your will, so on and so forth. And so, like, I could have 3 people die in a row, but every time I go down there, the morgue, like, is empty one. But I never saw who came and got them. It was just like, I put food in this fridge, and the food just disappeared mystically, but, like, it was bodies. It's weird. It was weird. Never saw them. Never met them. Don't know who they were. Hope they were nice. No idea. Very weird, though. When we were at Granddad's deathbed and the vicar came, he did the final prayer after he'd been chatting with us for a bit. I was thinking, damn, this is the bleakest prayer I've ever heard. And then I had to remind myself he's literally praying last rites, praying before people die. This is normal. Yeah. My nana had last rites, and she had the rosary read at her funeral. And I was just like, I don't know if this was like the deep-seated Catholicism in my nana's like body because she was raised in a Catholic orphanage, Irish Catholic orphanage, or if this was like my nana's, because this was the type of woman she was. If this was like her last troll was to make us sit and listen to a goddamn rosary by a Catholic priest for like 2 hours. Because I'd believe both. I commend the bitch. Like, she was nuts. She'd do that. Because none of her daughters, 3 of her daughters are like blatant open atheists because they were like molested or treated horrible within the Catholic diocese and they really jumped out. My mom is like spiritual, but none of her kids are Catholic. None of the family is. We've all pretty much been like, that's bullshit. But yeah, I would totally believe it was like the final like, you may not have gone to mass with me every day, but you will sit for my rosary, you sons of bitches. I'd believe it. She was a vindictive cunt that way. She was great. Oh, no, Lizzie, I find no disrespect in it, please. Seriously, I find zero. I have, what is, Anubis taught me the term, the gallows humor. That's the way you got to look at it. I'm not kidding. One of the hospitals I worked at, the doctors in the ER would caw and start doing this in circles when a respiratory therapist showed up. And I asked one day why, and they said, people always die when you guys are down here. So the Ravens circle. Not kidding you. The doctors, the ER docs would do that. Another hospital I worked at, we were referred to as the Valkyries. Reapers, the Harbinger. I've been called it all. You just learn to accept that, sure, I guess. They lived 60 years on, chicken grease and 2 packs of cigarettes a day and a 5th of vodka, but I'm deaf. Okay. Do you see my fucking neurotic dog? No. You're so muddy. You're so gross. Out. Oh my god, the mud. They're so fucking muddy. I have to give them baths. Ew. Yucky. Oh, it's so sick. It's probably half shit. Yuck. Yuck. Oh my god, we can cheers to Ask a Mortician. Hold on. I smoked that entire bowl because we were hotboxing with Viata. I must load. Ask a Mortician's awesome. She's like one of my heroes. She's so fucking smart. I love watching her videos. I've literally binged everything she's ever made simply because she is literally the other half of me. She's the half that I'm like, I wish I had more of a part in, because I feel like I never get to how do you say it? I never get a moment to kind of grieve the body I sometimes spent a very long time with. Sometimes you take care of people for literally 8 months, years. You become close to them, and I just kind of have to load their body in a freezer. And I feel like I kind of wish I got to go a little further just to be like be part of that process of like saying goodbye to the human. Sometimes, not all the time. And I love hearing about that side, and I love hearing that there's morticians and people in the community of death, the death industry, who are respectful and caring humans that aren't just like money making, morticians or whatever. Not necessarily morticians, but like funeral directors. Is that the term? A funeral director? I very much like it's education. It makes me feel better about what I did for a living. Hearing that at least in some places there are people who respect that body. Like, not like it's mystical. It's not mystical, magical, woo woo. It's not like we're like, we got to go burn it to release the soul. But like, it doesn't matter what religion you are, what you believe about souls or energy or anything like that. Like that, at a certain point, you have to acknowledge that that was a human being who led a full life and had thoughts and dreams and opinions and passions. And they had a favorite food, and that body had a favorite color. And like, you know, I saw a lot of death. Never really got to go through. I don't know. I wonder what it'll do with my brain down the road. Cheers. I'm doing great. Oh, dude, fuck yeah, Looney. You're gonna have a great time. She's so educational, but also very quirky and funny. Valkyrie's fitting for me. Thank you. Valkyrie was probably the least insulting. Yeah. And I mean, I know they were just trying to make light of it, because at the end of the day, if you think about it, yes, I pull the plug / turn the machine off / extubate to termination, whatever you want to call it. But the doctor wrote the order. I never do it without a fucking order. I don't know what they deal with mentally, but I'm sure it's some sort of gallows humor they have to try to deal with. The relationship I have with every doctor is, we doing this? Doctor, type, me. One does not exist without the other. So they can throw shade all they want, but they write the order at the end of the day. Cheers. Ew, Rod. Big fucking ew. I would have fucking retorted back with that to one of those egotistical butts on some nights. You want to. That made my eyes water, dude. This weed is so strong. Whoa! That's some strong sheet. Holy dick. Whoa. Holy Christ. My camera just fucking out of focus. Hold on. There we go. Whoa. Whoa. Grim Reaper parking the car, but they're the clown checking into reception. Exactly. Gross, but you're right. Probably lose you your job. No, not at all. Honestly, like, there's hospitals are a weird environment. I wouldn't say no 100% of the time. Like, you can't just blow up at someone out of nowhere. But especially in the ER or in, I don't know how you would categorize it, like emergency medicine in general, I don't want to say leniency, because it's not leniency, but there's a certain level of understanding / silent agreement that the environment you're working in is so fucking chaotic and so full of different levels of emotion all over the fucking scale. Like, babies being born happy, and right next door, like, a 17-year-old is in a car accident dying, and you're taking care of both of those patients. You're literally just going between the little separator that's between the two rooms and dealing with that for years and years and years. It's kind of just like I said, like a silent agreement a little bit that no one really talks about, but we all understand that every once in a while there's going to be some weird explosions of strong, visible emotion that is visceral coming out of some of the employees. And no one usually, unless it's something you're doing all the time and you're in general an asshole, it's something that everyone's just like, Perry blew up today. Perry needs a hug, you know? And I don't know the psychology behind it. But like, I've never worked at a hospital that requires you to go to therapy, requires you to have a therapist or anything like that. It's all voluntary. If something horrific happens within the hospital and a lot of employees were touched by it, like a lot of employees were involved, i.e., it's usually a child dying. That stuff is horrific, no matter who you are. Then they force you to go to therapy. They literally, your boss will be like, tomorrow you don't work, you go to therapy. Like, we set it up. This is your appointment. You go talk to someone. Because it doesn't matter what you say. Like, that fucks up everybody. Everybody gets fucked up seeing that kind of shit. And there's a certain level of that. But honestly, if you got to a point where you were done being called a Raven, Valkyrie, whatever, and you were just like, can you fucking not? They'd probably just be like, all right. They'd stop, but they'd excuse the explosion because everybody has it once in a while. Not at a patient and not in a dangerous way. It's just like, it's like the, steam valve releasing once in a while, because I don't know. I'm not a professional in terms of like what's actually psychologically happening to us. But if you just think of it on that level, and like, especially in the ER, I don't know why I think the ER is probably the not the worst, but the most extreme case, is you're going from room to room to room all night long. And by the time you've made your circle, so say your ER is 18 rooms, by the time you're back at room 1, it might be new patients. Because 3 might have died or been, discharged. And so you like, and unless you turn off your emotional whatever, or you're capable of being like a sociopath, literally like dead inside, handling that or grieving and then being joyful and then grieving and being sad and like seeing these cases over and over and over for years upon years upon years. And I'm trying to think of the word, like bubbling your emotions apart from into different sections just to handle it. I can't think of the word for it. Kind of separating your brain so that like you can flip a switch almost emotionally. It's not fake, but it's not healthy. I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of for it. Compartmentalizing. Thank you so much. Compartmentalizing. Partitioning is another really good one, though. Compartmentalizing is what I meant to say. Compartmentalizing. That's what I meant to say. That's not healthy, but that's what you start doing just to function. And like, I didn't have like children or a family I had to worry about like protecting from the things I did at my job. So what would happen to me is I would get home in the morning, get home from like a night shift or something like that, and the tired's would hit me, and I would usually like strip in my backyard because I had no idea what I was bringing into the house and I didn't want to make my dog sick or my partner. So I would just strip all my clothes off, go throw them in the washer, and then walk upstairs, take a shower, and put on jammies and get in bed. And by the time I got my scrubs off, there was something in my brain that, like, it's like when you get home, if you're one of those people that can't shit on vacation, and the moment you step foot in your own home, you get those cold sweats. It was like that, but like the emotional cold sweats would hit if I had a rough night. Not every night's rough. I've told you guys that. Sometimes I get paid 12 hours to watch YouTube. No shit. Like, sometimes it was great. Sometimes you get paid 12 hours to get a UTI, stop eating, and forget who your mom is. Like, it's crazy. It's definitely a binge purge lifestyle. But by the time I would get my scrubs off and be in the shower, my brain would get into home mode. Like, you're safe to shit emotionally. And I would just like, it was like watching a weird scene of the Joker. I would like laugh, cry in the shower at just like the life I was leading, and this weird dichotomy between, just trying to relate to people that aren't medical in my normal life when I wasn't working, and then go back into medicine mode. It was weird. It's almost like you have to make a conscious choice to be one or the other. I don't know how to be both. It was hard. And then one or the other is going to be alienated. Like, either you're going to have no friends at work and you're not going to really be invited to anything and you're not going to know anybody because you're going to kind of separate yourself, or you're like, I don't know a respiratory therapist who's not divorced and married a few times. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it's kind of wild. It's just what I witnessed. I don't know. It's really hard to be in a relationship with someone as a medical professional if they're not a medical professional because you just can't relate to, like, oh, honey, how was work? Oh, it was okay. I burned my hand in a light. How was work for you? Watched a 3-year-old die. You know? And it's like, no one's comparing. Both people had a bad night, but one person's definitely going to project feeling bad about the other person's shit, and it just ends up a fucking argument. And no one did anything to the other person on purpose. It just happens. You know? Kendo! You fuck, how are you? Thank you so much for the biddies. You silly salmon. Thank you. Home is for pooping. On that note, I think we need to take a break. Real quick. I think I said that a bit ago and didn't do it. I don't want an ad to run. Kendo, you being a silly fuck. I appreciate you. Quick break. We haven't taken one in a while because I think I've just been blabbing my mouth off. You guys got me talking. What happened? Quick break, my dudes. Enjoy some jellyfish. I'm just going to go pee. I'll be right back. Rubbing the dog's feet when they come in. That's why breaks are so long. I'm so sorry. Zach helped, so his break was long. But, like, the floor is just covered in mud. Ugh. I'm going to kill my vacuum. It's just like these huge clumps. I can't get it out of their feet as much as I try. It's maddening. Fucking maddening. Thank you, Jeff. Which list are we on today? Oh, this is my big old list on Spotify. I went on Spotify instead of YouTube simply because YouTube wasn't loading well. Internet was weird. True. This is true. Their fur isn't too bad. I am very thankful. Like, honestly, Golden Retriever was the worst. Pugs shed more, but the pug hair wasn't nearly as, like, obvious or intrusive. That Golden Retriever fur was literally something from another planet. The amount of, just, like, watching the fucking tumbleweeds fly through the air of the fur that would fall off of them, that's their feathers, like that loose, like, under their legs fur. It's longer than my hair is now, and it's huge, and it just, like, it was crazy. I was literally vacuuming and dusting every fucking day because I would just choke on it. Collie hair, it's very similar. Very, very similar. Yeah, very similar. Those feathers, man. Beautiful, wonderful dog, and I loved my Golden Retriever more than anything. Link was a perfect, perfect prince of our lives. King of forever. Rest in peace, my prince. But those feathers can fuck themselves. This is why I'm grateful that the previous owners put in wood flooring. Oh, man, I can't. I'd wish. Someday we will replace the flooring in here. There's just so many other things, like just the integrity of the house we have to fix up first. But that's definitely, like, we just kind of, we take care of the carpets for cleanliness sake. But other than that, we're definitely ripping this flooring out at this point. So, like, whatever happens, whatever happens. I can't obsess about it all the time because I'll go crazy. Ooh, try to train them with some boots. See, and we got them boots, and they actually are great with them. The problem it's not really a problem, but we timed it. The amount of time it takes to get the booties on both of them and then get the booties off is the same amount of time it takes to let them out and clean their feet. So for, like, when I'm not streaming and I'm not, like, taking a quick break, they're great. I can just leave them in the yard with the booties, and honestly, it's amazing for when their feet are already clean. But for quick breaks, it's just there's no fast way. And I can't, like, if my dogs have to pee, I have to let them outside. I can't force my dogs to stay inside. I need another pin. This is driving me fucking crazy. Where are they? Hold on. I have a fucking bundle of them somewhere. I just don't know where. I have too many baby hairs. Yeah, the molt. And Link didn't really have a shedding time. He shed all the time. That was just constant. Link is forever our perfect boy. Exactly. Forever. I never will speak ill. The feathers can fuck themselves, but I'd take the feathers back to get Link back any day. He's perfect boy. Yeah, so your dog has, like, those webbed feet that act like little mud shovels. I love my dogs, but damn, those webbed feet suck. Oh my god, happy 420. Hold on, sorry, I'm just pinning up my fucking stupid-ass baby hairs. I actually got these to put resin jewels on them and make cool resin clips, but I'm going to use them in my hair right now because I'm going crazy. Look at this. Little hairs. The little ones are driving me crazy. The new trend on TikTok, Reels, etc., of people lighting powdered coffee cream on fire when they pour it out of... I don't know what to do with that. Kendo, you being a silly fucking fuck over there. You motherfucker. I don't even have my fucking headphones in yet. I was getting my fuzz out of my face. Kendo! Thank you so much for gifting 10 subscriptions in the channel, you crazy. All 10 of you are now butt wizards of the highest order, thanks to Kendo. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways, because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. Fucking appreciate you. Mark3186, Deathbat for Life, Coley, Black Bloom, Console, Handy Capable, Toyota Mike, Die, Lewitt. Lewitt? I think I fucking say your name wrong every time, but we'll go, right? D? I love you regardless. Thank you for being here, Bear Claw, and X-No-Turna. X-No-Turna, I hope I said that right. Thank you for being here today, or not, and accepting these wings. Enjoy your emotes. Be consensual and drink fucking water. I appreciate you, Kendo. Thank you. Mag, what's up? How are you? Happy Thursday. That's insane. The latest one I saw, Chucky, was all equally stupid. I won't compete, but it was kids doing, I don't even know what it was called. It's like the Kool-Aid Man. Like they're just running through people's fences. Like destroying private property for like a TikTok. Yeah, it's like very small children, like just full on body checking people's fences and videotaping it, but they don't even say, "Oh yeah." They don't do any shit because they're trying to do it in the middle of the night to someone else's fence. So they're all like, "Hee hee hee," run through a fence, run away. It's fucking weird. I don't know, man. It's so weird because when I was a kid, we did stuff because it was fun. Now people do stuff because it makes a TikTok, and it's like, are they even having fun? Do kids know do they enjoy themselves? I don't know. Or is it just like the only way they enjoy themselves is they get interactions on the talkie thing? I don't fucking know. Don't know. It's very weird. We did a lot of fucked up shit. Like, don't get me wrong, but we did it because it was funny or fun, not for a click. Clicks didn't exist though. We probably would have done it for a click. Let's be real. Cheers to 420. I'm sorry. Cheers. I think it's just this generation has been not like anyone's fault personally, but like it's they've just been raised with a different serotonin trigger, I guess. Cuz like, and this is just me speculating from the outside. I don't fucking know. This is just what I think. Like their parents for the most part are people about my age or a little bit older who were very much upset. Like we were the first Facebook generation where you like had to have a college email to sign up and it was only college kids. And then that slowly evolved into Tupperware sales and like weird saran wrap for your abs or some shit like that. And the babies that these people were birthing while they were doing this, they were the moms like creating hashtags for their fetuses and shit like that. No shame, no judgment, just guessing. But kids, like we were talking about this earlier, and this is not, this is like how do you say it? Nothing's a fact, but psychologists and psychiatrists thus far believe that our personality is pretty much set in stone after the age of 3 years old. Whatever happens to us and whatever environment we're in the first 3 years of our life just pretty much sets up who we're going to be. Monkey see, monkey do, right? And so if the first 3 years of your life, you're just like in a fucking what's the fucking like wrap around you, the front of you baby thingy? I don't know. If you're just like in your mom's arms and your only sense of your mom's happiness comes from like her getting likes on Facebook, then like that teaches you that like this is how we get happiness is likes, and it just changes the format changes for the likes. But I wonder about that. I don't know if this is real. This is just me. I just think about it. I have no idea. Please. Papoose, that's the word. Thank you. The papoose thing. Thank you. Mamoose, Kapuska? Katie's brain. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. I think about that sometimes. I don't know if that's real. Every generation's fucked up in a different way. My generation is not great by any means. No one's is. I ain't judging. But like, it's fun to not fun, interesting to look at the babies of today and like wonder. I don't know. It's just different. Jackass happened. I don't know what happened there. I'm cleaning my bowl, but then I'm loading a new one. Don't worry, I'm there with you. Cheers. Playing hide and seek at dusk, and clotheslining oneself with a clothesline in the neighbor's backyard. I've done that so many times. Or slammed my head on something that was just that much too short for me to duck under, but all of my friends that were slightly shorter than me could just like walk under it. And it was dusk, and so I couldn't tell, and I would just like dunk. Oh fuck. No, I'm fine, I'm fine. And then finally when we get to someone's house, there's like a nail sticking out of my head. That didn't happen multiple times. Life is weird being tall. We're clean. Let's load. I think I need to grind up weed, actually. Let's do that. Where is she? What up, hooker? That's enough internet for the day. Yeah, that's some dumb shit. Could have swore I felt something fall. My dogs aren't under me. I don't know what it was. It wasn't me. But they caught me in the shower. No, don't do that. Something. People who had unwanted pregnancies and those parents do the bare minimum with iPads, etc., etc. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know. You wonder. I do wonder about that. I remember even before COVID, I would talk to my friends who had kids, and they were talking to me about, like, doctors ask them about screen time and stuff like that. And I noticed, like, a lot of little kids, this was a couple years back when I had friends who had kids when I was working at the hospital, they just had, like, no social skills at all. Like, they kind of acted like little, like, and they, like, lived on an iPad. And I was thinking to myself, like, fuck, dude, are screens killing humanity? And then COVID happened, and I was like, oh no, no one goes to school anymore, and there's no in-person interaction. What's happening? But I don't fucking leave my house ever, and I only talk on the internet, so I got exactly 0 room to do or say anything. What a good song. Cheers when I get this ground. Right? And I feel relatively happy. I mean, I'm not happy 24/7, but who is? That's unhealthy. I don't want serotonin syndrome. Like, everybody needs up and downs. But for the most part, I can't complain. I'm fed. I have a roof over my head. I have friends. I love this song. Ooh, let's check. Let's see if speed test loaded. I'm going to do the speed test. The website for speed test finally loaded. Let me do that real quick. Oh, yeah. It downloads back up to like 70, 80. It was literally at like nothing. 4. Yeah. I'm going to reload it, but we should be able to get it. I've gotten concussions from hitting my head on things others didn't have to duck under. I don't know if I've ever had a concussion, but I've definitely injured my head a lot more than most. Just slamming it into shit. Is it Limonade Kush? You know, I think I've seen that at my dispensary. You'll have to tell me how you think of it. What you think of it. I've seen it, and it looks hella high. But, you know, I always take that with a grain of salt. Like, the actual, you know, THC levels. If it's over 25, I'm like, I don't know. But you tell me. This one is like 25, I think, the one I'm smoking. Blind? Was it from just hitting the front of your head? I've hurt my face a million times, but I haven't actually, like, injured my skull more than the horse tap dance shit. But my face a lot, yeah. Limonene. Limonene is what is it? Is it a terpene? I think it's part of the flavor profile, yeah. But the way that you take in a substance when you eat it versus when you light it on fire and smoke the vaporized product can be very different, Lizzie. So they might have an okay time with weed that might have that terpene flavor profile as a smoked product, but probably not an edible. Still good to know though. And that might, obviously, like, I don't even know. I don't know how hard it is and if they even want to, like, experiment with that. That'd be bad. Yeah. I'm sure you have plenty of head bonks misjudging. I mean, I honestly, I don't think it's my height. I think, like, everybody hits a growth spurt for the most part. We all grew taller than we were at birth for the most part. And I think there's some of us who just, like, you know how you have your growth spurt and you're kind of awkward and weird for a while. You're gangly and you don't really understand where your bits end and start. And then most people, like, readjust. And then some of us just didn't. I have mysterious large bruises all over me all the time because I'm always slamming pieces of me into walls of the house I've lived in for the past 3 years. Like, I should know where nothing's moved. But I just, like, misjudge my hips. Same hips I've had for a bit, you know? I don't know. One would hope, right? The dream. What up, Berserker? How are you? If I'm not careful, I can hit my shoulder on the ceiling going down my steps. Oh, dude. The way my parents' stairs were when we were kids, they had that weird 3-story house, and the way my dad designed it and built it himself, and the way the house was designed was so the stairs just connected. It was like, not spiral, but it was like, you know, a little set of stairs, a landing, a set of stairs, a floor of the house. But you could just turn and, like, go down some more stairs, a landing, go down some more stairs, another layer of the house, and that's how they were all connected. And all of them had really high ceilings until you got to the ones that went to the basement, which is where I lived. It was like a daylight basement. It wasn't creepy. Trust me. Yeah, I couldn't live in a fucking creepy basement. But because the ones going to the basement had some of, like, the water heater or something over them, the ceilings were slightly lower. And I swear to fuck, I lived in that house for 4 years, and I got debated by those ceilings at least once a day. Because the other ones, I could basically leap down the stairs, and then I'd get to the basement ones and go to leap and just, like, clock my shoulder on the weirdly triangular ceiling that wasn't anywhere else in the house, but there was, like, the water heater or something in that wall. I don't fucking know. Or my fucking head. Just flap. So many times. So many times! Bossy, thank you for the biddies. Cheers, bitch. I just loaded a bowl, sorry. I don't know why I'm fucking with my grinder. I got a cramp in my hand. Empathy is really the opposite of spiritual meanness. It's the capacity to understand that every war is both won and lost, and that someone else's pain is as meaningful as your own. Fucking mended that. That's such a good theme for today's talks we've had. For real. We've talked a lot about just those topics in general. Cheers, Ashley, my love. Cheers, everybody. I got a burp. Sorry. Do it. I hate having a burp right when I take a hit. That is the worst feeling. Just do it. I need a burp. Pretty good. My allergies. I don't know. I'm assuming it's allergies because, like, spring-ishness, you know? But I am a snot. I just, like, all morning my nose was just like, I was a faucet. Better than being congested, though, for real. But we stoned as fuck. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't even realize. I've smoked so much today. Normally, I smoke, like, maybe the equivalent of 2 bowls. But we toasted an entire bowl about an hour ago, and I'm about to hit another one. I've loaded my bowl quite a bit. I don't even know anymore. We're having a faded Thursday, Ashley. Welcome. Lorelai. Oh my fucking god, that's a long time.
I'm very grateful and I love you. Hail Satan. Thank you.
Thank you for the resub and the just, I love you. Thank you. Cheers, before I forget, sorry. After my stroke, they told me I had a left side deficit. Went to a high intensity therapy hospital, was expected to get to therapy classes in my wheelchair. I hit and got stuck on every corner. Oh man, I am so hard the same. Seriously, Kendo. So one of the things that night shift, at least the RTs will do, because we have a little bit more freedom, we can like wander around the hospital. We're not like stuck in front of one patient's room like a lot of nursing staff is, and it sucks. I could never do it. Kudos to y'all. Sometimes if we don't have a lot of patients, we'll kind of wander the hospital, and if we find rogue wheelchairs, we will respectfully push them back to the wheelchair corral, i.e. race them and ride them through the hallways back to the wheelchair corral. We'll just collect them, kind of like carts in a parking lot or something like that, but we'd have fun. And I swear to God, of all the years I worked in the hospitals, I am so bad at driving a wheel, like just riding in one and getting it to go places. I feel like I'm playing that game Quap or whatever. You remember that weird racing? It was like you were a little racing person and you had to control every single joint of their body, and really you'd just be like, and fall. That's me. Like, I hope my legs work forever because I'm gonna be fucked. I don't know what it is. No sense of anything when I'm trying to, and I've tried for many years. Like, it's just ridiculous. I am too very, very high. Sorry we didn't do anything today except get super stoned and hang out, but I mean, what's better than, it's been a year since Alice, and she is forever in our hearts. I firmly believe our fur babies, they're just too perfect for this world, man. Ugh. It's not fair, but knowing she had literally the best life gives me comfort. Dude, Ashley, time is insane. No, I get it. It's insane what happens sometimes. Like, I'll do that sometimes. Like, I'll be having this conversation about something serious going on in someone's life, text-wise or something, because most of us text and we don't really call anymore. And then, we'll say goodnight. And then just because time, life, like a week will go by and I'll realize I haven't just said, how are you? And I feel like the biggest fucking asshole in the world. But I think that happens to everybody. It doesn't mean we don't like love and care about each other. We want to be there. It's just like, fuck, dude. Life, man. And the older you get, the more it's like, oh, that day is gone now. What happened? I have wrinkles. I don't know am I dying? I don't know. It's not fair for any of us to fault any of us for it because it's just crazy. Like, life, man. Doesn't mean we don't care and we don't love each other. We try our best. Truly, I think. Most people, at least. Taco! What the fuck? Just gifted a sub Chetstar. Chetstar, use a bubble to the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. I appreciate you. Thank you, Taco. Con! Thank you so much for starting the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it 8 swings for 9 fucking months. Jesus, it's our child. We shall feast upon the long pig this eve. Thank you for that reset. Hold on, I want to pull that link up on the right computer. Because if I don't, the audio will be fucked. A Swedish avant-garde metal swing electronic band. That is so much descriptors. I'm very into it. Wait, oh my fucking God, Katie, that reminds me. Whenever you talk about the horse stepping on your face, it's either a dramatic stomp, or it's the worst version of Quap they had, Clopped. For personal reasons, I never played Clop. By the time I learned about Clop, I'd already found reddit.com/r/clopclop. Don't go there. This is my gift to you. Forget what I've said. Black it out. It doesn't exist. Raise your hand if you've ever been personally victimized by reddit.com/r/clopclop. Reason 274 why Katie doesn't sleep at night. Too much Reddit freedom. Too much Reddit freedom. If it says Clop, I just don't go now. It's just not part of my life. I don't know what that means. We don't go there. Wait, my Peter shooter of a child is getting his driver's license. Holy shit. Does this Peter still work? Important things. That's insane. I was thank you for the hype train, by the way. I'm trying to catch up on chat. I don't know what's going on. Give me 1 minute and I will chastise you open, or thank you or whatever, you know. I'm sorry if I make you snort. That's real. This is real talk. Do not go. I mean, it's a place that I don't even know if it exists anymore, but it was dark and it was scary and it ruined me. I still haven't mentally been able to like watch a My Little Ponies episode since these days. And that was when I was like college, like living in dorms. I found this shit. Don't do it. That's my gift to you. If you go now, it's on you. It's not on me. I'm so sorry, Damien. Do you too struggle with the sleeping? Hold on. Jeff will try to skip to sub to Luna Sparrows. Luna Sparrows, use a bubble wizard of the highest order to go forth and be consensual in every way because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for that, Jeff. Hold up. I want to play this other song real quick before I fucking forget. I'm still trying to get that TikTok to load. Maybe I fucked it. Maybe I just need to read. I'm just going to refresh the entire link. That's what I'm going to do. It's me. I know it is. Kendo, what the fuck? Being a silly little bitch over here. Thank you for the 2,000 bits. Holy fucking dicks. I appreciate you. Thank you. Ooh, I don't hate this. This kind of reminds me of that squirrel nuts thing we were listening to earlier, which I dig. The squirrel nut something tuggers, whatever. I don't even know. It's crazy. Weird name. But it's like swing-ish. I don't hate it. It's interesting. I don't hate it, though. Thank you. Welcome back, Anubis. Wait, just got home. Can anybody in here explain how to simple courtesy of not shining the fucking high beams in another driver's face got lost over lockdown? I think people forgot how to use a car. Also, if it was a newer car, I've noticed the vast majority of them come out with those horrific fluorescent-y blue headlights that it doesn't matter if the brights are on, they're just pain. And now I have glow bugs. Now I'm a danger to society. I don't know. I just personally have a vindication against people with those headlights. They're the worst. It's nothing personal, but also self-awareness is important. Those are the worst. They are blinding. I literally will like do the peripheral driving. Like I'll look in the farthest corner of my windshield, but still be safely not driving into that person because I'll go blind. I hate them. And they feel like they're brights. The fuck? Kendo, thank you for the 2,000 bits. Jesus fucking Christ. Lorelai Jane, thank you for the 420 bits. Shall we cheers once again? We're so fucking high, why not? This is just case in point of how you can only get so high and then you just end up slow and sad. I need to start saying holy fucking dicks. Do you? I don't know if I get great reactions out of those. These are just, I've invented some strange combinations of words in my mouth. Oh, cheers. Cheers to that. Amen. I had less than 8 hits in the face with high beams in a 40-minute trip back. Fuck that. Was it like dark? Back roads? That's kind of crazy. You know, now that I think about it, I don't think they were newer cars. At least if you don't think they were those blue lights, simply because I noticed when we were in DC, just for the like 24 hours for my birthday, we rented a car. Zach rented a car so we could like drive around and have independence, which is nice. We still took the train and stuff, but it's nice to get across some jumps across states and stuff. And it was a newer like Mazda 3 or something. And if you have the lights set to auto, i.e., you know, when it gets dark outside, your car senses it and your lights just automatically come on. It also sensed when it was really weird. I actually turned auto off because it was driving me crazy. But we went on some back roads because I used to live there. I was going on local back roads and stuff. And I would watch my brights would come on automatically if my car, you know, decided the car in front of me was far enough ahead of me. Whereas myself, if I can still see tail lights, I never turn my brights on. If I can see your tail lights, I'm too close for my brights in my mind. But the car was auto adjusting them, and I was watching them flick, and I was showing Zach, and I'm like, "Tell me that's not the brights turning on." Like it was the weirdest thing. I don't know. Is that a common thing in brand new cars? I've never had a brand new car. Like that's crazy. I needed to be this high. Fuck yes. Cheers. Sorry. I know I talk too much, but I'm here with you. Donna, that's amazing. I had the exact same reaction. No shit. I think the first time I saw them, I wasn't a driver. Like, I wasn't a driving adult or something, and I was like, "Those are actually really pretty." And then when you have to sit in traffic with them, you're like, why do my eyes burn? Oh, is it that striking blue headlight person? Fuck that person. Honestly, I think a lot of people have no idea they have them. Check out your headlights. They're the worst. Those ones are the worst. They literally hurt, especially if you have blue light sensitivity, which I definitely do. They're the worst. They literally burn my eyes. Those lights are the worst, right? A big part of the headlight flares issue is how many people don't have their headlights angled correctly. Why would they be angled incorrectly? I look at the white line when I see them bitches. Me too. Me too. Or, this is a trick. I can't remember who taught me this, but I don't even know if this is real. Please don't use this as advice in driving in any way, shape, or form. But someone taught me ages ago that the indents down the hood of your car, like every car has a very specific shape for the most part, where there's like, this and then this in the middle. There's always these two lines down your hood, and those lines are meant to, the one farthest from you can actually line up with the white line on the side of the road, and you'll drive in the middle of your lane perfectly, or on the other side, depending on what country you're in, whatever, you know what I mean? And I've literally used it, and it works flawlessly when those lights are involved, because I know I'll be blinded for the rest of my drive, and I've done really long, like, cross-country drives at nighttime. Not safe, if that's not fucking obvious, but I've definitely used that trick. I don't know how legit that is. Please don't wreck your car doing this, please. Or confirm if I'm just crazy. I don't know. I mean, don't confirm that, but do. You know what I mean? I was reading all the Google searches. I'm saving this. Hold on. Don't you fucking autoplay, you piece of living garbage. I'll murder you. I won't really. That's a lot. I was reading all the Google searches about Clop ransomware. Like, wow. Is this malware so extreme that it's traumatic to know about? Will it make you want to burn your computer? Then finally at the bottom it mentioned what I assume y'all are referring to. And I was like, oh yeah, no, that makes way more sense. Oh, honey. No, it's like mentally scarring. To each their own. I'm not here to kink shame. It's just like, there's some places I don't want to go. Getting into a fender, what the fuck, Kendo? Oh my god. I feel like there's a fucking hair in my eye. I'm going crazy. It's one of these baby hairs, I swear. Thank you for gifting 10 more subs in the channel. You generous hoe. Seriously, I don't know how to say thank you enough. Holy shit. Thank you. Noel Revilo, I'm so sorry if I butcher these names. Viking Coder, Ninth Pawn, Trophium, Avery Arston, Sniper Catan, Markamoto, Caustic, I think I got that one, Kimmy, and Zadric. You're all butt wizards of the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways, because nothing in this world is sexier than pure, sober consent. Facts. Thank you, Kendo. You're a generous hoe, and I appreciate you. Silly fuck alert, right? I just don't. I'm so baffled. I just don't know what to say when you guys are just nice. I don't. Some people are so eloquent. See what I. Grassy ass motherfucker. I'm gonna learn thank you in all the languages. That's what I'm gonna do. I just don't. I feel so ungrateful, but I am so fucking grateful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wish I feel like I don't do anything for your kindness, but I really appreciate you. Because at least some people laugh once in a while, and that's good enough, right? People need a laugh, even if it's at my behest. I do the army thing where I'll shut my shooting eye and save it for when the lights pass. I do that when I'm drunk. Not drunk driving. Don't do that. That's disgusting. But I know I'm drunk because I start doing this. I 100% depend on my left eye. And I don't even notice I'm doing it. And people will be like, what's wrong with your eye, Katie? I'm like, nothing. The moment they look away, I shut it. I don't know what it is. That's how I know I'm drunk. It's like my sign. I start. Righty just gives up on life. I don't know why. Kendall the fuck, thank you for the 2,000 bits. Seriously. Thank you. I'm gonna learn them all. I'm gonna do it. It's going to happen. Eloquent. Why am I like this? Speaking, man. Seriously? Is it your dominant eye that that gives up, or is it your non-dominant? I always wonder. This is my shooting eye. If I shot, but that would be the one, and she definitely takes over. And if I try to keep both open, I feel kind of like cross-eyed for some reason. It's so weird. I wonder why. It's subconscious too. That's the weirdest part. Like I'm not doing it on purpose. I doubt you are either. Like I don't sit there and go, I wonder if closing one eye will make this better to deal with. It's just all of a sudden people are like, what's wrong with your eye? I'm like, nothing. Or I've been drinking the poison. Yay. Mine shoots glitter. Semen and fish. Balloon animals. I hate this. I don't want that either. I have to. Can I have more time? I can usually tell I'm drunk when I trip over the furniture. I think I actually walk better drunk. Crazy. I float. It's crazy. All of a sudden I have this like amazing spatial awareness. I'm not great. I mean, I've definitely have flaws, but the motor functions definitely stay on top of it, which is wild. I don't know how. I don't drink enough for that to be accurate, but it is. I remember the closing one eye thing as the pirate trick where they used to eye patch to keep the dark vision. I've read about that, to keep dark vision when going below deck. Not sure if that was real. I've heard about that too. I have no idea. Honestly, that makes more sense than like every pirate's missing an eye. That, because, when you go into a dark room, suddenly close your eyes, count to 30, open your eyes, you'll adjust way quicker to the dark room. I don't know. We know that's real. I mean, it's just your pupil constricting and growing, right? I think if you're in a dark room, your pupil gets huge, so it can like take in as much light as possible, but it takes a minute for our pupils to do that. So you can like speed it up by closing your eyes, I think. So there's something to pupil stuff. Pupil stuff. I don't know what to do with this. This is the weirdest collection of answers to an honestly unfortunate question. Grape jello. I always wondered, I don't have a dominant hand. I'm 100% ambi. So how do I have a dominant eye? Is there a link? There's actually a thing you can do. I got to think about it. So if you look at your hand directly out in front of you and close one eye, when you or how do you do it? Oh, it has to be like partially in your periph. So like hold your eyes so it kind of covers half your face and close one eye. With one of your eyes, just fluctuate between the two eyes or use a patch if you can't do that. With one of your eyes, the image of your hand will shift a little bit. That is your non-dominant eye. So when I close my right eye and keep my left eye open, my hand, like the image of it does not change from both eyes open. You know what I'm saying? But if I just close my left eye, the image of my hand appears to my head like it does this a little bit. I don't know what that's called. I learned about it a very long time ago in a psychology course. I was raised right-handed. Catholic parochial school, you're not even given a choice. Sit on your left hand, learn cursive. So I'm kind of ambi as well. Like I can pull off a lot of things with my left hand, but I was mostly raised just you're right-handed, everybody's right-handed. The devil. And so when I remember this is a weird test of like your handedness, I guess, or like your dominant side of your body, the side of your body where that image doesn't like fluctuate, I guess. I was taking snowboard lessons. I really wanted to learn how to snowboard because I really wish I would have learned how to ski. Trust me, many regrets. Snowboarding is painful, but I went to go learn how to snowboard and I paid for a couple hours of a lesson. And your handedness determines what side of the board goes in front of you the majority of the time. Most snowboarders at a certain point, we fluctuate between our feet constantly, depending on what side of our body's fucking tired or the grade of the hill or something. But initially, if you're right-handed, right foot forward, or is it left foot back? I can't remember. It's been a really long time. But I didn't know because I was kind of like, I think I was like early high school or something like that. So I kind of knew I was a little bit ambidextrous, but I was like, I don't really know which foot I'm supposed to fuck with. And literally, my teacher's like, all right, stand here we were at the top of the ski hill, stand in the snow and look down the ski hill. Look at the very, very bottom. Do you see the ski lift? And as I'm sitting there, like, yeah, I kind of see it. They pushed me, literally, just like popped me in the back. And whatever foot instinctively went forward to catch myself was my footing. That was my handedness, I guess. It was my left every single time. Like, it was my left, and then she was like, okay, now that I've fucked with you, now let's just do it. And it was always my left. So that was just like I mean, my body chose it, but that's one way people can figure it out, I guess. It was powder snow. It was great. It wasn't like I was going to get hurt or anything. Don't worry. It wasn't a cruel thing, but, it was fucking funny in hindsight. Neither hand has a fluctuating thing. You're broken. There are weird, like, so the way your brain is, like, you have two halves of your brain, and then you have this weird looking, like, clamshell thing in the middle of it. Neuro could explain it way better than me, being a fucking neuroscientist, but I think it's your corpus callosum, and that's essentially what connects those two halves together, and that's why it's, like, one whole brain. And then, there's some people who have surgically, like, gone in and separated that shit and, like, whatever, done weird shit. But there are variations in how everything's connected. And there are some people who, you know how they say, like, some people are very right-brained or left-brained? Some people, in just the way that they learn and the way their brain, like, has created neural pathways just associated with how they've learned, they're raising, whatever genetics, who the fuck knows? I'm not that special. But it becomes so that they use not more of their brain, but they're utilizing both sides at the same time, as opposed to most of us are kind of like, ugh, swinging one way or swinging the other. It's interesting as fuck. I don't know everything. I like to read about it. It's very interesting. Donna, it was only hell if your parents weren't already as strict as the nuns. But if your parents already had, hi, Bella. Hello, love. If your parents had, like, the same strictness, it wasn't much of a change. But the only kids I saw that really had a hard time were kids that, like, weren't really taught how to sit and listen yet. My mom, we had been going to church and shit like that for a long time. And so my parents, like, we already had I wasn't good. I hated it. I wasn't great at it, but I had the ability. I knew that when like, the older person in black and white says, sit the fuck, like, sit down and shush. So I did. I already had the skill, but some parents, they didn't really have the time, or they were, like, single parents, so they weren't able to take their kids to church or to some other atmosphere before they ever got into school where you learned that kind of skill of, like, sit still and listen. And they'd get to school and they'd, like, be jumping up and down in their seat and, like, moving around and crawling around and, like, making a pillow fort in the back of the room, and they had, hard time. Because I think the way the nuns viewed it is like, oh, I gotta make up for all the time the parents did nothing, i.e., the time the parents were, like, working minimum wage jobs trying to feed their family of probably 6 because they're Catholic and the Catholic Church is like, keep reading, ha 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 ha. Who knows? I wear glasses. I can tell my dominant eye by which one I keep open while I'm trying to see without my glasses. That's my drunk. This eye gives up when I'm drunk. Always. That wasn't my first sign as to what I was dominant, but, that's definitely one. When you're drunk, if you're a closed eyer, usually the one that's non-dominant's the one that's gonna get closed. Because your brain is trying to, it's really, eyes are fascinating. I don't know a lot. I remember we learned very, very, like, the bare minimum when I was in school, but the amount of translation that actually happens in your eyeball, and then in, like, the processing center of where your nerves touch your brain before your brain actually conceives of what it's seeing is like, that's a horrible way of saying it. Your brain has to, like, flip things upside down and squish things and pull things. Like, we don't actually see what's actually there, but our brain somehow does this crazy translation between here and here that makes it make sense to us. Oh, that's a really stupid way of saying it, but I don't know enough to really explain it all the way. It's kind of really fascinating, though. I wish I knew more about eyes. But that's why optometrists are optometrists, right? It's a whole fucking medicine in itself. It's very, very interesting, though. Oh my God, Wes and Lee, stop. I have to see them. I'm kind of a little proud of myself for the Lee. A little bit. That was mildly clever. Not the best, but it was mildly. There were only a couple nuns that taught at my Catholic school. All of them taught the younger grades. Yeah, they usually only teach the younger grades. By the time you're 4th grade, you're already broken like a horse. Only one nun taught us in the upgrade 6th, 7th, and 8th. Her name was Sister Donna. Oh, I'm glad you had a nice person. I don't think all nuns are terrible. I think it was just a cultivated, like, culture in a lot of nunneries where it was like, I don't know. It just a cultivated like cruelness amongst the nuns that then was spread to be taken out on the children. I don't know all the details. I've heard horror stories from my Nana, and she was raised, I've told you guys that, an Irish parochial Catholic orphanage. Like the fucking, I don't know if you get worse than being raised by Irish Catholic nuns and having no parents to save you. Like, I don't know. They're the worst of the worst. I assume nothing, like, not every place was that bad, but holy shit, were hers bad. Huh. Ugh. She died Catholic. Crazy. All I know is speech is on the right side, vision located on the back of the brain. If your stroke is on the right side, typically one's speech is affected. Man, I don't remember. Isn't it like one side's the logical side, one side's the creative side? I know you're like the part of our brain that makes you and I human. We conceive of time, we can think about thinking, is like our frontal brain area, the frontal lobe. Animal brain back here, but also like balance and function. So if you slam the back of your head, you can like not move your arms right or smell colors and stuff. The brains are still a mystery, and what we know is so fucking complex. Unless you really go into neuroscience, like I said, it is crazy. I remember so little, but it's fascinating. I'm trying to get it up. My internet's been so fucking slow all day. I don't know why. It's been a piece. It's been not consistently slow either. Like I was doing speed tests earlier and it's just jumping all over. Just the download. Jesus Christ, Catherine. Just the download's jumping all over. I don't know why. Stop. Please. Stop. Stop. Discord, stop asking me questions, please. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. Stop. Thank you. Stop. It just keeps putting the same alert up over and over. I'm going to fuck. Having a great time. Having a good time. Good. What up, Will? How are you, love? Back in the 50s, they were a lot worse than what they were when we went through. Oh, I mean, I was never beat by a nun. I was never touched, ever. Berated verbally a few times, forced to sit on my left hand, have perfect posture, and write with my right. But my Nana was forced to, like, for instance, be stripped down naked and hosed outside in the winter because she developed pubic hair. Crazy shit. Just the fucking craziest. Ugh. By nuns. In habits. Oh, what a horrible habit to form. Horrible. I was never. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Will, hard, yeah. Hard agree. I never ever want to compare. Like, the things that our grandparents went through and that shit was so much worse. I'm sure of it. Westboro Baptist, what about him? Oh, God, what about him? Left is the creative side. And, like, your left controls your right side of your body, right? I think they're crossed that way. It's so weird. I think your eyes are too. It's very weird. It's so confusing. I don't know why any of it. I just remember these little facts and stuff because you get such a brief rundown of the entire body before you go off and specialize in whatever you're doing. About coning, lumbar puncture on a patient with very high cranial pressure, then oops. Coning? Okay, not to freaking I don't want to be like scary, but I've heard about a lot of oopses involving things like that, but I've never heard the term coning. I've been there for some oopses. Not a lot. Holy shit, you're right. Time flies. I can't believe it's crazy. Doesn't sound like they like God's design much. Oh, being raised Westboro Baptist Church. Oh, yes. Oh, hard, yeah. Oh, there's got to be. I mean, Catholic can't be the worst. Look at like the FLDS or whatever. Fuck, I just watched that documentary, but I've known about that. I mean, yeah, there's scandals in pretty much any religious organization as far as we know, but like, what an organized ring of pedophilia that shit is. Like, I don't know. Can you even compare them either? Like, bad is bad. I don't know if there's a scale of bad. Like, it's just when we're getting to levels of harming children, it's bad. Just bad. Across the board, it's just bad. I'm gonna go with that. I don't know if I'm the right one to like, what up, Clune? How are you, love? I don't know if I'm the one to like judge or scale that. We're just bad. It's just bad. Just bad. Oh, really? I'm not allowed to get a lumbar puncture even though I have high intracranial pressure because I have. Oh. Would it fuck with that and like make it worse somehow? That would be. I don't know. I'm just thinking like in the limited knowledge I know. It kind of makes sense that it would possibly, or even just the possibility would be too dangerous to fuck with. You know? I was in some therapy groups with some folks that had aphasia after their strokes felt so fortunate. It must be so frustrating to have the word in your brain and not be able to speak it. Is that the one they have to touch something before they can say what it is? I met someone with that one time. It was pretty wild. They functioned quite well. I mean, they had this thing for so long that they had developed this speech pattern that made them just seem like forgetful and adorable. But they would get up and wander a room and you could watch their eyes scanning to see if they could see the thing they were trying to say out loud, and they would just like casually run their hand across the desk and suddenly no pen. It was so interesting. But I don't know if that's the same thing. I don't want to say it is. It might be. I've heard of people that grew up in cults. Not nice. Ugh. What's the difference between a religion and a cult? Serious question. I don't know. Is there? Is it tax status? They pull the fluid and then your body doesn't create anything to replace. Okay, that makes sense. Sometimes I'm happy to come from a boring ass family. Watching things like the documentary on the FLDS makes me feel like my family's boring, and that gives me pleasure. Same. I don't like saying it can always be worse because, again, that's like putting a scale on trauma and bad things happening. But, like, I don't know. Try not to compare. It's really, there's no point. Dante thought there were 9 levels of bad. Can you imagine if there were only 9? That'd be so complicated. Oh, aphasia is where the person thinks they said apple, but what comes out of their mouth is bluebird. That's so weird. Wild. Really? So it's like the connections connected, like they connected wrong. So their visual cue gives them the wrong connect. Oh, interesting. No, you're right. I'm trying to find someone to. I'm gonna find someone cool to raid. My voice is giving out fast today, and I don't know why. Discord just loaded. Hold on. I think I need to restart my computer or something because it's just being slow. And this is not the one that has Steam on it, so it can't be the Steam sale fucking with this one. It's working, just slow. Slower than normal. Oh my god, they're beautiful. Oh, they are fucking beautiful. Those crows. Ravens. I can't tell. I think ravens have a little floof on their nose right here, but that's the only way I can tell the difference. They're beautiful and elegant and so fucking ebony beautiful. I love corvids. I had to look. Corvids are cool. The cravens. I love them. They're beautiful birds. Let's just say that. They don't care what we call them. They didn't fucking get to name themselves. I don't think they'll mind. If you sedate the motor part of the brain, you can't think of words that use motor function. couldn't name a brush. That's so, I mean, it's sad interesting. I don't mean interesting in like, wow, that's exciting, but interesting in like, what a fascinating fucking broken brain we have. You know, our brains are so like amazing, but also like, what the fuck? Why does that happen? Because that sounds terrible. The ones I need to struggle to speak their thoughts. And I wonder if there's like, I mean, it's probably a sliding. I mean, if everything's human made, right? Like all words, all diagnoses, it's probably a scale. There's probably different levels and different types. Cult is a term that doesn't refer to religion at all, but is applied to a social movement. Oh, that actually makes a little sense. No, that kind of makes sense. A social movement. Never thought of it that way. Seems to me there's no different between cult and religion. I mean, honestly, I just thought of that. Like, I'd never really questioned that before, but there are some similarities. And I've watched some docs and listened to some podcasts about some cults. And like, the biggest difference I could think of is with cults, usually the leader ends up, manipulating the group into worshiping them. And religions, usually it's a leader that's like, I'm the voice of the God we're worshiping, but if you don't do what I say, like, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if that's a difference or not. I don't know. I was raised Catholic. I'm so sorry. I have a really bent notion of religion. I'm recovering. Around here is swear-crows and ravens are just magpies with no white feathers. I love them. I even like magpies. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I know they're really, like, loud and abrasive and can be very annoying, and they're trash birds, but goddamn are they smart and beautiful, and they're like, even the starlings. I was excited to see starlings when I was in DC, because when they're in the right light, they're rainbow. They're like an oil slick, and they're so cute. I gave some a bagel. I know. Don't feed the corvids. But everyone's already feeding them, and they depend on it, and they're so cute, and I had to. I've heard corvids are hella smart. So I've talked about like sorry, I'm trying to get the Twitch page is now loading. Just to find someone cool to raid. I've talked about the concept of like thinking or conceptualizing time, and thus far scientists they think that the animals that can do that are animals like orcas, cats, and rats when I was in school. Crazy. I know. What a strange bundle. But those probably octopuses. Octopuses? Octopus? Octopi? Is it octopi? But they're continuing it forever. But I think corvids are way up there in like probably on that level of like, because before we assumed like if you look at a human brain, I have a little model of one, but it's like see-through. This isn't gonna be great. I'm gonna make one that's darker so we can actually look at one. But back in the day, we would literally look at a brain taken out, and if it didn't look like it had all the components of a human brain, we just assumed like they didn't have the ability to think the way humans can think in our strange like concept of what differentiates us. So, for instance, like I was talking like what makes us human is our forebrain. And a lot of animals only have this hindbrain, or what we call the reptile brain or whatever, these like ball sacks right here. So if an animal only had that, we were like, oh, they're stupid, they're ignorant, it's instinct only, blah, 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 blah. And now we're kind of evolving beyond that very primitive opinion and being like, you know what? Looks don't mean everything. And there are animals like birds and reptiles and such that have a lot of higher thinking skills, but may not have the portions of the brain that we think are responsible for that higher thinking. I'm so sorry. The medulla oblongata is what makes them gatas angry. Octopussies? Good. Octopuses and octopi. Really? But it's not octopus. It is octopuses or octopi. Interesting. I really thought I sounded very stupid. It started like saying mooses. Octopuses or octopi. And there's no differentiation. Interesting. They are from space. I'm convinced they're aliens. They're way too just smart. Catholics molest poor kids. Are you sure? And we have to take into account how long Catholicism has been around versus most modern cults burn out pretty quick. So we'd have to whatever that is, quantify the time versus the I don't know. I watch a lot of like cult documentaries. They'd get a lot done in a very short amount of time. That's all I'm saying. But the Catholic, I'm not standing up for Catholicism. Dude's fucked up. Oh my god, it finally loaded. Sorry. I don't know what it is. Zach's not downloading shit, but my internet is fucked today. I just got this shit to load. Let me see who's live. Let's see. Who's doing cool shit? Oh my god, Elbel's building a PC. Can we please raid Elbel? I know we raided L really recently, but I am such a fucking slut for watching PCs be built. We're doing it. If you don't know my friend Elbel, she was hanging out with us earlier today. She is a fucking sweetheart. You will enjoy your time. I would put money on it. That's where we're going. You're gonna have a good fucking time. Per capita overtime. Is that what it would be? Thank you. Meese. The Mises. The Dices. The Dices. The Dice. Words. I have touched an octopus, actually. It is weird. I was way young, so it's very, very distant memory. But my grandpa used to take us crabbing out in the Puget Sound, and the crab pots sometimes would pull up all sorts of stuff. You'd get an octopus in there, starfish, and if you were lucky, the crabs hadn't eaten it yet. And one time we got a big octopus, and literally they dumped the crab pot out, and the octopus, like, really quickly just started squirming across the deck of our boat and started to get over the railing, and it had to go over my hand, and I felt its arms, and it was fucking weird. It was small. It was like a little guy, but it was fucking weird. And I bet that thing was running for its life because those crabs had already taken a couple legs, and which one of them might have been a penis. Like, we don't even know what this thing was going with. I feel so bad. I played a Kenku a long time ago. It was fun. Me too. Okay, I got it to load. Fuck, dude. I just went back to my dashboard. I'm restarting my shit. I'm gonna stop bitching about it. Let's go hang out with L. What's tomorrow? Faded Friday. Bring some music. We'll hang out. We'll do fun. I don't know. Maybe we'll do some more reds and stuff. Hopefully my sinuses clear the fuck up and I don't feel like a dizzy piece of shit. Can shit be dizzy? I'm saying it can be. I'm saying it. The octopus probably thought it was an all-you-can-eat buffet. I'm saying that octopus was going to go to town. Like, if there were enough crabs, I think the crabs could have overpowered the octopus. But I think for the most part, octopus can lose almost every single leg and just still be fine. I think they can regenerate. I think. At least some can. I don't know a ton about them, but they're crazy. I think they're aliens. I got to touch a jellyfish for the first time when I went to the Baltimore Aquarium recently. Very softly, just the top of it, but that was very strange. It's like rubber. Feels like cold rubber. That's weird. Floating digestive systems of horror is what they are. I love building PCs. I've built so many and it makes me anxious every time, but I always have a good time. Like, I've built a couple on stream because I always like pull up Linus Tech Tips, one of his old ass how to put a PC together just in case, because I never want to fuck up. I'd rather have the source right there. And it's fun to put it together with people and watch people like freak out over me not having 50 million grounding things or something. It's fun. I don't know. They're kind of like a puzzle at this point. I've put together too many. Yes, Sales, I agree. We're raiding. I love you. Be safe. Clean your bong, drink water, wash your hands, and brush your teeth. Always pee after sexy times. Tomorrow's Faded Friday. Bring some fun music. I'll go through my resin molds and pick out some cool ones to do. And we'll do some fun crafting and get high as fuck, yeah? Yeah. Deal. Give a butthole some wings. I love you.